This has come after the CENTCOM has confirmed that it began self-defense strikes on Iran on Tuesday. Now, what we are understanding is that there has been a fresh strike that has taken place, and it has been confirmed by the CENTCOM that a self-defense strike on Iran has taken place on Tuesday. At least 7 of these US strikes have been reportedly targeted on the strategically important energy supplies of Bandar Abbas, of Manab and of Keshav Islands and in Sirik of the southern of Iran. On your television screens are fresh visuals, which are the strikes that took place where the United States has striked southern Iran. On your television screen right now, it has been clearly reported that these are retaliatory strikes, and IRGC has launched, they said that a drone attack on the US Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain, and now the CENTCOM in retaliation of, or if I may say so, in self-defense, striked on Iran, and at least 7 of these US strikes have been reportedly targeted in Bandar Abbas, in Manab, in Keshav Islands and in Sirik in the southern of Iran. I have my colleague Shivam joining us from the newsroom right now. Shivam, retaliatory strikes have taken place between the United States and Iran and the US, and this entire West Asia war is setting to be resuming. Your understanding on this so far?
Yeah, clearly, Nayan, this is another escalation, and we are always back to square one when we talk about the West Asian conflict, because earlier things were improving, and it was Donald Trump who wanted peace, and there were Iranian strikes against Israel in a response to the attack that were being conducted by Israel against Hezbollah in Beirut, in the Lebanon regions, in many regions of Lebanon. Now, after that, Donald Trump asked Netanyahu not to continue the strikes, and Netanyahu did pay heed to his request also, as you can say. However, earlier, even after the request of Donald Trump, Israel had launched back the strikes against Iran as a response to the strikes of Iran by Israel. Now, after that, situation seemed to be normal, and however, there was a warning by Israel that if there are strikes, we will retaliate back and we will hit back harder. Now, after that, there was a report that a US Apache helicopter it went down. Either it was shot down, it was not confirmed earlier, but then Donald Trump himself had confirmed that the Apache helicopter, a sophisticated military helicopter, was shot down. Now, after the confirmation, he also added the very important fact that has to be noted, that it was shot down by the Iranians, that is the IRGC. Now, we must understand that there is a ceasefire, a truce, no matter how fragile it is, but it is in place, so that needs to be respected by both the parties. However, it was a patrolling Apache helicopter. It was patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz, and it happened because there were tensions already that were happening between Iran and Israel during that times, and maybe this might have been a miscommunication by the IRGC and the transfer of orders, or the sort of things which happen usually during war. Now, Donald Trump had said that we will respond, and we might respond, we must respond, and we have to act fast. And so he responded, and there were strikes which were confirmed by US CENTCOM. Now, after that, as you see, now US CENTCOM has also confirmed that yes, we have launched strikes, and they are proportional to the Iranian aggression. So they have responded to the Iranian aggression in their language, and they have struck. And after that, we had many reports. We have also many big breaking news developments. We'll also break those developments along of the strikes which happened, because the strikes have happened at many places, in Keshav, in Manab. All right.
Right. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news. Right now, Iran's Revolutionary Guard has said they have launched a drone attack, and the US has completed its strikes in response to Iran's attack on the Apache helicopters, which were taken down by the Iranian side. Now, meanwhile, what we understand is the United States Central Command, which is called the CENTCOM, and has sent its forces, and it's completed a self-defense strike against Iran, which was on June 9th, as of today, 2:30 a.m. local time. And the Commander-in-Chief has directed its response to the yesterday's downing of the US Army Apache helicopter. The West Asia war seems to be escalating, and clearly, right now, there is a proportional response from both the sides. And this operation that has been conducted from the United States side is now transiting its regional waters. Now, CENTCOM forces have struck the Iranian air defense ground control stations, surveillance radar sites near the Strait of Hormuz with precision of munition from the US Air Force, Navy fighter jets. Shivam, now what I also understand right now, it is not just the United Nations, when I speak about the United States, CENTCOM, we're also talking about the Air Force, the Navy fighter jets, and they're working in an operation to give a proportional response to the recent attacks on the US forces. Now, what is it that can be understood from this proportional responses that have been taken from the other side as well?
Yeah, so this is a proportional response because, Donald Trump also did not want to escalate this further and because he understands the repercussions, because Iran it was a clear miscalculation by the US military, by the US government, especially by Donald Trump, that they can continue a long war against Iran, because Iran had the drone technology, had the missile technology, and they had all of them at a very cheaper rate compared to the interceptors that you have when it comes to Israel, or the interceptors that you have when it comes to American military, Air Force or Army, or Navy. Now this has to be understood that Donald Trump wanted things to be in control. However, because of the escalation, and you understand that if somebody shoots down a US Apache helicopter, even though it's a fragile truce, or even though the pilots were not killed and fortunately they were uninjured and they were safe, even then he was bound to respond, and he responded, and this has been confirmed by the Iranian media also. Now 7 strikes have taken place, that's what we are getting, and various strikes have been completed as per CENTCOM, the strikes that were launched. Now such messages are usually given to make the statement clear that yes, we have done our job, it was you who started and then it's us who has responded, and let's end it here. But however, it doesn't seem like that the IRGC is going to stop here. Now, Sayyid Abbas Arakchi also has given a statement that you must leave immediately, you must leave the Strait of Hormuz. So there is a clear-cut warning by the IRGC, by the Iranian regime right now. They're threatening the US military that if you want to be safe, you must leave this location, you can't stay here. And also IRGC is warning of more strikes right now. We also breaking development, we have to confirm, but our sources also tell that MQ-9 Reaper drone has also been shot down. So you can understand the magnanimity. There's sophisticated drones, sophisticated helicopters, and state-of-the-art military equipments that the US military has, and it's getting devastated. It's a big setback. It's a big jolt to the US military, one after the other, to the US Navy, Air Force, one after the other. Earlier also, Nayan, you must remember that their refueler tankers were struck, and they were struck hard, and the Donald Trump went into face-saving mode because their defense stocks even took a hit, because compared to the Iranian, the warfare equipment that they have, the arsenal that they have, very cheap drones, the kamikaze Shahid drones, other drones that they have, which can be produced easily, faster, and are cheaper, and are difficult to intercept, and they launch their very expensive drones to intercept. And even the US military and the Israeli defense forces, they were out of interceptors, and you can understand, everybody speaks about Iron Dome, Arrow, David Sling, but the situation is not as good, and it's very difficult for replenishment, man.
Right, absolutely. Thank you, Shivam, for giving us all of those updates. Clearly, Strait of Hormuz is not international waters. What I also understand is that the Foreign Minister Abbas Arakchi is clearly operating from a space where he's kind of creating boundaries for the maritime that exist, and the boundaries are very clear from his side. Thank you, Shivam, for giving us all of those updates. Viewers, it's now time to shift our focus to Pakistan, where Pakistan's troubles in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir appear to be far from over. From what began as a protest movement has now escalated into a major confrontation between demonstrators and the Pakistani state. Now, with reports coming that the death toll has now risen, allegations of excessive force and fresh protests are spreading beyond POK to the United Kingdom. Now, questions are being raised about Islamabad's grip over the region, and then the government moves against the protest leaders. And the big question is now coming along, is Pakistan losing control over the POK? UK MP, whose name is Bob Blackman, in an exclusive conversation also spoke about the ongoing violence in the POK. Listen in to this excerpt from this conversation.
As the atrocities continue in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, as civilians get shot at by the Pakistan army. The world is watching, and we saw a letter come in from the parliamentarians in the UK. Over 50 of them signed a letter questioning the Pakistan government and the Pakistan army. So today we have with us Bob Blackman. Bob Blackman is a member of parliament from the UK, joining us on the broadcast. Bob Blackman, have you been monitoring the situation in POK, which is illegally occupied Kashmir?
As you quite rightly say, we have the illegal occupation of Kashmir by the Pakistani army and armed forces. We've got the Pakistani armed forces now firing live ammunition on civilians in the illegal occupation of Kashmir by the Pakistani army. And indeed, we've got obviously the challenge of their demands from the civilian population for action to be taken to allow them to protest and also to get reinforcement of their human rights. The rest of the world seems to not be actually calling on the Pakistanis to do very much here, and it seems to be very, very quiet. So thank you for highlighting this problem that is taking place currently in this illegally occupied part of Kashmir. As you say, a large contingent of British MPs have written to the Foreign Secretary asking for action and indeed asking for the Pakistani High Commissioner to be brought in to account for what's going on. The sad reality is of course, that this has been going on for quite a long time and human rights have been suppressed. Also, what your viewers need to understand is the MPs that have written are the people that actually support the illegal occupation by Pakistan of Kashmir. This is the all-party parliamentary group for Kashmir, as they put it, but actually it's all this basically is the Pakistan side of the Kashmir argument. I have been at the forefront of saying, quite rightly, of course, that the whole of Jammu and Kashmir is part of India, and it should be reunited in India. The Pakistani army should leave the valley. The terrorist bases should be dismantled, and the whole of the area returned as was originally intended for the rule from India. There's an opportunity because of the security position in the whole of Jammu and Kashmir, if this happens, for great commercial activity, including the position in relation to commerce, tourism, hydroelectric projects, and handicrafts. And unfortunately, this is all getting in the way because of the security situation that's evolved. The good news, of course, is that we've had democratic elections in Pakistan occupied, in the Indian part of Kashmir, which is properly administered by India. Those elections have taken place and been very successful, and a true order of democracy is arising. And of course, there's been conferences and other activities in the area that India controls. Now we're getting the position whereby Gilgit and Balochistan and other parts of the Kashmir Valley, where suppression is taking place by the Pakistani forces. It's quite clear that this should be called out, that the British government and all members of the United Nations should be calling on the Pakistani forces to desist and indeed make sure that we're in a position whereby the Pakistani withdraw from the territory and restore the state to its original position.
But you see, Mr. Bob Blackman, what happens is, Kashmir is ours. We believe that POK is also ours. It is our territory. And, just to let you know, today we had this, path-breaking tunnel being inaugurated called the Zojila Tunnel. It's at a breakthrough stage, which will help our forces reach our borders in just 12 minutes. It's a 13-kilometer tunnel, one of the best in the world, designed primarily to be functional around the clock. And you mentioned the elections in Kashmir. Yes, you're spot on there. We've had an elections, and Kashmir. The people of Kashmir are happy. The people of Kashmir are their lives have changed in the last 10 to 15 years. I can tell you that. And what we are hearing is that the people of POK have had enough of this Munir regime. And the reason why I say it's Munir regime, we all know that it is Asim Munir who calls the shot. He calls himself the field marshal. He calls the shots there. And you saw the pictures. It is the Pakistani army that is massacring people on the streets. They are being caught on camera, shooting point blank at protesters, at civilians. And now if, God forbid, had this happened in India, there would have been global outrage. But I'm sad to note that it's sad to note that there is absolutely no global outrage. Of course, there are a few MPs from the UK, but apart from that, it's sad to see that countries like the US are allies and they call Asim Munir to the White House and, the best of friends. They praise each other. It is such a shame. 30 people have been shot dead in cold blood, sir.
Indeed, and some of those, I believe, are British nationals. So there is a concern, obviously being expressed in the UK, about what has happened. I think what you're saying at the moment is, of course, the United States is relying on Pakistan to act as a mediator between the United States and Iran on trying to solve the problems of the Middle East. And so, therefore, the United States don't seem to want to do anything to upset the Pakistani government. The reality is, as you say, there is oppression on the streets in the illegally occupied part of Kashmir by Pakistan. The reality is, I agree with you completely. The whole of the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir is a sovereign part of India, and therefore it should be restored to that position. Equally, of course, I've long been calling for the Kashmiri Pandits who were forced at the point of a gun to leave the valley to have the right of return, to enable them to go back to their historic homes, if they so wish. Yes. But, of course, the security position has been such that many of those have been reluctant to do so anyway. What we've got to make sure of now is, as you quite rightly say, the United Nations should be taking action here. The American authorities, the British government, and everyone else who regards the position in relation to this long-standing dispute that has got to be resolved. And the reality is that if you've got an oppressive army literally shooting civilians on the street, that just demonstrates that actually the people of POK have had enough.
Yes.
They want to go back to the position whereby they're restored to the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir and restored to Indian rule.
Let's see where the story goes. We just hope that, we hear some more, voices, especially from the West, which most often loves to talk about Kashmir, but most often tends to overlook what happens in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Thank you, Mr. Bob Blackman, for speaking.
So could I just say, before I go,
please,
congratulations to Narendra Modi becoming the longest-serving elected Prime Minister in India tomorrow. And I hope that he continues in his beneficial rule for many, many years to come. He's done a remarkable job leading India over the past few years, and indeed, of course, leading the state of Gujarat before that. So, Jai Hind, Jai Modi ji.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bob Blackman. Good to talk to you.
Well, that was an exclusive conversation with Bob Blackman, with our editor, Niranjan Narayan Swamy. Now it's time to slip into a short break. Don't go anywhere because there's many news lined up on the other side. 14 Kuki hostages held captive since May 13 for 27 days, formally released in a peaceful manner.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long...
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
ऑक्टोरोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग 4 लोगों के पास है ये
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा
कमला पसंद सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद कमला पसंद पान मसाला
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it?
PM Modi to create history, set to become India's longest continuously serving Prime Minister. 12 years of PM Modi government complete. PM Modi to chair meeting with CMs, Deputy CMs of NDA states and union territories on June 11. "14 Kuki hostages held captive since May 13 for 27 days, formally released in a peaceful manner." Congress candidate Meenakshi Natarajan's nomination rejected for Rajya Sabha polls, party delegation to meet ECI. And over 50 dead, 200 injured as security forces opened fire on protesters in POK. Trump vows retaliation for downing of US helicopter, that is the Apache, and CENTCOM launches fresh quote-unquote defensive strikes on Iran. At least 7 US strikes reported in multiple cities in southern Iran, including attacks in Bandar Abbas, Arnab. Very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and let's begin this bulletin with all the latest updates that we are getting from the West Asian conflict, because the war is on and we are back to square one. And as per the new reports, as per Iranian media reports, an American MQ-9 Reaper drone has been shot down in Bushehr. Big development, ladies and gentlemen. This is as big as it can be. Now, this is a Reaper drone, a state-of-the-art technology, a sophisticated drone of the US Army. The Reaper drone, the MQ-9 Reaper drone has been shot down. This is the latest that we are getting, and this is as per Iranian media reports, the IRGC, and this is being confirmed by the Iranian media just after the escalation by the US military, because there have been 7 strikes, various strikes at various places. Now we have the MQ-9 Reaper drone that has been shot down in Iran's Bushehr. This is a very big setback for the US military, for the US Air Force, for the US Navy, and for Donald Trump. Iranian media claims MQ-9 Reaper drone has been shot down in Bushehr. First on Republic, or this exclusive news, exclusive development, ladies and gentlemen, an MQ-9 drone has been shot down. These are the visuals of what exactly an MQ-9 drone is, and this is a state-of-the-art, sophisticated MQ-9 drone which has been shot down by the IRGC as per the claims by the Iranian media. In this case, this is very big, very significant that we are getting a very big setback for the US military, that we are getting big development. MQ-9 drone shot down. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news development. Let's go across to that big breaking news development that we are getting. And it is about the strikes. It is about the strikes that we are getting, the renewed strikes. And this is the US military, which says that the strikes in response to Iran's attack on Apache We have completed the self-defense strikes against Iran June 9 at the Commander-in-Chief's direction in response to yesterday's downing of a U.S. Army Apache helicopter. CENTCOM forces struck Iranian air defense, ground control stations and surveillance radar sites near the Strait of Hormuz with precision munitions from U.S. Air Force and Navy fighter jets. The operation was a proportional response to recent attacks on U.S. forces and international commercial ships transiting regional waters. Now, U.S. forces remain vigilant and postured to defend against unjustified Iranian aggression. Now, that we are getting big breaking news development on the West Asian conflict, a big setback for the U.S. military, for the U.S. Air Force, because their Apache helicopter was shot down. And after that, there was a military response by the U.S. Army, by the U.S. military, in where 7 strikes took place, which was even confirmed by the Iranian media in various places, Bandar Abbas, Minab, Sirik. 7 strikes took place, and now we are getting even more reports. We are getting more reports that there might be strikes at other bases, at other U.S. bases across the Middle East that might be happening, but we'll have to wait and watch for all the confirmation that we need to get on this, because Araqchi has warned that leave this location if you want to stay safe, and this is the clear-cut warning by Sayyid Abbas Araqchi, by Iran, and that you must leave the Strait of Hormuz, because the helicopter which was shot down, it was patrolling in the Strait of Hormuz, and this is the IRGC which claims complete control over the Strait of Hormuz, and now this war escalates to a level from where it's again getting difficult. It will be difficult for Donald Trump to come back, because there seems to be no end, one escalation after the other. There was also a big breaking news development where it was confirmed, it was claimed by the IRGC that they have struck the 5th fleet. They have struck the 5th fleet. Now that's what they are claiming to do. And now in a set of escalation, as you see, Iran's air defense ground stations and radars have been struck. That is what the CENTCOM says. This is very big, ladies and gentlemen. IRGC targets US Navy's 5th fleet in Bahrain with drones. That's what we are getting. All right, viewers, now let's focus on the Middle East conflict, the West Asian conflict. Now, the Middle East remains on edge as Israeli airstrikes pounded multiple locations across southern Lebanon, killing civilians and triggering fresh fears of escalation. Now, the strikes targeted areas in Nabatea and Tyre, with Israel also issuing a new evacuation warning for residents of the southern port city. Now, the attacks come just hours after Israel and Iran exchanged fire for the first time since the ceasefire brokered 2 months ago. Here's a report.
Fresh Israeli airstrikes target multiple locations across southern Lebanon. Several areas in Nabatea hit as explosions rocked the region. At least 8 people were killed in airstrikes on neighborhoods in Tyre. Several others wounded as rescue teams rushed to affected areas. Massive plumes of smoke rising above buildings. Israel issues fresh evacuation orders for residents of Tyre. The warning also covers the city's Christian neighborhoods. Israel claims Hezbollah operatives may be operating from the area. The latest Israel-Hezbollah conflict has killed around 3,500 people. More than 1.2 million people have been forced from their homes. The strikes come hours after Israel and Iran exchanged fire following months of relative calm. Even as Iran later signaled a halt to offensive operations, fears of a wider regional escalation continue to grow.
Right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Kyiv has intensified diplomatic efforts in a bid to force Moscow into direct talks to end the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Now, speaking in Estonia, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said Ukraine is building a clear diplomatic strategy to ensure that Russia does not believe the war can still yield any benefits for it. Now, he added that his troops' positions on the front lines are strong as forces continues to battle Russia's invasion of the country. Now, his visit to Estonia comes amid friction over Ukrainian drones straying into the region in recent months. Here's more into the story.
Dozens were injured and 3 people were killed in a Russian overnight attack on Ukraine's Kharkiv region. Meanwhile, Ukraine has stepped up efforts to push Russia towards peace talks. During his visit to Estonia, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky pointed out that Ukraine's defense forces have significantly strengthened their positions on the front lines, which could be an important factor to push the Kremlin to the negotiating table.
Українські позиції на фронті сильні. Росія втрачає щомісяця більше ніж 30 тисяч своїх солдатів убитими і важко пораненими. Сильний і наш далекобійний вплив на російську логістику, на російську нафтопереробку, на російське військове виробництво. У тимчасово окупованому Криму та у частині регіонів Росії вже дефіцит бензину і місцями немає нормального зв'язку. Російський бюджет з пробоїнами. Треба тиснути далі і вивести Росію на дипломатичний трек.
He stated that he expects strong decisions from the EU regarding their future membership.
Дуже очікуємо сильні політичні рішення Європейського Союзу, які можуть і мають бути ухвалені вже влітку. Україна зробила все необхідне для відкриття всіх кластерів у перемовинах щодо нашого майбутнього членства. І саме зараз на найближчих зустрічах ЄС мають бути рішення щодо цього.
Zelensky accused Russia of trying to create divisions within the European Union, saying stray drones are often the result of electronic warfare interference and not deliberate actions by Ukraine. He added that Kyiv is ready to share its expertise with European partners to counter such threats and improve regional security.
Ми розуміємо, що робить Росія. Вона хоче ескалювати відносини всередині Європейського Союзу. Наприклад, коли йде наша відповідь на ті чи інші російські удари, і якщо в небі країн Латвії, Литви, Естонії з'являється російський дрон, зрозуміло для чого. І коли з'являється український дрон, ми розуміємо, що вони можуть змінювати курс наших дронів. Це не масово. Поодинокі такі випадки були завдяки системам радіоелектронної боротьби. Що для цього потрібно? Для цього потрібно, ми почали працювати. Ми маємо вже досвід такої роботи з країнами Близького Сходу. Ми відправили свої експертні групи, вони навчили, показали, що робити. І це достатньо швидкі і сильні рішення. Ми зробили це в Близькому Сході, і це спрацювало. Зараз ми готові зробити те саме з нашими близькими партнерами в Європі.
As of now, 11 drone strikes on Kharkiv have been confirmed, with 2 drones crashing without detonating. Zelensky and Estonian president agreed to work on cheaper ways to shoot down drones that have flown over Estonia. Zelensky said Ukraine is ready to share its drone defense expertise with European allies and can deploy expert teams at any time. Estonia, a key backer of Ukraine, said drone incidents may continue as the war drags on.
All right, viewers, now as Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to become India's longest-serving continuously elected Prime Minister, he has received congratulatory messages from union ministers, political leaders, global dignitaries and prominent personalities from various fields. Now today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will complete 4,399 consecutive days in office, surpassing former Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru's record of 4,398 consecutive days served after the first general elections. Listen in to Republic's senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor as he explains the significance.
12 years of Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister of India. 12 years as Pradhan Sevak of the country, as he might want to call himself. Now that's also about him surpassing a benchmark that happens today. At 4,399 days, Narendra Modi beats Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, as continuously elected PM in office. Now Nehru, of course, remains India's longest serving Prime Minister at 16 years and 286 days, or 6130 days, a landmark that Prime Minister Modi would reach only in 2032. But remember, of those 16 years and 286 days, Nehru was a selected Prime Minister for the first 5 years from 1947 to 1952, because the first general elections in the country were held in 1952, and Nehru took over from then on as the elected Prime Minister. Now we know that famous contest in which on the eve of independence, when the leader of the Congress had to be decided, 12 of the 15 state committees had chosen Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel as their leader, and so he would have naturally become the Prime Minister. But Mahatma Gandhi intervened. He had a certain predisposition, predilection and a bias for Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, and so he was chosen as the leader after Sardar Patel withdrew, deferring to Mahatma Gandhi. And so the crown went to Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, and he became the first Prime Minister of the country, and since then onwards he was effectively uncontested leader of the country. That Congress, of course, was less a political party, more a freedom platform, and so all ideologies from Shyama Prasad Mukherjee to K.M. Munshi to even those on the left, Nehru himself being a socialist, a Fabian socialist, found space and accommodation. Subsequently, of course, things changed, but you know, the comparison ends there. In many ways, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru was a dynast. His father Motilal Nehru had been leader of the Congress party, and he was born with a silver spoon, unlike Narendra Modi, who was born in poverty in a poor family in Gujarat, and his rise to power was contested at every stage. He had to contest to find his space and to create a space for himself in the power politics of the country. He chose RSS as its vehicle, not for power politics, but for an ideology, and then subsequently the BJP. Now, Mahatma Gandhi it was not the first time Mahatma Gandhi, by the way, intervened between Sardar Patel and Nehru for the leadership contest. He had previously and equally famously intervened between Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and Pattabhi Sita Ramaiah, but that's part of history. Now, Modi's rise, as I said, was contested at each stage. Now look at his days in BJP. Sometime in mid-90s, when the BJP was in power in Gujarat, there was a Shankar Singh Waghela rebellion against Keshubhai Patel as the chief minister. But in reality, the rebellion was against Narendra Modi, who, as advisor to Keshubhai Patel, wielded a lot of influence and power over government, and Shankar Singh Waghela and many around him did not like. There were other issues also, but that was the first big rebellion that Narendra Modi faced in politics. Subsequently, the big tempest of 2002 in Gujarat, the communal riots, the violence, he weathered it with some patience. And remember the fact that 2004 onwards, there was Congress-led UPA in power. And between 2007 and 2012, Gujarat faced another round of political rebellion against Narendra Modi, the then chief minister, led by Keshubhai Patel at that time. And with Congress in power, with all the investigations going on and the court cases going on, not just of the riots but also of the encounters, those were very difficult times, and Narendra Modi still weathered them, rose through those headwinds, and by 2012 the Supreme Court of India gave him a clean sheet in all the riot cases and many of the encounter cases. But his struggle still did not end. 2012 to 2014 is the period when the Advani-led BJP at the center had a lot of resistance against Modi's climb to national leadership or natural claim to national leadership. But Narendra Modi negotiated with some deft handling coming in from his friends like Arun Jaitley in Delhi, and ultimately, against all tides, he became the Prime Minister of India in 2014. Now, how have those 12 years been since 2014? That's a period in which Narendra Modi has defined and redefined the political landscape of the country from a Nehruvian India in some ways or the other till 2014 to now, where we can actually say that much of Nehru's legacy has been jettisoned, from our foreign policy to our national security doctrine, which is much more muscular in terms of foreign policy, more India-centric in terms of security policy, much more focused on being a hard state and projecting hard power, as we have seen from the surgical strikes to Operation Sindoor recently. And that's not all. If you look at other things, for example, Prime Minister Modi is impulsively of the belief that India should work on wealth creation in a manner that the overall pie available for the rest of the population grows, which is facilitating capital. And at the same time, distribution and redistribution of that wealth in a manner that some people actually call it more socialist government than even Nehru's. Though of course it's not the case, because he's equally focusing on wealth creation to facilitating capital, which was not the case in Nehruvian India. And then we have seen parallel scripting of a certain other narrative, which is decolonization of India's mind and India's landmarks. If you look at, for example, from small legacies like reimagining and Lutyens Delhi, from new parliament to the entire new government architecture along the Kartavya Path itself renaming of the Rajpath. Now that's a very small nuance, but that carries a lot of insights into how Modi's mind works. The erstwhile Rajpath was just a renaming of Kingsway of the British times. So Indianization was not there. Now it is there. And it's not just about changing names, it is about decolonizing the mindset. So Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's statue at India Gate, to removing the Lutyens bust at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, to renaming of the islands in the Andaman Islands, including Ross Island, in the name of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose again. There is an ideological underpinning, for example, in renaming Aurangzeb Road as APJ Abdul Kalam Road, or finding a road and naming it in the name of Dara Shikoh, the moderate, liberal, younger brother of Aurangzeb, elder brother of Aurangzeb. And then the three big ones: abrogation of Article 370, building of the Ram temple at Ayodhya, of course, after the Supreme Court judgment, which has had its own trajectory, not necessarily because Modi was in power, but then he completed the task. And then, of course, the triple talaq law, pending a full uniform civil code, which is a work in progress, and in many states it has already been brought in. Taken together, these three projects completed under Narendra Modi as Prime Minister are in many ways the antithesis of what Nehru stood for, or what Nehru's India stood for. So in that sense, this landmark also is in many ways a juxtaposition of Modi's India versus Nehru's India. And while speaking of surpassing of Nehru's record, PM Modi perhaps envisioned in its totality. So for example, the Teen Murti Museum, which was dedicated just for Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, not just renaming it, redoing it in the form of Prime Minister's Museum, now dedicated to all Prime Ministers of India since independence. And second one, final one, the Statue of Unity at Kevadia Colony at the Sardar Sarovar Dam in Gujarat is in many ways a rehabilitation of Sardar Patel, who had been sidelined under the Nehru-Gandhi dispensation. The Gandhi, of course, Indira Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, to give rightful place to Sardar Patel, which was perhaps denied to him by none other than fellow Gujarati Mahatma Gandhi. And in that sense, those 12 years have been reimagining India, and the journey continues. Narendra Modi remains Prime Minister, today completing 4,399 days in office, and thus breaking Nehru's record as continuously elected Prime Minister for 12 years.
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. 14 Kuki hostages held captive since May 13 for 27 days, formally released in a peaceful manner.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very good morning. My name is Nayan and I'm joined by my colleague.
I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. And Nayan, we have a lot lined up for our viewers. Fresh escalation has been reported. Now we understand that Iran has stricken US Navy's 5th fleet after attacks over the Apache chopper downing. So what we see are strikes and counter strikes between the US and Iran. So the escalation has gone one notch up, Nayan.
Absolutely, and we're going to give you all of those updates. But first up, the headlines. PM Modi to create history, set to become India's longest continuous serving Prime Minister. He's set to complete 12 years.
PM Modi to chair meeting with CMs, deputy CMs in NDA states and union territories on June 11th.
14 Kuki hostages held captive since the 13th of May for 27 days, formally released in a peaceful manner.
Congress candidate Meenakshi Natarajan's nomination rejected by the Rajya Sabha. For the Rajya Sabha, polls and party delegation will be meeting the Election Commission of India.
Over 50 dead and 200 injured as security forces opened fire on protesters in POK.
Trump vows a retaliation for downing of US helicopter. Now we understand that the US has launched fresh quote-unquote defensive strikes on Iran.
At least 7 US strikes reported in multiple cities in southern Iran, including attacks in Bandar Abbas and Arnab.
Okay, so a fresh escalation has begun, and now Iran's Revolutionary Guard said that they launched a drone attack on the US Navy's 5th fleet in Bahrain at 2:30 a.m. Wednesday local time. This comes after we understand that the Central Command in the US has confirmed that it began self-defense strikes on Iran on Tuesday.
Now, at least 7 of the US strikes have been reportedly targeted, and these have come on strategically important places like energy supplies of Bandar Abbas, Arnab, the Kesham Islands, and these are important energy centers in the southern of Iran. What we understand that the strikes took place in Bahrain at around 2:30 a.m. local time, and now the IRGC has said that it has, in retaliation, launched a drone attack on the US Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain.
That's right. Okay, so the US military has launched strikes against Iran in response to the Iranian forces downing a US Apache helicopter near the Strait of Hormuz. And we see that President Trump is seeking a deal to end the war. So this is very, very concerning because President Trump had said that there will be a peace deal. However, there are escalations between US and Iran themselves today. So we will get our viewers all these updates coming in on Republic TV. But the latest is that US forces have been launching rounds and rounds of strikes in Iran with air defense systems and radars among the targets. This is a developing story, by the way, Nayan, but Iran has vowed and response.
Absolutely. In fact, the IRGC has launched a drone attack against the US 5th Fleet in Bahrain. And IRGC is not stopping there. It has warned that further military measures could follow if the Americans and their operations continue. In fact, the Iranian officials have confirmed that damage at several locations in southern Iran, including Sirik, the Keshem Island, have witnessed these attacks, and Iran is, of course, strongly condemning the attacks and quickly announcing retaliatory action. On your television screen, reports from across Iran where explosions are witnessed, and now sirens across Bahrain can be heard across Bahrain.
Right, okay, so we're getting these updates coming in, viewers. Let's tell you that the US has launched strikes on Iran after President Trump accused the country of shooting down a US helicopter over the Strait of Hormuz. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us from a Republic newsroom. Let's go straight across to Shivam, who's joining us. Shivam, okay, so what is happening is that President Trump has said there would be a peace deal with Iran very soon, but now we understand that US itself has gone ahead and launched rounds and rounds of strikes against Iran, escalating the situation. Shiva.
Yeah, the situation has pretty much escalated, as you can see, because yesterday, as you saw, there was a big development where an Apache was shot down, or it fell down, as they earlier said, and then it was confirmed that it was shot down. And Donald Trump confirmed the fact that it was shot down, and he had the intelligence, he got the reports from his military that it was shot down by the IRGC. But that means the Iranian army, the Iranian military in this case, and that means, and he clearly said that we need and we must respond to that, and we have to respond to that, and there were responses to that. Now, the kind of responses that you have, and CENTCOM has said that we have responded, and these are proportional. These are proportional to the strikes that have been the aggression that has been given, that has been done by Iran in this case. Now, coming to the point, the kind of strikes which they called it self-defense strikes. However, the Iranian media has confirmed that they have received the input of 7 strikes at 7 locations, now which includes the Keshem, the Minab, the Sirik, and at various other locations. Now, as we speak right now, various US air bases are getting hit right now, or are becoming a target of the IRGC. So again, Shivangi, and then we are back to square one. We should understand the fact that there were efforts for de-escalation by Donald Trump, because there was escalation after Iran attacked Israel in response to the Israeli attacks in Lebanon against the Hezbollah. Now the escalation has gone further. Now air sirens are being heard in Bahrain, in Kuwait, and we are getting reports. We are waiting for the confirmation on most of that. But our sources tell that the entire Middle East region is right now active as we speak because of the engagements that we see. Air sirens are being heard. Explosions are being heard as we speak right now, ladies and gentlemen. And this is escalating to a level which should not have been. There are already tensions across the globe. The prices of oil are rising as a response to the West Asian conflict, and you can clearly understand that various air bases are being hit right now and becoming target, and air sirens are being heard over Bahrain, over Kuwait, and at various places. Shivangi.
Right, thank you, Shivam. Stay with us in the newsroom. Shivam, we have more breaking news that's coming in right now. According to Iranian media, an American MQ-9 Reaper drone has reportedly been shot down over jam in southern Iran's Bushehr province. Now, this has come after the US has confirmed launching at least 7 strikes across cities in the southern Iran and on islands along the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we understand the Strait of Hormuz is a strategically important energy center. Meanwhile, the latest developments of the US Central Command says that they have completed a defense strike on Iran. However, they are postured in the region to defend again any future Iranian aggression. Now, Iran, on the other hand, has confirmed that the IRGC has launched drone strikes on the US Navy's 5th Fleet base in Iran.
That's right. So, big updates coming in here, viewers. MQ-9 Reaper drone shot down in Bushehr. It's very important to know, viewers, right now that, and I want to go back to maybe in a short while to our colleague Shivam, who will also be joining us from a newsroom. It's very important to know that Iran is signaling it is willing to directly target American military infrastructure in the Gulf. That's also very concerning, Shivam. So what we see is that IRGC has launched a drone strike on the US Navy's 5th Fleet in Bahrain, the base in Bahrain, which means Iran is directly targeting the US bases in the Gulf region, and that is very concerning because earlier we saw Iran's proxies target the US bases in the Gulf region.
Yeah, you understand the fact that there have been US fleet movements and even their aircraft carriers, 2 of them around the Middle East for the West Asian conflict, but there were maneuvers when there was even threat to their aircraft carriers. Now, IRGC has many a times claimed that they have hit their 5th fleet or other fleets, and they even went on to claim that there was fire in their aircraft carrier. Now, but these are developments, and you cannot deny the fact that Iran does possess the capability, the firepower to wreak havoc when it comes to the US military, because Strait of Hormuz is not very close to Washington, so that they can easily manage with all their military might and the naval might. They're very far, and that's the point, and Iran is very close to the war zone, to the battle zone, and it's their conflict. They have the drones, they have the kamikaze boats, as you can say, the suicidal boats, and it's very cheap for Iranian regime. It's very cheap for them to fight this war and continue this war. Now, the US 5th Fleet, Shivangi, it's the main naval force of the United States in the Middle East. It's headquartered at Bahrain, and you must understand the fact that there have been also developments in Bahrain. There have been sirens over Bahrain also, and the Ministry of Bahrain has also have also given advisory to its citizens that sirens have been heard and the explosions have been heard. So
hold on for a second there. Yes. Shivam, hold on for a second. We're getting some more breaking news coming in for our viewers. This is a developing story, by the way, viewers. Iran's Revolutionary Guard launches missile attack on US base in Jordan, and the news agency has reported this. A huge update. Nayan, like we were talking about earlier, this time Iran is directly targeting these US bases in the Gulf region. This is very, very important to understand because we have seen and that this has not played out well. In the past, we have seen this raises questions about the risk of a broader US-Iran war. Things getting worse than they already are.
Absolutely. In fact, Tehran says these are the retaliatory attacks after the US has striked in self-defense. But what we're getting right now, there's a missile attack that has been taken place on the US base in Jordan. And now, definitely, there is an escalation that we're seeing by the hour, Shivangi. All of this started late Wednesday night. And as we can see, it's only getting into a spiral.
That's right. Let's go straight across to the next set of breaking news coming in for our viewers. Iran, this is the reports, by the way, Iran is going ahead and continues to strike. But Kuwait is intercepting missiles in the airspace. Now, we will get our viewers all these updates coming in on Republic TV because we understand that the Gulf regions have their own deterrence systems and those have become very, very active. So Kuwait going ahead and intercepting missiles in its airspace. Let's go to you, Nayan, and we'll also go to Shivam in a short while from now. Yes, Nayan, go ahead. Let's go to Shivam, Nayan, and ask him what the latest is and why this is a very significant development.
Yeah, because this is the retaliatory strike by now Iran, as you can see, because after the US strikes, now Iran has started retaliating. And yes, multiple reports of Kuwait activating their air defense and interceptions of incoming missiles and drones have been reported after the latest US strikes on the Iranian targets. So this is clearly a response after the US targets, because Iran is not going to back down. It's not going to stay there and just not respond and not escalate the entire situation, because they have started this and they blame the US for all the aggression. And after the Apache helicopter was shot down, there was a US response, and now IRGC will keep on responding. But we'll have to wait for what Donald Trump has to say. We'll be waiting for his response also. But this is the latest that we are getting about from Kuwait, where Kuwait has activated its air defense systems. Now, there are bases in various parts of the Middle East when we speak about United States military. So in protection of that, because the IRGC claims that all the bases in the entire Middle East which are of US are legitimate military targets for the IRGC. So as a response, the IRGC, because it's close, it's very, the proximity is there, so it has again started attacking. So we are back to square one. We are again back to the similar war scenario that we used to see. There will be air sirens across the Middle East. Now, this has just started. There are reports from Jordan, there are reports from Bahrain, there are reports from Kuwait that we are getting right now. And Kuwait has reportedly intercepted hostile missiles and drones right now in its airspace. Bahrain has also activated air raid.
Hold on for a second there. We're getting some more breaking news coming in now, and what is it about?
Right, sirens are now being sounded across Bahrain amidst the strikes, and these sirens are blaring after the US fleet in Bahrain was hit by Iran. Now, Bahrain sounds its missile alert sirens as Iran has said it targeted the island nation to retaliate the US strikes. On your television screen is a big breaking news that we're getting. Ladies and gentlemen, Bahrain sounds its missile alert sirens as Iran said it targeted island nations to retaliate for the US strikes.
Yes, the sirens blaring after US fleet in Bahrain was hit by Iran. Okay, let's go straight back to my colleague who's joining us. Shiva, I'm coming across to you right now. Of course, we see that security measures have been heightened all across the Gulf region. What's the latest that we are breaking? Because we understand that even Iran has responded and Iran has made it very clear, despite its defeats on the battlefield, the US opted to test our determination. This is what Iranian foreign minister has just written on social media.
Yeah, because Iran has clearly warned against any future strikes and against any aggression. That's what we are getting. And Saeed Abbas Arakchi also said that you must leave this place immediately if you want to stay safe. So that's the kind of response that we are getting from the Iranian regime. But coming back to the story, what we are getting right now, Bahrain sirens are being heard in Bahrain. We'll also have another development on Bahrain. We'll break the breaking news in a short while. But right now, sirens have been sounded in Bahrain, and advisory has been given by the Ministry of Bahrain, the Interior Ministry of Bahrain, to its citizens that you must stay inside, that you must not venture outside, and stay ready. We are giving you live updates on what we are getting. The alarm siren has been activated. Let me read exactly what the Ministry of Interior Bahrain has to say. They say the alarm siren has been activated. We urge citizens and residents to remain calm, head to the nearest safe location, and follow updates through official channels. So this is Ministry of Bahrain Interior official response and official tweet. And they're saying the siren has been sounded. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. So they have made two posts when it comes to their official social media platform X account. So they are warned, and also because there's imminent threat to Bahrain also. Because if you have a base in your country that's of US, you might risk yourself for a IRGC
we're getting
strike.
Another big breaking news. Please stay with us. Right now, there is a big breaking news that's coming that missiles have been targeted at the F-35 hangars at the airbase in Jordan. Now, there's a big claim that the Iranians say that the US F-35 hangars are hit in Jordan, and the US airbase is hit in Jordan. And this is what the IRGC has said, that it has targeted 4 sites of the US Al-Azraq base in Jordan using long-range missiles. And the IRGC also says that the target also included F-35 fighter jet hangars and command and control centers. And it has warned that it is ready to deliver a crushing and decisive response if United States attacks any further. Clearly, a big confrontation is in process. Both the sides are absolutely in a retaliatory mode right now.
That's right. I want to go back to Shivam, who's joining us. Shivam, we'll try to put out some more official reactions which have come in from the U.S. Central Command and from Iran. But I'll just read out what the U.S. Central Command has said. It said the mission of U.S. is proportional response to unjustified Iranian aggression. This is what the U.S. Central Command has said. Right. Coming in the backdrop of U.S. airbase being hit in Jordan, this is what the Iranian army is claiming. That means we can expect U.S. to perhaps go ahead and continue even more retaliatory strikes.
Yeah, these are retaliatory strikes, and then they say that this is self-defense strikes. So you can understand the language, Shivangi. Donald Trump did not want it to escalate, but fate had it otherwise, as you can see. Now, this is the latest that we're getting, and the update is the F-35 hangars in Jordan were hit, and this is by the IRGC. Iran says that it's long-range. Yeah, this is F-35 hangars were hit in Jordan, and this comes from Iranian Revolutionary Guard, IRGC. This is Muvafaq Salti Azraq Air Base in Jordan that we are getting, including the F-35 fighter jet hangars and a command and control center. So there are various claims and counterclaims that we are getting, and F-35. Once again, one setback after the other for the U.S. military, for the U.S. Navy, for the U.S. Air Force. You remember MQ-9 Reaper, state-of-the-art, modern, sophisticated drone. IRGC claims it has been hit. Apache helicopter, state-of-the-art, sophisticated attack helicopter, one of the best in the world, has been shot down by the IRGC. This Donald Trump has confirmed. Now, their defense stocks have taken a rock bottom hit. They have taken a big hit earlier also, and now clearly establishes that the war, economics of war has completely changed, and Iran proves it that it can fight a prolonged war, and it's not afraid of the sophisticated weaponry that is in possession of the US military. F-35 being hit and their air defenses being unable to intercept. Now, I have been time and again repeating the very fact and reiterating the very fact that the US military, the Israeli Defense Forces are out of interceptors, and also their interceptors are quite expensive to fire and to attack the cheap Shahed drones that are being fired by the IRGC, or the cheap missiles that are being fired by the Iranian regime in this case. So you clearly understand the war economics is not in favor of the US military, is not in the favor of the IDF, it's not in favor of the Israel, it is in the favor of the Iranian regime, and Iranian regime, even after taking multiple blows and various setbacks, is on the war, and it can continue the war for a very long time. They have huge stockpiles even till now that they can use, because their weaponry is underground. You must understand the fact their drones, their jets, their missiles, most of it is underground, and you have no intel. You can't bombard with your sophisticated fighter jets, Shivangi.
Shivam, hold on for a second. We understand that multiple explosions are being reported as well on Qasem Island as strikes shake southern Iran. Viewers, US strikes have hit islands in Strait of Hormuz. So let's go back to my colleague Nayan as well. Nayan, now what we understand, and we'll go to Shivam also in a short while from now, is that the US is targeting Iranian areas. Multiple blasts reported in Qasem Island, and we see that the US had earlier said that they will be responding proportional to Iranian aggression. Iran says that it is the US which is being aggressive.
Absolutely. In fact, now all of this aggression is taking new turns, with multiple blasts now being reported in Qasem Island, which is in the southern of Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, to tell you that the Qasem Island is one of the most important energy centers of Iran, and now the US has targeted these Iranian islands along with the Strait of Hormuz, and now blasts have been reported, not one, not two, but multiple of these blasts in the Qasem Island. In fact, Iranian islands in the Hormuz have hit in the US strike, as what we understand.
All right, let's go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. Shivam is joining us. Multiple blasts reported in Qasem Island, and Iranian islands in Hormuz have been hit in the US strike. Strait of Hormuz, of course, becoming very sensitive once again, Shiva.
Yeah, definitely become very active, and again we are saying the very fact that Iran knows that it has the upper hand in this case, and it knows that if it can continue its strikes, and also if Donald Trump makes a mistake, because Qasem Island also, that what we are getting, the Qasem Island was also struck in this. The energy facilities are very close in that location also. Minab was hit again, and Sirik was hit again when we talk about in the Strait of Hormuz during this escalation. escalation. Now, the various bases are being hit right now as we speak. Now, this becomes a big threat for the US military right now. And the multiple blasts have been reported in Kashmir Island, which is very serious. And this is US military does this as a warning, more of a warning to Iran that if you extend this war, or if you prolong this war, or you escalate this further, we might hit your energy resources. Now, you must understand that some hits, if they are done in the Kashmir Island, there will be the point of, it will move on to the point of no return, because if you hit energy resources, Iran will also respond, and the entire Middle East becomes a war zone, and there will be repercussions for the entire Middle Eastern countries. So that is being avoided by the US military also, Shivangi.
That's right. Okay, Shivam, hold on with us for a moment there. And Nayan, we have to take a short break right now. This is a developing story, by the way, viewers. So we will be getting our viewers all the top updates. What is coming up next now, Nayan, on Live This Morning?
Right, we'll tell you what's coming up next. But right now it's time to slip into a short break. Coming up, at least 7 US strikes reported in multiple cities in southern Iran, including attacks in Bandar Abbas and Arnab.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए, उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है। तभी तो रिचमंड बनना नहीं आसान है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati,
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट,
ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial.
Hello and a very good morning. My name is Nayan. I'm joined by my colleague Shivangi here. We're watching live this morning, but you know, the whole escalation of the West Asia war, Shivangi, started with Iran hitting the US Apache helicopters, and now one after another there are retaliatory strikes that have been seen between Iran and the United States, and now the focus goes back to the West Asia conflict.
That is right. And what about the peace deal that Donald Trump said would be signed very soon? What about the ceasefire, which is basically hanging by a thread? Right. Nayan, we will get our viewers all those updates, and we also have a defense expert who will join us live to help us understand what exactly is happening in West Asia. But the headlines first. Let's get started.
PM Modi creates history, becomes India's longest continuously serving PM. 12 years of PM Modi government complete.
PM Modi to chair meetings with CMs, deputy CMs of NDA states and union territories on June 11th.
14 Kuki hostages held captive since the 13th of May for 27 days, formally to be released in a peaceful manner.
Congress candidate Meenakshi Natarajan's nomination rejected for Rajya Sabha polls. Party delegation to meet Election Commission of India.
Over 50 dead, 200 injured as security forces opened fire on protesters in POK.
Trump vowed retaliation for downing of US helicopters. Central Command launches fresh quote-unquote defensive strikes on Iran.
At least 7 US strikes reported in multiple cities in southern Iran, including attacks in Bandar Abbas, Arnab.
And viewers, let's go ahead and tell you exactly what's happening. Iranian Foreign Minister has now put a social media post on X and says, and I quote here, despite its defeats on the battlefield, the US opted to test our determination. Our powerful armed forces will leave no attack or threat unanswered. And he says, Nayan, leave our region if you want to be safe.
That's right. History of the Persian Gulf has many chapters, he said, on the dire fates of intruding outsiders. He's calling United States as an intruding outsider on his social media post on X and is repeatedly urging the United States to remember the history of the Persian Gulf as it has had many chapters of dire fate of the intruding outsiders. All right, Shivangi, we have our guest joining in very soon. But it's interesting, you know, these statements are actually military escalations, and it depends on the subsequent actions of both sides. And, you know, they're not rhetoric themselves at present. You know, these remarks should be understood primarily as a warning and a declaration of intent rather than description of a planned operation.
That's right. Okay, so the US strikes are over, by the way. The US military said it has completed the strikes against Iran, and what it said was a retaliation of the downing of an Army Apache helicopter. And Tehran has responded, like we told our viewers. The IRGC said it launched strikes against US targets in the region, including military sites in Bahrain and Jordan. Okay, let's go straight across to our guest who's joining us right now. We're being joined by Colonel Rajiv Bagga, defense expert, joining us live. And thank you for joining us live here on Republic TV. We are live this morning. Colonel, now what exactly is going on? Because Donald Trump said that the peace deal is very, very near. What happened to the peace deal? Why is US escalating when it comes to Iran, when they said that the peace deal is not too far away?
Good morning to you. Am I audible to you now? Audible? Okay. Well, you know that in the past, whatever this war has taken a shape, it certainly has given us that US, they violated international law, and by striking and carrying out strikes on our schools, and thereafter they sent their fighters also, which were brought down by Iranian.
Right. Colonel Bagga, I think we'll fix that audio for you. Let's fix that audio for our guest. But Nayan, I think we're getting a lot of breaking news coming in. I think we have Colonel Bagga back with us. Colonel Bagga, firstly, can you hear us?
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Is it okay?
Yes.
Is it okay?
Absolutely. You can go ahead.
All right. You know, like I personally feel that issues, despite of carrying out diplomatic talks or creating a platform, the world is certainly waiting what exactly is going to come out. But still, if you say that why the helicopter was brought down, we need to really take a note. In past also, US has not really given any kind of respect to international forum. there is certainly no requirement to violate somebody's sovereignty. Now it comes to what exclude Iran in a swift retaliation. The U.S. Central Command says it is unleashed multi-wave airstrike targeting critical Iranian infrastructure. But
right. Okay. We will go ahead to our guest in a short while from now. But let's tell our viewers, Nayan, exactly what is happening. Explosions were also heard in Iran in 3 strategic locations around the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran's state-run broadcaster reported the strikes hit 2 water reservoirs, cutting the area's water supply. Now, we talk about the Apache downing. 2 U.S. officials and the helicopter were brought down by an Iranian drone. And so basically, all in all, Nayan, what we are seeing is there's a lot of escalation. Drones being shot down, then Iran going ahead and striking U.S. bases in the Gulf air defense systems being activated to stop the missiles. There's a lot going on here in the West Asia conflict.
That's right. You know, in fact, speaking from the U.S. CENTCOM point of view, they described this operation as a proportional response. And back again, we have Colonel Rajiv Bagga joining us. Colonel, if you can hear us, my question to you is, what practical military options does Iran actually have, to enforce this threat, when it says, leave the region? That's what it's telling the United States. Leave the region, otherwise you're going to get into bigger trouble.
You see, Iranian, if you talk about the tactical position of Iranian, they are very strong. Like that configuration of the geographical configuration, terrain analysis they have carried out very well, very much in advance. I'll say they prepare for this war for past 2 decades, I will say. If you see the terrain aspect of Iranian, why U.S. has not, in today's scenario, they're able to establish a foothold at, you can say, at the Strait of Hormuz. The reason is very simple, that the configuration of the Iranian geography is so complicated that the ships, if they enter in that region, will certainly suffer a heavy losses. If you talk about the aircraft, any aircraft from the US side coming, the air defense system and the bombers Iranians are having, there is no question that in this region.
Right.
So, what I'm trying to say, it is that they have done this adventure type of by escalating the war again. And when there was a chances of having any diplomatic, like we can push the entire Gulf diplomatic platform so that the peace prevails. So at present, Iranians are absolutely on a very strong front.
Right. Yes. So, Colonel Bagga, we are also trying to discuss here, when we talk about these strikes, according to you, who is the escalating party here? Who is the party which is escalating? Because US is saying that we gave Iran an appropriate response, and Iran is saying, leave our region if you want to be safe. They both look equally guilty, but according to you, who is escalating?
It is basically absolutely and very clear to the US. And no country will tolerate that there is some foreign body is there in the border. And certainly, the Iranians also conveyed a very clear-cut message to the world and into the other Gulf countries. Look, if we are accommodating the US, we will strike you. And US is also have created a blockade which is really giving a greater impact. That I will say that economy of the world is certainly shattering. If it comes to the war, US need to really take a check on it and need to really de-escalate the entire war. That is the only solution to the present crisis.
That's right. Well, Colonel Bagga, I really wanted to hold on for a second there. We're getting some more updates for our viewers. Let's move ahead. Nayan, what do we have next? We'll talk about what's happening in the Middle East.
Right. In fact, the Middle East remains on an edge as Israeli airstrikes pounded multiple locations across southern Lebanon, killing civilians and triggering fresh fears of escalation. Now, the strikes targeted areas in Nabateh and also Tyre, with Israel also issuing new evacuation warnings for residents across the southern port. Now, attacks come just hours after Israel and Iran exchanged fire for the first time after the ceasefire brokered 2 months ago. Here's a report.
Fresh Israeli airstrikes target multiple locations across southern Lebanon. Several areas in Nabateh hit as explosions rocked the region. At least 8 people were killed in airstrikes on neighborhoods in Tyre. Several others wounded as rescue teams rushed to affected areas. Massive plumes of smoke rising above buildings. Israel issues fresh evacuation orders for residents of Tyre. The warning also covers the city's Christian neighborhoods. Israel claims Hezbollah operatives may be operating from the area. The latest Israel-Hezbollah conflict has killed around 3,500 people. More than 1.2 million people have been forced from their homes. The strikes come hours after Israel and Iran exchanged fire following months of relative calm. Even as Iran later signaled a halt to offensive operations, fears of a wider regional escalation continue to grow.
Let's get some more breaking news coming in. Nayan, Iran has slammed the US and Israel in the Security Council, accusing the nations of double standards. A certain number of members at the behest of the United States repeated baseless allegations against Iran's peaceful nuclear program. This is what Iran is saying, parroting US and Israeli regimes' disinformation campaign, Nayan.
Now, Iran has accused the West of double standards. Iran blasts at US. And Israel at the UN Security Council claims, and while Tehran rejects its claims over the nuclear program. Now also, Iran says that the UNSC meeting lacks any legal basis.
That's right. Well, getting these back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. If we have a guest, then we can go back to our guest in a short while. And okay, we have our guest with us.
Right.
We have Major General Rajan Kochar also joining us here, and Colonel Bagga also joining us. I want to welcome Major General Rajan Kochar now on this broadcast. Major General, we were discussing this earlier. We have already seen that Iran is blasting Israel and US over its nuclear program, because Iran looks at its nuclear program as something for energy enrichment, for its long-term future. But US and Israel think that they're trying to become a more powerful nuclear nation. And that is why we see the peace deal being stuck again and again.
Good morning. You see, this contention of Iran that its nuclear program is for peaceful purposes cannot be accepted. The fact is that they have an enrichment of around 60% or so. When you're having a nuclear program for your energy or peaceful, your enrichment should not be more than 3 to 4%. So the very fact that 450 kg of enriched uranium to the extent of 60% is being held by Iran, it suggests that Iran was working towards a nuclear bomb, a nuclear warhead, and that was cause of concern. Secondly, the IAEA inspections also, which because if you know that Iran is a member of NPT, and IAEA inspections also were not being the accessibility was not being given in all the areas which the IAEA wanted, and there was a suspicion also by the IAEA that Iran was hiding its nuclear intentions. So, considering the fact that the enrichment uranium was of this nature, I think it was liable that United States would get concern. And therefore, the connivance of Pakistan also in this entire nuclear program cannot be wished away. I can, if you recollect a couple of years back, the A.Q. Khan, who was the instrumental in starting Pakistan's nuclear bomb, he made a statement that centrifuges were clandestinely moved from Pakistan to Iran, and because of this availability of centrifuges, the nuclear program of Iran got an acceleration. So Pakistan has been largely instrumental in bringing up this nuclear program of Iran. And coming to the present situation in the Security Council, what the Iran is trying to mention, I don't think these statements have a great merit. And I think the world at large is concerned that in case Iran has this nuclear capability, it will...
Major Kocha, I'll have to interrupt you there, Major Kocha. We're getting a big breaking news coming in. Please stay with us there. Now, Shivangi, it's got to be heard that F-35 hangars are destroyed in IRGC in a missile attack on the US airbase in Jordan. Now, as per the Iranian news reports, 4 important targets at the US airbase in Al-Arzaq, Jordan, were attacked by the IRGC.
That's right. I want to go back to our guest on this. Colonel Bagga perhaps can come in here. Colonel Bagga, the story is Iran is saying and targeting that they will continue going ahead and striking US bases in the Gulf region. That is what we are breaking right now, that Iran is targeting US bases in the Gulf region, which is very, very concerning because we saw Iran's proxies earlier target US bases in the Gulf region. Yes, Colonel.
Yes, if the Iranians has, as earlier I mentioned that 5 minutes back, that Iranians, they certainly gave a very strong message to the entire Gulf countries. Look, you need not to, accommodate US in any form. But they said that they are not against this. They definitely want a healthy relation with the other countries. But despite of that, they are still accommodating, and it is a kind of a direct threat to the Iranians. They need to understand that part. If Iranians are carrying out a strike on any military basis or air bases by their missiles or aircraft, or whatever, it is primarily for their self-defense. And what exactly the US and other Israel have done in that region is totally created a turbulence by creating some sort of a havoc. I will say that it is for Israelis. If I talk about Israel, I'll come back to your question. Israel, it is a historical moment for them to use this opportunity to snub the enemy, that is Hezbollah. But what US role has got in it? Why the US is so much insisting that we will have base here, we will control your oil and all that? This is probably the major reason. And Iranians were absolutely very clear. If any country or the US, in some form, directly, indirectly, they try to threaten the sovereignty, they will certainly take any action, and they are doing it. And that is absolutely not against any international law also.
Right. Colonel Bagga, I have a question for Major General Rajan Kochar. Now, Major Kochar, I want to understand what is the likely scenario that can be expected over the next 30 days. Will there be more retaliation? Will there be a standoff? Will there be diplomacy? How do you view this situation?
That's a very good question because, see, when we look at the situation, we must remember that there are 3 countries involved. And it's not US and Iran, because we keep on talking about US and Iran. And we have a little mention of Israel. The situation, as I see, which is unfolding is largely dependent on what is happening in Lebanon. Because Iran is not going to come to the table for talks with the United States unless and until the war in Lebanon ceases. And because we must remember that Hezbollah is a strong component of Iran. It's one of its proxies, and Iran has made it very, very clear that it will not come on the table until this war in Lebanon stops. Now what Israel is doing is Israel has gone very, very deep into Lebanon as of now. After capturing of Mount Blue Fort after a period of 26 years, the kind of offensive Israel has launched, I presume that Israel will take a couple of months to consolidate itself in Lebanon, and it's not going to stop its offensive in Lebanon. So next 30 days, I don't see any kind of stability coming into this region.
That's right.
I don't see any progress in talks, because talks can only progress if there is some kind of agreement between Israel, US and Iran. And thirdly, that this blockade or the naval blockade which is there in the Strait of Hormuz will continue. So this world is likely to see a very, very unstable situation in West Asia.
That's right. Thank you, Major General Rajan Kochhar. Thank you, Colonel Bagga, for joining us here on Republic TV. We are continuing our live coverage of the West Asia situation, which is continuing. The war is continuing, viewers. We'll get our viewers all those updates coming in. Nayan, what do we have coming up next? We'll continue our live coverage of the biggest global story right now.
That's right. In fact, after a short break, we'll tell you that there have been reportedly multiple attacks in the southern Iran, including attacks in Bandar Abbas and Arnab, after a short break.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
ऑक्टोरोमा मैनुअल वाइंडिंग 4 लोगों के पास है।
कुछ इससे भी अनोखा।
कमला पसंद, सिर्फ एक अनोखा स्वाद। कमला पसंद पान मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist, is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists, who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly, because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है? आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट, स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus in this bulletin will be the West Asian conflict because strikes are happening as we speak. Now, earlier it was a US Apache helicopter which was downed by the IRGC as per Donald Trump, and they responded. CENTCOM confirmed this. Strikes happened at various places in Iran, and now Iran is responding with strikes at various US military bases across Middle East. We'll get you all the latest details of this and the attacks on Lebanon, Beirut, and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. War again in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopter shot down. West Asia ceasefire collapses as Iran hits back, siren sounding Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan after Iran strikes on US bases. Iran responds to US attacks. Iranian media claims USMQ-9 drone hit. PM Modi creates history, becomes India's longest continuously serving Prime Minister. 12 years of PM Modi government complete. PM Modi to chair meeting with CMs, deputy CMs of NDA, states and union territories on June 11. Over 50 dead, 200 injured as security forces open fire on protesters in PUK. All right, viewers, let's begin this bulletin with all the developments that we are getting because there's an ongoing war as we speak right now. Now, this war is between Iran and United States military. This happened after an Apache helicopter was shot down by the IRGC as per Donald Trump. Now, Donald Trump reacted and the US military responded and strikes happened. And then after that, this is another big claim. Iran's IRGC says missiles targeted F-35 hangars at airbase in Jordan. Now, this is big. Iran claims US F-35 hangars have been hit in Jordan, and US airbase has been hit in Jordan, claims the Iranian army. This is the claim of the IRGC. This is the big claim, and this means that we are back to square one and the war has escalated, and we have to again, the strikes will continue. The strikes and the counter strikes and the entire West Asian region will be engulfed in the war, and there seems to be no end. Though there were trials of de-escalation in the entire scenario, but now it is getting pretty much difficult for both the parties because this is escalation after US Apache helicopter was shot down. However, there were no casualties in that because 2 pilots were uninjured and they were safely evacuated. That's also fortunate in this case, but now there will be escalations, and there are escalations as we speak that are happening around the Strait of Hormuz and in the Middle Eastern region. And these are the videos of the missile launches, ladies and gentlemen, as you can understand the kind of tense situation that is prevailing in West Asian region. And Iran has struck US base in Jordan. This is the claim. They have claimed that US F-35 hangars have been hit in Jordan because escalation has been done by United States military. All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news development. Let's go across to that big breaking news development. Now, according to Iranian media, an American MQ-9 Reaper drone has reportedly been shot down over jam in southern Iran's Bushehr province. Now, this comes after US confirmed launching at least 7 strikes across cities in southern Iran and on islands along the Strait of Hormuz. Now, meanwhile, in the latest development, US Central Command says that they have completed the defensive strikes on Iran. They call it defensive, but they have launched it at various places. Now, however, they are postured in the region to defend against future Iranian aggression. This is what the CENTCOM says. Now, Iran, on the other hand, has confirmed that the IRGC has launched strikes on the US Navy's 5th Fleet base in Bahrain. So the 5th Fleet is also a target, and all bases, US bases, now will again become the legitimate target as usual. Now, this was earlier also the statement of the IRGC, and we are back to the war. All right, we have a defense expert with us. We have Colonel Anurag Shukla joining us for a comment on the escalating conflict. Thanks a lot, Colonel, for joining us at this moment. But it's wartime, back to war again. And we'll need to understand what's wrong with both the sides. Why is Iran not backing down? And when there were chances of de-escalation, what was the need of shooting down an Apache helicopter? Or do you understand that as it happens during certain war scenarios, because there was escalation after Iran launched attacks at Israel launched attacks, and the army got active, and the IRGC shot down a helicopter, and now Trump is doing face saving?
See, it is not very clear what led to this escalation. For the last 1 month, we have been hearing there is a peace talk going on. At the same time, we also hear that a week back, Iran has refused to further negotiate anything, and he stopped talking to the mediator as well as the other side, that is USA. So there is a lull period, and there is a lot of deployment on ground. So people like soldiers on ground, they are waiting for some news or some orders. In this case, we can say there's a very disciplined army from the USA side, which is keeping themselves restrained from any further escalation. But maybe or may not be at ground, something must be happening where the IRGC has decided to retaliate, and all of a sudden they have shot down one of the best helicopter in the world, Apache, which is very difficult to shoot. So that also shows that capability increase in the hands of IRGC in the last 1 month or maybe 60 days. And another news which is coming from the different media reports, that the IRGC is claiming that they have shot down one MQ-9B. So definitely they have been in a better position to bring down the world's best technology, which they used to claim. And then next stage, which we see just now, that it is going to striking the Jordan as well as Bahrain, where they are striking the US base and claiming to be a legitimate target. So definitely war is escalating. Both sides are increasing their bombardment, and the peace talk going haywire. Nothing is seen in the near future. So we need to understand what actually went happen on the ground. But this is a very serious situation as of now.
Yeah. Colonel Shukla, please stay with us. We have another breaking development. I'll show a footage to our viewers. Let's go across to that footage, because Republic has accessed footage reportedly which shows an American drone being downed in the Iran's Bushehr province. In video, US drone reportedly downed by Iran. On video, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while on your screen it will come. Now, the US drone has been reportedly shot down. This is an MQ-9 Reaper drone. All the state-of-the-art modern technology that the US military might possesses is like Iran can strike it and can bring it down anytime. Now, this is the capability of the IRGC. Now, sadly for the United States military, that's what we are getting. All right, viewers, now this on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in video, US drone reportedly downed by Iran. That's the latest that we are getting. On the video, US drone reportedly being downed by Iran. This is exclusive on Republic, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, that's what we are talking. And it's not an easy war for United States military. That's what we are talking about. It's very complicated, and Iranian regime possesses the technology and the air defense mechanisms in this case. Colonel Shukla, that's what we are talking about. And when you were explaining what's exactly happening right now, Colonel Shukla, the economics of war is not in favor of the United States military. The economy of war and the budget, or whatever you can call the economics of war, is in favor of the Iranian regime. They have cheaper drones, they have cheaper missiles, and they can stockpile again, they can replenish again. They have underground bases, quite secure. They have large stock. On the other hand, you have the US military and their interceptors are depleting, the $1 million interceptors are depleting. If you can also explain that to us, Colonel Shukla.
So definitely, if you see the innovation part of development, we can say, like if you see the very recently, Iran has showed another drone which is which has got double the capabilities of Shahid drones. That is, they called Habib or something. So they have just made a new drone which is able to take double the load and is able to cross and more distance in the deeper ranges of the enemy side. So the innovation, I will say, that in last 1 month, at least one portion of the science they have depicted in the environment, and definitely more missiles are likely to be taken out. And in last 1 month, it has been felt that Iran has got S-400 also, and there is some other equipment also coming inside the Iran territory. So the tilt of the war is actually tilting towards the Iranian side for the time being, maybe because their overall defense positions are underground and which are not known from the known intelligence sources. And USA is facing a very, very dilemma and where to attack and how to attack, because ultimately it is not able to hit military target.
Colonel Shukla, do you think the claims that Donald Trump makes that escalation, because the earlier reports that we are getting, and we are getting another big breaking news development, we'll get to the breaking also, but do you think it's easy that you can save yourself from a strike and all your pilots can be safe in that?
Yeah, very much possible, because the Apache helicopter is one of the best machine on earth as far as now, and they have got inbuilt radars which are able to sense the incoming locking missiles and any other attack which is happening to them. So they have got a lead time to come out of the machinery and helicopter, and then definitely there is a possibility that they can jump out and they are safe. Okay. Maybe they are not in the current position.
Because the IRGC won't buy that argument, and there will be counterclaims. There are counterclaims, but let's break another big breaking news. Colonel Shukla, stay with us. We have lots of breaking, and I'll need your comment on that too. And this is sirens sounding across Bahrain amid strikes. Sirens blaring after US fleet in Bahrain hit by Iran. Now, these are the repercussions of war, and if you have military bases in your vicinity or in your country, and then they will become IRGC's legitimate targets. That's what we are talking about. The IRGC has the power, has the firepower, has the capability, has the range. The entire Middle East is within the range of the IRGC. Going back to Colonel Shukla. Colonel Shukla, yeah, okay, we have another big breaking news development. Let's go across to that breaking news development, and then we'll take a comment from Colonel Shukla. Another big breaking news development. All right, these are sirens which are blaring after US fleet have been struck, and now this is one of the biggest claims. Colonel Shukla, I'll come to you, but let's go to the breaking. The Iran claims no one got out of US chopper alive. This is Iran claiming that nobody is alive. The claims of POTUS, that is President Trump, is fake. Iran refutes US claims about Apache casualties, and Iran hints at US casualties in Apache downing Iran. Now, Iran refutes Trump's claim on US pilots rescued. Iran refutes Trump's claims on the US pilots being rescued by them, and this is very big. Iran claiming both US pilots have been killed. Iran says no one got out of the helicopter alive, and Iran refuting Trump's claim on US pilots being rescued. Colonel Shukla, coming to you. This is the big development, and that's what I was talking about. Colonel Shukla, just imagine if the pilots were not killed or they were just injured. Do you think Donald Trump would take such a big step when he's asking Netanyahu to hold back the strikes, and his pilots are not killed, and he will go on to escalation on striking and calling it defensive strikes? If the pilots are killed, then this becomes a very big escalation, because you have to take care of the military morale. So do you think that because Iran is claiming right now that the pilots are killed, it is all because of the military morale that has to be kept by Donald Trump? That's why the escalation.
Yes, surely you are correctly speaking. If this is taken as an act of war from the Iranian side, then USA is forced to take action. Presently, he is kept in the state of lull, and they are saying that this is some operation. But if it is increasing, like a timeline of the war is increasing more than 3 months, so definitely they are Donald Trump is also under pressure, because he has to take a permission from his own cabinet, parliament, to go ahead with the war, because war cannot, president cannot take a war beyond a certain period of time without the permission from the parliament. So he is also under pressure. He is not willing to go ahead all alone himself. So the pressure is increasing at the domestic side as well as in the Strait of Hormuz, where they are fighting the war. And the casualties
Colonel
as
Shukla,
the body bags as they
Colonel Shukla,
do you think will start escalating?
Colonel Shukla, do you think that casualties are hidden by the militaries, also by the US military in this case, just as face saving, so that they don't want to claim that they are suffering, they are losing? Is that also a part of the strategy of US military? Because we have seen time and again that many a times claims are made that we have not suffered any casualty, but Iran claims, yes, you have suffered casualty. So whom do you trust? Whom do you believe in this case?
See, in war, it is very difficult to count casualties. Nobody is going to disclose. None of the side, no of the warring faction ever discloses its losses. If you see any other war in the recent era, we have not got any figures as of now. So what you are bringing it out is sure, and I believe that is very much higher casualty side in the USA, which he has not displayed or shared with anybody. But like yesterday, we have got today morning attack on Jordan and attack on Bahrain. So there is a likely casualties which will never come in the open domain.
Yeah. And Colonel Shukla, if you can explain to our viewers, because if we talk about an Apache helicopter, it's a state-of-the-art modern attack helicopter used in counter-terrorist operations and military operations also. How difficult is it to take it down, to shoot it down? Now, what kind of technology might have been used by the IRGC, whether drones or a missile or something else, or anti-helicopter, some devices that can be, the missiles can be used? What kind of technology might have been used to bring it down?
See, Apache is one of the most advanced counter-electronic warfare machine they have ever built. Anything which is trying to lock at the same...
Yeah, we'll try to reconnect. There seems to be a technical issue. We'll try to reconnect with Colonel Shukla, but he was explaining it very clearly. This is the modern state-of-the-art technology. Electra, it's a device that if it gets locked, it's very hard to lock Apache helicopter. So that means IRGC also possesses advanced technology to launch attack on such advanced military helicopters. Donald Trump also claimed that one of advanced helicopters was shot down by the IRGC. Now, that's the claim that we got. And as a result, there has been escalation. But this is big, ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing on your screen. Big, very big. Iran is saying that nobody came out alive. No one is alive. That means the US pilots were not rescued because they died. No one got out of the helicopter alive. And this is the claim of the IRGC, which is pretty much believable because after that only the situation escalated to a point where more than 7 strikes were reported, and we are back to the war scenario. All right, viewers, we have more developments in the West Asian conflict. We'll bring you minute-to-minute updates of what's happening in the West Asian conflict. But now it's time to slip into a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. But coming up, war again in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopter shot down. This is the war again in West Asian region. More details coming up next. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape, and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio and I had told him, Jayant, I think you should be ashamed of what you've done. Because for all the good you will do in your political career, this moment will be the black spot on your career. And therefore, my point is to those who call themselves right-wingers. You cannot be right-wingers, say you're fighting for the right and be supporting lynchers and rapists at the same time. You cannot have...
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
जब तक लाजवाब न बन जाए उसे नहीं इत्मीनान है, तभी तो रिचमैन बनना नहीं आसान है।
our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So
Hello and a very good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking. My name is Nayan. Now the US and Iran are again on fire. When I say that, I only mean that there has been retaliation while Iran first shot down a US Apache helicopter, which is supposed to be the best in the world, and now there is retaliatory attacks from Iran. We're going to give you and track all of those updates, but first up, the headlines. Major war again in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopter was shot down. Right now, the West Asia ceasefire has collapsed as Iran hits back. Sirens sounding across Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan after Iran strikes on US bases. Iran responds to US attacks. Iranian media claims US MQ-9 drone hit in the strike. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi is creating history. He becomes India's longest continuously serving Prime Minister. 12 years of PM Modi, government complete. PM Modi to chair meeting with CMs, deputy CMs of NDA, states and the Union Territories on the 11th of June. Over 50 dead, 200 injured as security forces open fire on protesters in POK. Now, viewers, we told you in this morning that there was a big breaking news that a very, very sophisticated, top-of-the-line US military helicopter Apache was shot down by the Iranian military. Now, what we understand that now Iran has claimed that no one got alive out of the US chopper. In fact, on the contrary, Donald Trump had made a confirmation that both the pilots were rescued and they were alive, but Iran says that no one got alive of the helicopter. Now, Iran refutes the US claim about Apache casualties, and in fact, Iran hints at the US casualties in the Apache downing. Now, what we're getting to understand is that the US launched an airstrike on the Iranian defense, and while we understand that this was a retaliatory attack, but what began as Iran first shot down a very, very top-of-the-line, sophisticated, absolutely best in the world, an Apache helicopter which was carrying 2 US Air Force soldiers. And as Donald Trump claimed that these 2 US pilots were rescued, now Iran has come up with a statement that it refutes Trump's claims on the US pilots being rescued. In fact, Iran claims that both the US pilots were killed and no one got out alive. All right, joining us on a telephone call is Major Samarpal. In fact, live is Major Samarpal Tool. Major, you've been an expert and you understand the dynamics of defense. My question to you is: the Iran claiming that no one got out alive from these choppers. How true is that? While Donald Trump himself has made an all-out statement that both these soldiers were rescued.
You see, these are tactical outputs. Even if there have been fatalities, I really do not think America is going to come out and accept the losses. And even if the pilots are rescued, I think it will come out as a propaganda material. They will bring them in front of the camera, and the Americans would at some point of time, not immediately. It has never happened that during the course of war, America doesn't need to give any explanations or, prove anything to anyone. And at the moment, Iran is at the receiving end. And moreover, you see, from the very beginning, it has been a military blunder. Israel and the American forces should have got together and first eliminated Hezbollah. So the decimation of Hezbollah would have ensured immediate safety and security of Israel. And perhaps after that, the phase 2 of the war should have been tackling Iran. But unfortunately, Iran is now independently occupied by, facing a war with Hezbollah, facing wrath of Hezbollah rockets and missiles, simultaneously missiles from Iran. So there is a lot of Israel is being overwhelmed by the missile attacks. So that is the big blunder and the problem that has happened. America is entangled with Iran, whereas they should have first wiped out Hezbollah and then put their full focus on Iran. And I think it is a matter of time that the American forces will put their foot on ground, be it from the Pakistan border, be it from Tajikistan or from, Azerbaijan. So they are in coordination. Azerbaijan has very good relations with Israel. So perhaps it is through the border of Azerbaijan where we can see action unfolding and the entry of the US forces. 82nd Airborne Division has been mobilized. So when you mobilize a division, it is probably more than 10,000 to 15,000 troops, maybe much more.
Right.
And yes.
Major, please stay with us. We're getting next breaking in that's coming in. Now, multiple explosions have been reported on the Keshem Island, which is strategically one of the biggest islands in the Strait of Hormuz. It is an island which is very important in the view of speculation, in fact, speciation for a very long time. Now, this has been hit with multiple explosions, and now strikes have shaken the southern Iranian Keshem Island, which is one of the biggest islands near the Strait of Hormuz. US has hit this island with multiple strikes in the Strait of Hormuz. On your television screens are visuals of multiple strikes being taken place, multiple explosions now reported around the Keshem Island. I'm going to come back to you, Major Turpal. I have to understand from you the strategic importance of the Keshem Island. One, that it is, of course, one of the biggest islands, but now these retaliatory attacks are back in again. These explosions have been reported here. What do you understand from that?
The Keshem Island is basically an island which is the missile hub. They keep majority of their missiles on this island. It's a very big island. It's approximately 135 kilometers long and approximately 45 kilometers wide. It has a population of approximately, you could say, 1.5 lakh people. It is the majority of the presence of IRGCs there in this island. Now, moreover, the propaganda videos of their missile bases was one of the bases which is situated in this island. So I think Iran is somewhat responsible for letting the eggs out of the basket due to their propaganda machinery. It has hit them back. And probably the American intelligence, the Mossad, and intelligence of other countries have actually confirmed that Keshem Island is a critical island. It is mainly a missile and a drone operation base. That is where they launch and control the Strait of Hormuz. That is the location from where they, loaded the sea mines into the naval ships and they unloaded them into the Strait of Hormuz. So yes, there are underground facilities which are difficult to destroy in Keshem Island. And it also helps Iran preserve a strategic asset even under sustained air attacks. So Keshem Island is not an island which is going to be decimated or is going to have much effect. But yes, it will be isolated because the amount of Iranian military assets, especially missiles and drone technology that they have, is of extreme importance. And it is a replenishment island for Iran for drone and missiles. So that is what the Americans are targeting, and that is what is pinching the Iranians, because of which they are now attacking the Israelis by their missiles. So I think the intensity of this conflict is only going to increase with time. And I do not see any peace deal in the near future. I think peace has taken a backseat.
Right.
And I've been telling you that this was a military bait. Nobody was serious for peace from the very beginning.
Right.
Had the Iranians been serious, they would have agreed to something very decisively.
We're in complete agreement, Major Samar Turpal. I'm going to just ask you to stay with us because there's another breaking news that's coming in. Jordan now says it has shot down 5 incoming missiles launched by Iran, targeting area with air base hosting the US forces. Now, Jordan says it has shot down 5 incoming missiles, which was launched by Iran and was targeting the air bases hosted by the US forces. Now, this is another big breaking news that's coming in. I'm going to come back to you, Major Samar Turpal. My question to you is, the IRGC has been kind of working alongside, the US is also doing this, the CENTCOM is also working, but now these 5 missiles have been shot down. What is it that you can understand and gauge from this?
I think the vulnerability is going to only increase. And in some way, the Jordanian forces will probably coordinate and exchange intelligence and join hands with Israel for its fight against this rogue Shia regime of Iran, as well as to counter Hezbollah and not to shelter the supporters of Hezbollah in and around Jordan. So I think it's a clear message that the more countries Iran is going to attack in the Gulf, is that every attack is only unifying the Gulf cooperation countries. The GCC countries are only going to unify more. They are going to become more determined, and they are going to come into a very strong alliance with the Americans and the Israelis to counter the Iranians. Because if Iranians are going to attack all the countries which have given military bases to the Americans, so I think either you target just the bases, but you're violating the sovereignty of these countries. And moreover, it is Iran which has been using proxies, 13 proxies, the terrorist groups in the Middle East, to have Israel suppressed and to carry out these deadly suicide bombings and killings of the innocent Israelis for a number of decades now. So it is because of them, the Iranians and the Iranian regime and their IRGC top brass and the Quds force, because of which there has been unrest in the Middle East. The Gulf countries have realized it, the West knows it, and the world is watching and is keeping quiet despite all the restraint of oil. There are a lot of restriction of oil or the movement of ships in Strait of Hormuz. But I think the world is cooperating with America because they know that this is a one-time solution. So once the regime is wiped out, probably only after that there will be peace, tranquil, and permanency of peace in the Middle East for good. But till then, I think all the countries have to bear with Israel and America and counter this rogue regime of Iran.
Right. Clearly, I can see Iran having a bigger advantage, and Major Samarpal Tur, you will agree with me on that. But please stay with us. We have another big breaking news that's coming in. Now, we're going to be moving on to South Asia, where Pakistan has violated ceasefire yet again and has striked Afghanistan. Reports have said that at least 13 civilians have been killed in these Pakistani strikes. Once again, a ceasefire has been violated by Pakistan and has struck Afghanistan, where 13 civilians in the strikes have been killed. Now, these civilian areas were in Afghanistan, and Afghanistan is saying that Pakistani airstrikes were targeted to the country where at least 13 people have been killed and approximately 14 have been reported. Now, last night, the Pakistani army once again violated the Afghan airspace and bombed civilian homes in the provinces, and these attacks have resulted in deaths of as many as 12 and wounded some 14 people. Late last night, the Pakistani army has once again violated the Afghanistan airspace and has bombed not anything else, not a military arsenal or a military spot, but civilian homes, and these were in the provinces of Afghanistan. These attacks have resulted in the deaths of 13 people, and 14 people have been wounded. These include children, women, and elderly people. And now, again, this comes along with violation of Pakistan violating the Afghanistani airspace. I have my colleague Gursimran, and I also have Major Samarpal Tur, who will be staying with us. But Gursimran, I'm going to come to you first. Gursimran, so far as 13 civilians have been killed in Pakistan in this Pakistani strike, what more do we understand, and how is it that time and again Pakistan gets to violate the ceasefire?
See, whenever the internal situation goes out of hand for the Pakistan, it always tries to divert the attention, and this time they have carried out the strikes. The airstrikes have been carried out late last night as per the local time of roughly around 8 in the evening in the Paktika and in the coast province of Afghanistan. Pakistan carried out these strikes along the Durand line, and this was purely targeted on the civilian areas, in which 13 civilians have lost their life, while similar is the number of the injured that have been reported in the Pakistani airstrikes. Important to mention that most of those who have been killed and injured in the Pakistani airstrikes are the women and the minor children. So once again, it proves that the Pakistan strikes that have taken place, they were not based on any specific intel input, like Pakistan always claims after carrying out the targeted killings of the civilians in Afghanistan. It was purely a desperation to move the attention away from what is happening in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, where the people have come on the streets and making it really very difficult for the Pakistani establishment to control the situation. So now they are trying to divert the situation, and all of a sudden, when there was no hostilities along the Durand line, the situation was all peaceful. Even series of talks have also taken place in the Middle East, where both the countries have agreed to come on the table and to have talks to resolve the ongoing issues. But all of a sudden, these strikes from the Pakistan, without any major provocation by the Afghanistan side, clearly shows that this was another attempt by the Pakistan to divert from the core issues, that is the ongoing rebellion that is going on in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, where the people of POJK are on the streets demanding their rightful due to be given to them.
Right, thank you. Thank you so much. In fact, I'm going to come back to you, Major Samarpal Toor. How do we understand the situation correctly, like mentioned by Gursimran? There is so much of unrest that is currently taking place in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and this is clearly one of those days or one of those moments where Pakistan, is trying to divert from the main agenda and now just aimlessly making these ceasefire violations.
See, Pakistan is in a trap where even if it it does not want to get entangled in the war in the Middle East at all costs. It has no air defense. It has no mechanism to counter the Iranian missiles. So once the Saudis and the GCC countries, along with the Americans, go in for the ground offensive, which is, almost coming very near. So once that happens, then probably Pakistan army is going to be permanently occupied. So to avoid such a situation, it is trying to get itself occupied to project to the world that they are already entangled in a war against Afghanistan, and that the internal, they themselves have carried out ethnic cleansing. They have created mass graves in Balochistan. Forced disappearances have taken place. And any protest takes place, they kill the protesters mercilessly onto the roads. So basically, there is no warning from Pakistan. There is no negotiation. It is just that they go in, they massacre the civilians, they come out, and the best solution that they have is to do an internet blackout, to restrict the information from moving out of Pakistan. They avoid the media. In fact, they control the media over there entirely. So you see, it is trying its best to avoid a situation in which it needs to get involved against Iran, and so because it needs the oil. And for Americans, I certainly do not know whether they're going to give them oil on any credit limit at all. And as far as Iran is concerned, they have their smuggling routes in which every day they get in thousands of lakhs of liters of probably fuel into Pakistan on illegal basis.
Right.
There is narco trade which has been going on and thriving for the Pakistan military.
Absolutely.
So you see, the priority of the Pakistan military is different. They want to this is a deceptive move that they are doing against Afghanistan to show that they are occupied in a war against Afghanistan.
Correct.
They also are, raising concerns in POGB, the amount of protesters that they've killed and the projection of unrest that they are showing, and they're trying to pin it against Balochistan. They're trying to pin it against Afghanistan. They're blaming India for it. But
Major Samarpal Toor. Right. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your comments and your point of view on this situation. In fact, Gursimran, thank you so much for joining us. Now it's time to shift. Please stay with us. In fact, we will speak to you again. But for now, it's time to shift our focus, where today marks a milestone in Indian politics. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has crossed a historic benchmark, that of being the longest serving head of government in the office. He's beaten Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's election tenure, which counted from 1952, where he became, the first general election, and he went on till 1964. But now PM Modi has been in the office from 2014 to now. But that's not where it ends. Taken with his long period at the helm of Gujarat as the chief minister, PM Modi would be completing 25 years as the head of the government, state or central, later this year. Now, this quarter of a century is making a difference to the politics and governance of the country. It can easily be called the Modi era, where he has been the dominant political force. PM Modi's story is no longer about just elections. It's about political longevity, governance and legacy. Take a look at this report.
June 10, a date that marks a political milestone. Prime Minister Narendra Modi crossed a major landmark. Another record to a career that has redefined India's political landscape. PM Modi became the longest-serving elected Prime Minister, beating Jawaharlal Nehru. From a sweep in 2014 to an even bigger mandate in 2019 and a third term in 2024. PM Modi has built what many call India's most durable political brand in decades. But this story did not begin in Delhi. It began in Gujarat. PM Modi spent more than a decade as a chief minister, perfecting what became the Gujarat model of development. From digital payments to highway expansion to welfare delivery. Many flagship programs have been built around scale, speed and direct delivery. Demonetization, GST, Article 370 abrogation, Ram Mandir, CAA. Each move reshaped the national conversation.
देश के लोकप्रिय और यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी 12 साल से इस देश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं। उनका सबसे ज्यादा आज तक के इतिहास में सबसे ज्यादा यशस्वी पूर्ण प्रधानमंत्री जी का कार्यकाल निभाने वाले नरेंद्र मोदी जी एक अलग पहचान उन्होंने बनाई है।
India's role in the Quad, G20 presidency, global South outreach, and strategic balancing between major powers became central to the Modi doctrine. From a chai wala narrative to the longest continuous elected stint milestone, PM Modi's journey has already entered the history books, and it's not over yet.
We are slipping into a short break. Don't go anywhere, because once you come back, there is a lot more lined up on Republic for you. Coming up, war again in West Asia. US launches attack on Iran after Apache helicopter got shot down.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence...
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
आया। असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, West Asia is once again on fire after US struck several Iranian port cities in response to its Apache getting shot down. Getting all the details on that on the other side, but first up a quick check in the top headlines. War again in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopters shot down. West Asia ceasefire collapses as Iran hits back, sirens sounding across Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan after Iran strikes on US assets. Iran responds to US attacks. Iranian media claims a US MQ-9 drone hit in the latest strikes. Prime Minister Modi creates history, becomes India's longest-serving continuously Prime Minister. 12 years of Prime Minister Modi complete now. Prime Minister Modi to chair meeting with CMs, Deputy CMs of NDA states and Union Territories today. Over 50 dead, about 200 injured as security forces open fire on protesters in a POK which continues to remain on boil. Now, viewers, West Asia is again on fire. The US and Iran, in fact, have been exchanging fire after President Donald Trump blamed Tehran for the downing of an American helicopter over the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the US Central Command has said it's launched strikes at Iranian targets and later said that the operation has now been completed. In response, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps launched strikes on US bases in several countries, including Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan. Now, this comes as the countries continue to intercept missiles at the same time as well. Now, the US has described its strikes as a proportional response for the Apache helicopter downing, while IRGC described the attacks as vicious, also claiming that nobody made out of Apache helicopter downing alive. Now, it's the biggest flare-up that we're witnessing at the moment in West Asia war as the strikes now continue from both the sides. In fact, this is the biggest claim that's coming to light at the moment, that Iran now says nobody made alive out of the US Apache helicopter downing, which means that the two pilots Iran claims have now been killed in the attack. Now, viewers, this is in contradiction to what Donald Trump had said. He clearly mentioned that both the pilots from the helicopters have been rescued and they are currently safe. But Iran now goes on to refute that claim, saying that nobody got out of US chopper alive. Now, this is the biggest flare-up that we're looking at the moment. It is the Apache downing which essentially triggered the latest exchange of fire that we're now witnessing. Sirens have been blaring across several Gulf countries, including Kuwait, Bahrain and Jordan. US assets, including several air bases, have now been attacked by Iranian missiles. All right, so this is the biggest flare-up we're looking at in West Asia at the moment. And joining us to decode all this is Brigadier Vinod Datta. He's with us on Republic TV. Thank you, Brigadier, sir, for joining us. I want to ask you, now we saw that both the sides were inching towards a peace deal, although there were different points of disagreement. But now today, with the downing of Apache, we are looking at several escalations across the Gulf nations. How do you look at these escalations, sir?
There has been a longish ceasefire between these three countries. But America, you see, if you have declared a ceasefire, such sporadic incidents, they do take place because the decision makers and the field commanders on ground, there is always a time lag or a understanding, because things on ground are slightly different. So taking this incident very seriously, I mean, America should avoid in case they want peace talks to resume. America per se has been, sabotaging these peace talks, because at one hand, America has been talking about, peace talks. They have been talking that, yes, they want to end the war. On the other hand, Trump, by his very unmindful statements, have been always telling that, yes, we are going to, bombard Iran. We are going to annihilate them. We are going to bombard their oil assets and various other installations. So generally what happens is once you are inching towards the, peace talks, there are certain confidence building measures which, all the stakeholders should, try to instill them, and they have to practice. So smaller incidents should not, violate or hijack these talks. What America has been doing is they have been using coercive diplomacy. They don't realize that America has miserably failed in this operation because Iran, because it's not a matter of that who has inflicted how much of loss. Generally in war, the terminal objective is to be seen. What is your objective? Like in Operation Sindoor, if you see, India achieved its terminal objective within 3-4 days, and they, called off the war. So that is very, very important. Unfortunately, America has not been able to draw that line. And now America wants an easy exit. But the ego of the US president is always coming in the way. And he has not been, taking decisions or giving statement the way a statesman should give. So Iran, cannot be blamed for all these things. But yes, Iran will retaliate and retaliate hard. Though they will try to,
Brigadier Datta, is that US went into this war with an unclear objective, and it has been looking for an off-ramp for several months. But it's clearly, it's a carrot and stick policy is not working with Iran, because Iran also has its red lines drawn at the moment. I'll come back to you, sir, with more developments we're getting at this moment. Now, Iran's IRGC viewers says missiles targeted F-35 hangars at a US airbase in Jordan. It's a big claim made by Tehran, saying that they have targeted F-35 hangars at a US airbase in Jordan. So we're looking at US assets are now being targeted across Jordan, Kuwait and Bahrain by Iranian missiles. Brigadier Vinod Datta continues to stay with me on this. Brigadier Datta, I want to ask you, a short while back, Donald Trump said he will not resume war if US lives are not lost, which means there was a clear red line for Donald Trump that if US lives are not at stake, he will not resume war. But now we're looking at this big claim made by Iran that in the downing of Apache helicopters, 2 pilots have been killed. It's just a claim, no confirmation has come in from the US side. How do you look at this big claim made by Iran, and do you think this is what dragged America back into the battlefield?
You see, in America, the casualties or the body bags once they reach the mainland are not taken very kindly. Secondly, it's a matter of, loss of face also to America. Iran, if you see right from the beginning of the war, from 28th February onwards, they have been indulging in attrition warfare. They knew it that they are in for a longer engagement. And they have been using, low tech and low value weapon systems like drones and all. And they have been able to bleed the American exchequer as well as the forces by striking them with the drones which they have and the various missiles, because their Air Force was not up to the mark, and it has not been functional right from the beginning. And today it has been totally annihilated. Now, with the fact that even few casualties which Iran is able to inflict on America, like this chopper which has been shot down, it has resulted into 2 casualties. They have been able to hit some of the hangars in Jordan. Earlier also, there have been casualties in this operation. So America, despite having the best of the technology, the best of the resources, the best of the reach, has not been able to, cool down the tempo of Iranian and especially IRGC. So now what is remained is, because in any war, there are 3 things which are very, very important. That is the men, material, and morale. Now, if you see, Iran is going gung-ho on all the 3. They have enough men. They may not have enough material, but they are using this material very judiciously, and the morale is very, very high. Now, which shows that America is denuding on its financial resources. They are overstretched. They are spending almost 2 crore rupees every day in maintaining these troops. Plus, they also have certain obligations to Israel and various other Ukraine war and all, where they have to provide logistic and the combat help to these nations. So the Parliament of America has not been very, very, kind, and they have urged that this war should immediately and forthwith stop, because American Constitution says that any war which goes beyond 40 days has to be stopped if the government has not given any sanction.
Exactly.
So all these factors are now...
it does look like, from what you're saying and your analysis, that over 3 months into this conflict and the balance is clearly in favor of Iran. I'll come back to you, sir, for more analysis, but right now we're getting some breaking updates at this moment. The US has now targeted Iranian islands in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, multiple explosions have been reported on Kashmir Island. Iranian islands, in fact, in Hormuz are now coming under US attack. Multiple explosions are reported across the Kashmir Island as US strikes now shake southern Iran. So southern Iran, essentially surrounding the Strait of Hormuz, has now been targeted by US strikes continuously. Brigadier Datta continues to stay with me on this. Sir, coming back to you, as we were discussing that, it is clearly asymmetric warfare and the balance is now in the favor of Iran. So despite the strikes are being conducted by the US, we are looking at a high morale and a defiant Iran, in fact, emerging out of this conflict, despite for the 3 months that its military capacities has been diminished severely.
Yeah, I agree with you. And one of the most important thing is, which goes against America, is that, you see, America has, put the entire world into such an energy vacuum or a crisis that the entire world is impacted, including America. Now, people are telling that if the war is between America and Israel, because Israel has its own, axe to grind with Iran. The kind of energy crisis which the world is facing, I mean, that is very, very, sorry. It's in a very sorry state. America, despite all its might and power, has not been able to, sanitize the Strait of Hormuz, because the way it has been mined, the way it has been dominated, because the shoulder sealing has been done by Iran. The geographical imperatives, they favor Iran because they have already put some kind of missiles, drones and anti-ship missiles where any vessel without their permission going will be attacked. So America has also been making appeal to various other, allies of NATO and European countries, but everybody has, shown their inability. Now, this shows that the sheen and shine of America has gone down. America wanted this operation. They thought that it is going to be
like complete control over Hormuz is basically the biggest leverage that Iran has till date. And we're looking at the US essentially struggling to get Hormuz completely open. I'll come back to you, sir. We'll get some more breaking news update at this hour that Jordan is saying it's shot down 5 incoming Iranian missiles launched from Tehran. Now, this is an air base hosting US forces which have been targeted. Jordan currently says it is intercepting several Iranian missiles in its airspace and in fact has shot down 5 missiles at the moment. Now, in fact, Brigadier Datta, a quick question from you on this. We're looking at more and more Gulf nations again being roped into this conflict. US assets across Kuwait, Bahrain and even Jordan are now being attacked by Iran. How do you see this going forward in the next few days, sir?
You see, if the things escalate, the strikes by Iran on these US allies will be there. Because if America tries to attack the oil assets of Iran, Iran will definitely strike back the oil assets of UAE, Arab and various other countries, which is a clear signal to them that US is not the power which can give you safety. US is not the country which can provide you any kind of shield. Now, this impact, and after this war, most of the countries are thinking of making an Arab Union, where they will decide that why should they rely on America when America has not been able to provide any kind of security, any kind of protection from Iranian strikes. So Iran has been able to drive this point home to various countries that yes. We only can defend our area and not America. America is there to exploit our assets, which is quite clear, and the writing is very clear on the wall. So America's image has really got a dent. Right. Secondly, America has not been able to achieve any, because the victory or the losses do not decide the victory. It is always the terminal objectives of an operation. they decide that, yes, whether you have been able to achieve your terminal objectives. Unfortunately, in this operation, America has not been able to achieve any of its terminal objectives.
All right, so over 3 months into this conflict, and US clearly has not achieved its military objective, and even the political objective of a regime change did not come true on the ground. So do continue to stay with us. We're shifting focus to what's happening in South Asia now. In fact, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan now has expanded its area of operation outside Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. It has carried out several attacks in South Punjab is what we are fetching at the moment. TTP carries out 14 attacks in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and South Punjab. Now the attacks were carried out by the group as part of its operation at Khyber. A total of about 14 attacks in 5 districts of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Punjab carried out by TTP. Several attacks also reported in North Waziristan, 4 attacks in Peshawar, and about 3 attacks on Pakistani forces in Karak, 1 attack in Tank, and 1 attack also in South Punjab. So TTP essentially expanding its area of operation beyond Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. My colleague Gursimran also joins with more details on this. Gursimran, take us through what's the latest flare-up as far as the TTP attacks are concerned. Now, there seems to be going beyond Khyber Pakhtunkhwa at the moment.
See, it was in the month of March when the Operation Khyber was launched by Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, and during the launch they said that we are going to intensify and extend our area of operations. Though it was not seen for the first 3 months, we saw ongoing operations were only limited to the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa only. But yesterday a statement that has been issued by Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan that says that they have carried out the attacks not only in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa but also in South Punjab. So it is the first kind of attack that they have carried out of this magnitude in South Punjab, which shows that they have now expanded their area of operation. A total of 14 attacks have been carried out in the 5 different districts of Pakistan, including those 4 in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and 1 in Punjab. The major attacks have been carried out, 5 in the North Waziristan, 4 have been carried out in Peshawar, while the 3 attacks have been carried out in Karak district and 1 has been carried out in the Tank district. All these attacks were aimed at the Pakistani security forces and those persons that have been associated with the Pakistani intel gathering agencies. It is not only the ISI but also the local intel gathering agencies that their representatives have been targeted by the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, and they have warned that under Operation Khyber that is currently underway, started in the month of March, it is going to intensify. Its area of operations will also be expanding and there will be more strikes that are going to take place, which means that Pakistan is going to have a tougher time in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa as well as in Punjab.
All right, thanks Gursimran for joining us and giving us all these details. Do continue to stay with us. I'll come back to you for more updates. Now viewers, it's not just the turmoil within Pakistan that's now being witnessed at the moment, but in fact the ceasefire between Afghanistan and Pakistan also seems to be collapsing. Now Pakistan has conducted strikes again in Afghanistan. Reports say at least 13 civilians have been killed in Pakistan strikes. Now Pakistan in fact has struck several civilian areas in Afghanistan, and in these strikes about 13 people have been killed while 14 others have been injured. So we are looking at Pakistan again violating the ceasefire conditions with Afghanistan and striking civilian areas, killing about 13 people at the moment. Now these are visuals that we're getting to you from inside Afghanistan, where several areas have now been struck by Islamabad, killing about 13 people in these latest attacks. All right, my colleague Gursimran and Brigadier Datta both continue to stay with me on this as well. Gursimran, first coming to you, give us the details of these latest attacks carried out by Islamabad. Again, it has struck at the ceasefire conditions and targeted civilians.
See, after a long lull that prevailed along the Durand line, Pakistan has once again violated the ceasefire, and this time in the twin districts of Paktika and Khost province, they have carried out the attacks. These attacks have been carried out on the residential complexes, and these were the pinpoint strikes, precision strikes that Pakistan has carried out. 13 fatalities have been confirmed by the Afghan authorities, majority of which are women and children, which clearly shows that this was not an intel-based operation but a frustration-based operation that the Pakistani Air Force has carried out, targeting the locations of the civilians in the Khost and the Paktika province. This is also seen as the frustration of the Pakistan at a time when the internal situation is going out of hand with the people in the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir hitting the streets for the long march, and Pakistani army and the establishment completely failing to tackle the situation, be it suppressing the protests or to evade the international arena to these situations. That is, the situation in POJK has spilled out globally, and Pakistan is facing a global backlash. Many of the countries have asked Pakistan to stop this kind of a clampdown that they are continuing on the protester, and that's why, to divert the situation, what it seems, Pakistan has now once again violated its ceasefire. But Afghan Defense Ministry has come out with a statement a while ago in which they have said that there has been a ceasefire violation by the Pakistani side. They termed it as unprovoked targeting of the civilian areas, and they say that we reserve the right to retaliate at our own time. We will retaliate.
All right, Brigadier Datta, coming to you for a short response on this as well. Now, if you look at Pakistan entirely, you know, there's fire on several fronts at this point. You have POK on the boil. There's a massacre going on of the Kashmiris in that area. Then you have TTP versus Pakistan forces playing out in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And on the other side, Pakistan goes on to strike civilians in Afghanistan as well. How do you decode this entire situation?
Pakistan has been, you see, now it is finding it very difficult to handle the situation internally. If you see, day before yesterday, the incident which happened in POK, where 37 people were killed when they were just carrying out a peaceful demonstration. Now, this shows the brutalities of the Pakistan army. Now, just to retaliate or just to put a curtain on this incident in which Pakistan is being criticized internationally, that they have started violating the ceasefire line, and they have killed another 13 civilians across the border, that is across Durand line. Now, Pakistan army is not able to, and especially Asim Munir is not able to, find any kind of solution, because if you see, TTP has been attacking the Pakistan army, and Pakistan army, which is a battle-hardened army, the decay started in the Pakistan army after the radicalization took place during General Zia's time. Now, what is happening is that in Balochistan, they are getting a beating. Can you imagine that, you have a corps headquarters there in the Peshawar, and right under the nose of the corps headquarters, the Pakistan army is being routed. They have been, killed, and they have been ambushed very badly. Similarly, TTP is also carrying out its onslaught on the Pakistan army. Pakistan army has been found fleeing their posts. They have been leaving their equipment. And it was being discussed in their National Assembly that how come the Baloch or the TTP, they have better, equipment, how effectively they are using weapons. And the Pakistan army has not been able to, take on these, militias or these self-styled armies which are prevalent in all these places. Now, the backlash is also going to come up in POK. So Pakistan, the internal, as it is Pakistan, the civil war is going on. Secondly, the price hike, the energy crisis because of the West Asia problem. There is no, fuel which is available. The army has, rendered almost, they're working on a 25% efficiency, because of the cuts which have been imposed. There are no exercises which have been carried out. So all these factors are contributing that Pakistan is not able to handle, internally as well as the external borders of Pakistan.
Right.
The entire
Pakistan is clearly in big mess at the moment, and it is a self-made mess for Islamabad at the moment. But on that note, thank you, Gursimran, and thank you, Brigadier Datta, for joining me on Republic and giving us all the details. And now, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up after a very short break, war again flares up in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopters shot down. All the details are lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा सिप। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
जीरा सिप, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from, the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape. And people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember.
The biggest news from the war today, Iran refutes Trump's claim that Apache chopper pilots were rescued, says no one got out of the chopper alive. The Middle East returns to being an active war zone. Sirens sounding in Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan after Iran strikes US bases. Iran responds to US attacks, downs US MQ-9 Reaper drone in Bushehr and strikes F-35 hangars at US base in Jordan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi creates history, becomes India's longest continuously serving Prime Minister, 12 years of PM Modi government. PM Modi to chair a meeting with CMs, deputy CMs of NDA states and union territories on June 11. Over 50 dead, 200 injured as security forces open fire on protesters in POK. Well, viewers, you're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Let's begin this bulletin with a big breaking news development that we are getting. We are bringing you all the updates from the war zone, and the IRGC has released footage of its retaliatory missile operation targeting the US bases and the assets in the region. We are bringing you new videos, all the new videos, all the latest developments, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Iran has targeted multiple US air bases in the region. Most of the attacks are targeted towards US military infrastructure in neighboring nations like Jordan, Kuwait and Bahrain. And in this video, you can see this is exclusive first on Republic, ladies and gentlemen. The Iranian missiles which have been launched, as you can see on your television screens. And also, interestingly, there are various messages also that are written on the screen on the missiles that are launched by the IRGC of the slain leaders also, which is pretty much pasted as a sticker on the missiles that are fired by Iran, on the missiles that are launched by Iran. Various missiles have been launched, lighting the skyline. And now we have another. See, these are the three visuals: Iran launching the missiles and Kuwait intercepting the missiles, and the entire Middle East is active war zone, and US bases in Jordan being struck because of the ongoing conflict, ladies and gentlemen. These are the three visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, this is the escalation, the level of escalation in war, in the Iran-US war, as you can see. Three visuals: first of Iran launching missiles, second of Kuwait intercepting the missiles, and third of the US bases in Jordan being struck. And US bases have been attacked in various parts in the Middle East, as per the IRGC, because sirens were sounded in Bahrain, Kuwait, other places too. All right, viewers, now we have an esteemed guest with us for a comment on what's actually unfolding. Welcome, Captain Shyam Kumar, former Naval Captain, Defense Analyst, joining from New Delhi for a comment on the latest developments. Captain Kumar, if you can put this into perspective, everything was going on well, and then all of a sudden, it's the IRGC, as per Donald Trump, they shot down a military helicopter, not just any military helicopter, but an advanced state-of-the-art modern technology Apache helicopter. Two pilots, IRGC claims, have been killed. Donald Trump claims they are uninjured, nothing happened, they are safe. What do you think is happening, sir?
Thank you, Jai Hind, Shana Varuna.
Jai Hind.
I am not very surprised with these attacks. I am one of the analysts through your channel and otherwise who has been continuously saying that this war is going to continue. I wrote some articles on this, spoke on many videos, and a few days back in your studio again I said so, that this will happen. And I have a very clear picture about it under the guidance of Admiral Brad Cooper, who is heading the Central Command and reporting directly to Secretary of War and White House. There are no way that can be stopped. The entire operation is a naval warfare operation from day one. After the 12 days of war, when it stopped after attack on Qatar, the entire thing was reorganized. Not that it was in 1 year. In last 5 years by Biden and Secretary of War, Mr. Lord Austin, who was also an army officer and earlier the head of the command of Central Command. Please understand, those who did not follow the war in correct manner, those who could not follow the hit and run change in doctrine policy of America, those who did not realize these things, they could be surprised today, but I am not. Because this is my consistent observation on this war. Apache is a very advanced helicopter. It was carrying out a night patrol. As I told you a few days back in your channel itself, that they are sanitizing the area from the southern coast of, from the southern side of the Hormuz, that is from the Oman side, up to Hormuz, Larak, Qasam, Siri, Bandar Abbas, all these places which were finding the attacks are part of the sanitization plan of America. Blockade is going on the northern side over Bandar Abbas and Chawar port, and the southern side of the Gulf is being sanitized slowly. Let me also tell you a very surprising fact which I am reiterating again today. Task Group 59 was formed by Admiral Brad Cooper, who is expert in this. It was done 4 years back in 2021. 100 unmanned ships are flying into the Gulf waters under the command, and this Apache helicopter, for the first time, pilots have been rescued by the unmanned boats, by AI integration and completely uncrewed boats. These boats were also patrolling in that area at night. Most of the operations are happening at night. Even mine clearances are happening at night.
Yeah.
When I've been talking about these things in many of the channels and people, they all question me, they ask me, but then now I should be okay about it. Which people should be taking these words for granted that I am not a Sanjay of Mahabharat, but I am following the tactics, the tactical level preparation which has happened in 5 years, the changes in command, the entire maritime structure which has been changed, and the kind of operation aircraft carrier, that is Lincoln, and the Wasp class, smaller 40,000 ton amphibious capable aircraft carriers which are there in that area, like Tripoli, Boxer, these units, they are operating at a distant support level. Now, obviously, Iran will do attrition warfare. He will launch missile at Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain. He will try to preserve, at the same time try to escalate. He would like to preserve, he would like to survive. But America, in the self-defense mode, would carry out such operations in a continuous mode. Trump may keep telling Mr. Netanyahu that please stop the war, hurry up, whatever you want to do, achieve it.
Yes.
But the Gulf target would continue, and Gulf waters, saline waters of Gulfs need to be sweetened. That is what USA thinks.
Yeah, Captain Kumar, stay with us. Stay with us. We have another breaking development. We'll go to that, and we'll need your comment on that too. And all right, the Middle East is once again turning into an active war zone, and the US launched strikes against at least 7 targets in southern Iran. But the biggest news coming is that Iran is refuting Donald Trump's claims that the pilots in Apache chopper that was downed over Hormuz were rescued unharmed. In fact, an Iranian army spokesperson has taken to social media and stated that the following directed at Trump: both you and we know that no one got out of the chopper alive. All right, no one got out of the chopper alive. Captain Shyam Kumar. All right, so this is the Flashpoint Apache chopper. 2 pilots involved, both safe and uninjured. This is the claim of Donald Trump, POTUS. And this is the Iranian IRGC claim. No one got out of the Apache chopper alive. No one is safe. No one is alive. And he went on to say, this is Ibrahim Zolfagiri, he went on to say that both you and we know that no one got out of the chopper alive. Let's go to Captain Shyam Kumar for a comment on what exactly is happening. Captain Shyam Kumar, this is exactly why we are discussing this again and again. The chopper attack, the chopper being shot down, is the exact point of escalation. Donald Trump comes up with a claim, and should we trust him? That's the big question. He said both are safe, both are uninjured. And then this is the claim by IRGC. They say both you and we know that no one got out of the chopper alive. What do you think exactly would have happened, and the kind of technology that would have been used in this escalation?
Yes, being a helicopter pilot and a maritime combat helicopter pilot, who understands and I have been an aircraft carrier pilot also. I understand the Apache operation and also understand the underwater survival drill, the ditching drill by the crew, and the crew at night carrying out a sanitizing patrol, a combat patrol, will not do it without the help of the search and rescue boats around. Normally, when we do such exercises or such operations, normally we carry out with safety, because you are going out of the range of your boat, your aircraft carrier, your mothership, and therefore there need to be certain safety precautions which generally they take. And having plenty of uncrewed boats which could be available for search and rescue drills, I'm sure the American pilots would have been saved. But media brief, of course, IRGC will not say so. And you know that Americans are worried about body bags. When it happened in the inward operations of search and rescue in the middle of Tehran, Americans stopped the war next day. after having certain gains, smelling certain things which they wanted to in the name of the rescue. At the same time, they rescued both the pilots. So please take the words for granted for the time being that Americans would not, they are worried about it. That's why Trump has immediately said so. And I believe the pilots could have been rescued, but then it is a media report. Nobody can certify it. Till the time we get some more news and understanding on it. But American people are worried about body bags. Okay. And therefore, rescuing pilot would have been definitely a challenge and could have been done for sure.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Captain Shamkumar, for all your insights and all your in-depth analysis of what's unfolding. Thanks a lot, sir. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Republic's editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami's stunning expose of a highly secret, state-sponsored humanitarian disaster in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir has caused significant shockwaves throughout the subcontinent. Now, in this intense live prime-time episode of The Debate, Arnab presents unquestionable first-hand video evidence of a vicious, well-planned military action that was directly under the direction of Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir. The unedited video shows rogue security personnel and elite paramilitary groups in Rawalpindi firing on unarmed peaceful civilian protesters who had come to the streets to protest forced local resource diversion and debilitating economic exploitation. As Republic's editor-in-chief dismantles the Pakistani establishment's formal propaganda apparatus, the panel descends into complete pandemonium. Horrible human rights crimes like as indiscriminate fire into crowd public squares, systematic internet blackouts intended to stop information leaks, and the unlawful mass kidnappings of local Kashmiri youth leaders are fully detailed in the video footage.
Today, we should make it clear that all of us here in India stand with the brave people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir who have decided to come together and fight the brutal force, the killing and the butchery unleashed on them by the Pakistan army. Ladies and gentlemen, what the Pakistan army, what Mullah Munir's army is doing is terrible. It has, over the last 24 to 48 hours, killed at least 100 people and injured about 500. I wish to share some horrific pictures of what the Pakistani army is doing on the brave people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir who want to come back to Bharat. Visual number 1, a man being shot down repeatedly by Pakistani Rangers. Just look at him there, ladies and gentlemen, this is happening. A man in the traditional attire of people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is being shot at through a volley of shots being fired on him by Pakistani Rangers. Then he gets hit and he falls down. He tries to get up but is shot at again, forcing him to stay down. These are real visuals of the last 24 hours. There is a massacre in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Visual 2, Pakistani army officials shooting, firing AK-47s directly and randomly at a crowd of unarmed civilians. They are not firing the AK-47s in the air. There are no warning shots which are delivered. They are directly attacking the people and killing unarmed protesters. These visuals coming here on Republic, ladies and gentlemen, are telling you only maybe 1% of the situation on the ground, which is very bad. Then you see another visual, ladies and gentlemen, visual number 3, of a man being attacked by 4 to 5 Pakistani Rangers. He is someone seeking independence from Pakistan, and one Ranger punches the man in the face despite being hit. This brave man continues to stand back against the Rangers one after the other and tries to run past a group of Pakistani Rangers. This kind of brutalization is common. People in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir must know that the day is not far. The Pakistani army has already lost control. And they're only doing this. They're only doing this because they know they are losing. In this case, the man says, shoot me, he says. Listen to the audio. This is what is happening in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Visual 4, a series of continuous shots are heard in the background, indicating that the Pakistani Rangers are non-stop shooting at unarmed people. We are seeing smoke on the streets of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We hear the people whistling, undeterred civilians of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir who are braving the firing of the Pakistani Rangers. The crowd braves, moves forward, does not relent despite the firing. Dear viewers, you cannot continue these massacres and hope to control the situation. This is the most telling visual, where the protesters are now beginning to chase the Pakistani army ahead of the protests. In this visual, you will see a swarm of Pakistani rangers running along with their vehicles. It must be easily at least 50 rangers here who are running, and after this herd of Pakistani rangers, we see the free and independent people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir chasing them. This picture should be sent to Mullah Munir. Mullah Munir, this is your cowardly army being chased away by the people of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Remember, at this point of time, while we see these visuals, it is very important for us to remember the words of our Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and what he had said, almost with a prophetic air about Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Let's play this.
पीओके अपने आप आएगा, चिंता क्यों करते हैं? पीओके में डिमांड होने लगी। आपने सुना होगा एक दो बार कुछ लोगों ने नारेबाजी की थी। पीओके को आक्रमण करके हड़पने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। वो तो हमारा पड़ोसी है ही, वो हमारा है ही पीओके। और पीओके के लोग स्वयं ये कहेंगे कि मैं भी भारत हूं और वह दिन आने वाला है।
Meanwhile, there has been a report that has been put out by a Stockholm-based institute, of which I have a copy, the SIPRI yearbook. It's a Stockholm-based think tank, which has said that India during Operation Sindoor has successfully targeted nuclear installations and infrastructure of Pakistan, which means that during Operation Sindoor, we hit where it hurts the most. Meanwhile, unknown gunmen continue to kill terrible people in Pakistan. One of them, Hamza Burhan, the key planner of the Pulwama terror attack, was shot dead by unknown gunmen in Muzaffarabad POK, hit with multiple bullets. This is the man who planned the massacre and executed the massacre in Pulwama. Ladies and gentlemen, he had been rehabilitated in Muzaffarabad and he has been killed by unknown gunmen. Eventually, I just want to share one point. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to go back to the visuals and not carry out any more graphics. I just want to show the visuals once again of that one man being chased down the road by the Pakistani army and shooting him. To everyone in Pakistan who may be watching this video, this is happening to people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Stand up against it. Realize what a coward Asim Munir is. To the people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, hang in there and continue and do not stop fighting injustice. Victory will be yours. All of us are with you.
Well, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. War again in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopter shot down. Coming up next.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now?
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet...
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Question the judge. Was Twisha headphones back in a judge
from large news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The biggest news from the war today, Iran refutes Trump's claim that Apache chopper pilots were rescued, says no one got out of the chopper alive. The Middle East returns to being an active war zone, siren sounding in Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan after Iran strikes US bases. Iran responds to US attacks, downs US MQ-9 drone in the Bushehr region and strikes F-35 hangars at US base in Jordan. PM Modi creates history, becomes India's longest continuously serving Prime Minister. 12 years of PM Modi government complete. PM Modi to chair meeting with CMs, deputy CMs of NDA, states and union territories on June 11th. Over 50 are dead, 200 injured as security forces open fire on protesters in POK. Viewers, getting your Republic Defense story right now. The Indian Army is all set to seek government approval for procuring over 300 additional K9 Vajra self-propelled howitzers. That is right. Big updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV, where we see this is going to be a deal valued approximately at 23,000 crore, marking the largest artillery procurement in decades. Proposal is expected to be placed before the Defense Procurement Board this week. The Defense Acquisition Council, under the chairmanship of Raksha Mantri Shri Rajnath Singh, accorded acceptance of necessity for the various proposals of the services at an estimated value of 3.60 lakh crore on Feb 12, 2026. Huge updates coming in. Indian Army is preparing a case for the 307 additional K9 Vajra T self-propelled artillery guns at an estimated cost of 23,000 crores. This is expected to go before the Defense Procurement Board shortly before moving up the acquisition chain. And viewers, why this is important, and Ishan will tell us more. Ishan, if this is approved, it becomes the largest artillery acquisition undertaken by India in a very, very long time. Take our viewers through the latest details we are breaking for our viewers. Yes. Yes.
India. L&T is currently under manufacturing the 100 K9, previously ordered for around 7,000 crores. Now the upgraded and updated version of the K9 is on the table. This comes right after the thing of Prime Minister Modi, the Korean counterpart. And the L&T team was also there. They had the upgrades and updates discussed. And now the deal has finally come on the table. This 23,000 crore will definitely boost Indian defense to the next level, because this is a very strong capability that is rugged and can be used in the
rough mountainous regions of the Himalayas and the deserts, Thar Desert. So this will provide a wide-ranging capabilities on both borders, the eastern and as well as western border. And this will boost India's defense capabilities massively. The 155 mm shell, that is standard shell, can be used in this, and it is a 50-ton vehicle that can cruise at up to 67 miles an hour. And most importantly, it also has this capability of long-range accuracy. Now, the K9 Vajra is a very special self-propelled artillery vehicle. That means that it does not need a towing vehicle and can move on its own. It has its own stores of ammunition as well. And it has a range of around 230 kilometers, cruising range that is. And the capabilities are vastly superior. It has GPS-based tracking and laser-guided tracking for its targets. All of this ensuring that the shells hit the target right on the dot. Now, the K9 Vajra is also a very capable machine that provides a very varied range of capabilities, especially that it can move across loose soil and on desert terrains. Now, this is very important because the vehicle is a very heavy vehicle, and its movement across sand and soil provides it immaculate mobility. So hit and run practices can be done, and all this coming together in this particular deal of 300 guns being procured for the Indian Army. Back to you.
That's right. Okay, Ishan, I want to go back to our guest. We have some guests joining us right now, Ishan. Thank you for getting us all those details. I really want to go to our guest joining us, Colonel Shailendra Singh, defense analyst, joining us live from Noida. Thank you for joining us here, Colonel. This is a big move which has been made by the Indian Army, because what makes this interesting is that the K9 Vajras are the backbone of India's mobile artillery arm. So basically it is the howitzers shoot and scoot. And when India gets more of them, we will become more strong and we can take on Pakistan and China easily.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. I must tell you one thing. Being a gunner officer, there cannot be a better news for me than Vajra coming in, and Vajra coming in numbers. If you have to make a straight-away comparison, because it's easy to understand when you are comparing it with the Bofors gun. My regiment has Bofors guns, that's why I'm able to correlate the whole thing. The beauty of Vajra is not that it will be able to fire better, it will be able to fire longer, it will be everything. The best part of Vajra is that it is my own gun. This is a sensational achievement for our country, that we have started manufacturing a gun which was a dream. Because, you know, we were always putting everything together, but we were not able to have the metallurgy for the ordnance, that is the barrel. Now I am finding that we are expertising on that. Thereby, firstly, anything and everything modifications related or upgradation related or secrecy related items will be in my control, because this is my gun. I don't have to share it with anybody. And we will be able to achieve a very different kind of shock for not only enemy, for the world. And the moment world gets shocked, you see what has happened on BrahMos. The world got shocked that there is something called as BrahMos, which can reach 314 kilometers. Same is going to happen with our gun. Why people are looking at Agni? Why people are looking at Pinakas? Why? Because suddenly India is realizing Vajra is only a name, but the behind Vajra is the Indianization of our gun. I think that is the best thing that can happen to artillery. It can happen best for the gunners all over in our all three forces. Better part of that is that yes, I will be less dependent on others. I'll be more independent. I will save money. The economy will be contributed. Jobs will be created. It's an absolute win-win situation for the country.
Right. Okay. So, okay, before I let you go, Colonel, we also understand that we talk about Pakistan and China. So this is going to be a big deterrence when it comes to Pakistan and China, because it enhances long-range firepower. So if you could just talk a little bit more about this, because we already understand that China and Pakistan are very clear about India's stance. If you try to provoke India, we will not step down. That was made very clear during Operation Sindoor.
I must tell you one thing. You are spoiling the whole mood by bringing in the name called as Pakistan. This is a celebrative mood of Vajra. Bringing in Pakistan amounts to an insult actually. But still, when you are saying, or anybody has to say that they will provoke. No, they will not provoke. They will commit mistake. They don't have that in themselves to provoke us. They are only getting into terrorism. They will only commit mistakes. And as you mentioned, Operation Sindoor, they could have saved all their airfield. They could have saved every damn thing. Had they agreed that what we did on 6th and 7th night, we only struck the terrorist camp. We informed them officially. Well, you took a mistake. You took a panga. You did something which led you to have your 13, 14 aircrafts going down. You had your 11 airfields stuck. You allowed me and my country to make a world record that we could strike at 314 kilometers. This is a mistake by Pakistan. This is not provoking. Allow me. Pakistan dare not provoke. And especially now, since yesterday that news about that Cypri is out, that what is happening on the nuclear front. They must be sweating. I do agree that yes, China has got a lot of range. Well, let me tell you one thing. I'm not scared of ranges. I'm scared of the man behind the machine. And that man behind the machine of the Indian gun, of the Indian equipment is somebody called as Indian Army soldier. There cannot be a parallel soldier to that in the world. You know why? I will prove it to you. Because this is the only soldier, this is the only Indian Army soldier where there's a competition on that I want to give up my life for my country. Other countries are working on how to save life, how to escape. Here is a country, India, an Indian Army, where only aim is that let me see when is the next opportunity coming that I will be able to give up my life.
Right.
When a man is not scared, then all equipment of yours are useless. China, you keep building ranges. I will keep building my Indian Army.
Right. And Colonel, before I let you go, our viewers are watching right now. This is a big Republic Defense breaking, and you said you're extremely happy that the Indian Army has made a move to get these K9 Vajra howitzers. If you could explain to our viewers who are watching right now, what are the features of the K9 Vajra howitzers, because it is basically a very powerful artillery gun. It has a lot of features which gives the Indian Army a big advantage on the battlefield.
The biggest feature, as I brought out, which is unparalleled, that it is your own Indian gun. It's very simple. You get into that uska jo optical fiber system hai ya uska jo optical zeroing system hai, then you will get confused. Let me tell you what are you achieving. You are achieving a much bigger range. You are achieving a much bigger accuracy. You are achieving a much faster delivery system where you are able to fire within a minute number of rounds as what we could do earlier 5 to 6 rounds, you're finding here everything is getting better. Where we were achieving a range of 30 kilometers, here we are talking about 40 and plus kilometers. And when you have your own gun, the better part of that is that this range can be further increased. The weight of that can be managed. When you control the weight of that, when the weight is less, you are able to take it to those areas which are inaccessible. You are able to cross those bridges which has got a handicap of the tonnage. You are able to probably lift it up by air if there is a requirement to change the axis. If you start looking at the advantages, I have only summarized it in one line. It is your Indian gun. There cannot be a bigger feature than this. All features can come flat. Whether even if we talk about the US gun M111, it may be lighter, but it is not an Indian gun. How many can you have? You can have 1, 2, 10, 20, 100. But here tomorrow, you might be able to have 100, 200, 300, 500 guns. Imagine the advantage to you. As I brought out, the biggest feature is that not only it's your own gun, it is going to save on your economy. It is going to contribute on your economy. If not today, tomorrow, you will see, you will be exporting this gun worldwide. You have made a start. You will see, you made a humble start on BrahMos. You made a humble start on other equipment. You have made a humble start even on an aircraft. You will see, already countries are interested. If 15 countries are showing interest in India on defense equipment, what for? Take my word.
Absolutely.
You will find Vajra in the world guns.
Colonel, I really want you to hold on because we're getting a lot of breaking news coming in. We're going to put a focus on the West Asia conflict, which is also happening right now. It's escalating. So the Middle East is now once again turning into an active war zone. Early on Wednesday morning, the US launched strikes against at least 7 targets in southern Iran. But the biggest news coming in is that Iran is refuting Trump's claims that the pilots in the Apache chopper that was downed over Hormuz were rescued unharmed. In fact, an Iranian army spokesperson has taken to social media and stated that the following directed at Trump. Both you and we know that no one got out of the chopper alive, viewers. So huge updates coming in here on Republic TV. Trump is claiming that the crew is safe after the US chopper was downed by Iran. It crashed near Hormuz, but Iran saying quite the opposite. Iran is saying that nobody survived from that chopper. So big updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. We will, of course, try to go across to a guest who are joining us in a short while from now to really understand what is happening. Two versions of the same event coming in. Two versions of the same event coming in, viewers, with Iran and US making counterclaims and striking each other. The situation has really gone out of control here. All right, we have a guest joining us. We have Commander Rajiv Sardana, former submarine officer, joining us live from a Delhi studio. And we also have Colonel Shailendra Singh, defense analyst, joining us live from Noida. Thank you for joining us, both our guests. Thank you, gentlemen. Now, Commander Rajiv Sardana, I want to talk a little bit about what is happening here. We were talking about a peace deal. Trump was so excited that there's a peace deal. Trump said that I call the shots when asked about Netanyahu. So what really happened? It looks like Trump is absolutely losing control of the narrative.
Absolutely. See, the downing of $1 billion Apache helicopter is a very, very significant and escalatory event in the war which is going on. And war is going on, there is no doubt on that, because it is more on paper that there is a peace going on. Every single day we find some of the other action happening on ground, for which Trump has no control. And with the conflicting reports that the Apache has been down and the pilots are also down. So it is very much possible that this might be true. But for the American president to not declare or to not accept this fact that they have lost 2 pilots is going to be a very huge thing for the American public. 2 American pilots going down is very, very significant. Plus, there might be some truth in what the Iranians are saying. Reason being, a helicopter is a very, very dangerous machine vis-a-vis or a risky machine vis-a-vis an aircraft. An aircraft, the pilots can eject and land on the land. Here, if the chopper has gone down at sea in the waters, then it is very difficult to rescue the pilots.
Right. Okay. I also want to go across to Colonel Shailendra Singh. Colonel, now talking about the Apache, we saw that Commander Rajiv Sardana was talking about the Apache. If you could just go ahead and take our viewers through a little bit more about it. So it's a very sophisticated chopper, a lot of anti-missiles and anti-drone defenses. I mean, essentially, it looks like it would take Iran a lot to down one of these sophisticated choppers.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. I must tell you one thing. When we talk of Apache, it's a flying tank, as what is the nickname of that particular item. Bringing it down, I grant you the complete credit as far as an enemy, Iran. You claiming that is nothing big. Bigger is, are you wanting to take an achievement in downing of the two pilots, or is it the Apache? Because if you are trying to say that the pilots are down, well, is that a creditable item? It's in war, acceptable norm that if somebody has come down, he is supposed to be taken as a POW, he is to be repatriated, and all those things. Let me tell you one thing. US dare not, their official spokesman dare not put it like this, that the two pilots have been rescued. There will be merry hell to pay in US if such a kind of lie is told by officials. I can believe what Trump says can be disputed because those are political statements. So as far as I am concerned, I still believe that yes, the pilots could have been saved for the humanity's sake, for the God's sake, the God's blessing or whatever. Downing a pilot is not a credit. Downing an aircraft is definitely a credit. I'll grant it to that extent. My point is also that when an Apache goes down, whether it is expensive or not, well, you have had a F-35 also going down. You see, losses will be part of the war. And let me tell you, the US is not worried about the financial loss. US biggest loss is that what was the pride of you, that is Apache and F-35s and MQ-9, if they are going down, this is a very tight slap on your face. Coming down to what is happening, the biggest thing what is happening in the diplomacy is what I can see on ceasefire. There is only an explosive language of diplomacy which is happening, unparalleled till now. Never ever has diplomacy been with this kind of explosive language. There cannot be a ceasefire which is parallel to this ceasefire, which is absolute explosive. You can keep firing, yes, you can fire one country, you can fire 20 targets.
I'm really glad that you spoke about the ceasefire here, because I want to take that question to Commander Rajiv Sardana. Commander, who's joining us here in the studio. Okay, what happened to the ceasefire? I mean, is it even there, or is it hanging by a thread? What happened to the ceasefire?
I think there is no ceasefire. The ceasefire by the Americans has been always a mask, facade to regroup, to make up their logistics, make up their strategy, and they are never in this for, they're just buying time. I don't think there is a ceasefire. And if there is a ceasefire, then why are you having such equipment going down? I also disagree with Sir when he says that downing of the pilots is not achievement. They should have been humanitarian. Sir, what humanitarian? The Americans have shot down the American nuclear submarine has shot down Iranian ship, and which had more than 100 people going down. Where was the Iranians, where was the Americans humanitarian when they shot a deer in the park? They downed a Iranian ship. So why two? They should down 200 pilots if I was an Iranian. I think it is all fair in love and war, and the Iranians have, it's a great achievement if they've been able to down 2 American pilots along with the Apache helicopter.
Okay. Thank you both our guests for joining us there. I would like to thank our guest, Commander Rajiv Sardana, former submarine officer, joining us live from the studio. And thank you so much for joining us, Colonel Shailendra Singh. Both are defense experts, really giving us a perspective to what is happening in the West Asia conflict. Let's move ahead, viewers. Today marks a milestone in Indian politics. Prime Minister Modi crossed a historic benchmark, that of being the longest-serving head of government in office, beating Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru's elected tenure is counted from 1952 when India held its first general elections to 1964. PM Modi has been in office from 2014 to now, but that's not where it ends. Taken with his long period at the helm of Gujarat as the CM, PM Modi would be completing 25 years as the head of government, state or central, later this year. Take a look at this report as we tell you more about this big development.
June 10, a date that marks a political milestone. Prime Minister Narendra Modi crossed a major landmark. Another record to a career that has redefined India's political landscape. PM Modi became the longest-serving elected Prime Minister, beating Jawaharlal Nehru. From a sweep in 2014 to an even bigger mandate in 2019 and a third term in 2024. PM Modi has built what many call India's most durable political brand in decades. But this story did not begin in Delhi. It began in Gujarat. PM Modi spent more than a decade as a chief minister, perfecting what became the Gujarat model of development. From digital payments to highway expansion to welfare delivery. Many flagship programs have been built around scale, speed and direct delivery. Demonetization, GST, Article 370 abrogation, Ram Mandir, CAA. Each move reshaped the national conversation.
देश के लोकप्रिय और यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी 12 साल से इस देश को आगे बढ़ाने का काम कर रहे हैं। उनका सबसे ज्यादा आज तक के इतिहास में सबसे ज्यादा यशस्वी पूर्ण प्रधानमंत्री जी का कार्यकाल निभाने वाले नरेंद्र मोदी जी एक अलग पहचान उन्होंने बनाई है।
India's role in the Quad, G20 presidency, global South outreach, and strategic balancing between major powers became central to the Modi doctrine. From a chai wala narrative to the longest continuous elected stint milestone, PM Modi's journey has already entered the history books, and it's not over yet.
And viewers, taking a short break, do not go anywhere. Coming up, war again in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopter shot down. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He's still...
The state of speed, development and limitless possibilities. Uttar Pradesh. 60% of India's expressways pass through UP, featuring 9 operational and 13 under construction expressways. With 17 airports, including 5 international ones, and the country's largest rail network, UP's pace is scaling new heights today. 11 national waterways are in UP, and both the eastern and western dedicated freight corridors also pass through here.
मैं कह सकता हूं कि देश के अंदर अगर आपको इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में टॉप 2 राज्यों को चयन करना होगा, उसमें से यूपी एक होगा। यानी हमने एक आधार तैयार किया है, रोड की कनेक्टिविटी सबसे अच्छी।
No wonder a massive reduction in logistics cost and transit.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior...
War zone sirens sounding across Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan after Iran strikes on US bases. Iran responds to US attacks. It downs the US MQ-9 drone in Bushehr and strikes F-35 hangars at US base in Jordan. Prime Minister Modi creates history, becomes India's longest continuously serving Prime Minister. 12 years of Prime Minister Modi curve now complete. Prime Minister Modi to chair meeting with CMs and Deputy CMs of NDA states and union territories on June 11th. Over 50 killed and 200 injured as security forces open fire on protesters in a POK. Welcome viewers, you're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me Ishita Mitra, and our top focus, what is brewing inside Trinamool Congress now in another setback for the party. Rajya Sabha MP Sushmita Dev has now resigned. Trinamool Congress Rajya Sabha MP Sushmita Dev has now resigned from her post in another big jolt to TMC. We're looking at more and more resignations rocking the party. In fact, this is the second resignation coming in from Rajya Sabha MPs as the revolt, the mutiny within Trinamool now reaches Parliament doors, and more resignations coming in from Rajya Sabha MPs as well. Now in the latest, Republic is fetching for you that Sushmita Dev, Rajya Sabha MP of TMC, has now resigned in this case. In fact, so far, 2 MPs from the upper house of the parliament have resigned, including Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, who made the resignation a while ago, and now Sushmita Dev has also resigned. So this is essentially taking the tally of TMC in Rajya Sabha from earlier 13 to now 11. So the revolt within Trinamool now in fact reaching a parliament as more and more resignations also come in from Rajya Sabha. First it was Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, and now in the latest Sushmita Dev has also resigned from Rajya Sabha in the latest. So that is what we're looking at TMC. In fact, a complete breakdown of the party underway. We have seen earlier how the MPs and MLAs have been switching sides, and now a back-to-back resignations rocking at TMC as far as upper house of the parliament is concerned. First it was Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, and now it is Sushmita Dev, taking the tally of TMC in the upper house to about 11 now. Completely Mamata Banerjee losing the grip over the party, and we understand that Sushmita is all likely to meet several leaders as well right after resignation coming in from Rajya Sabha, and this as TMC continues to face jolts after jolts, resignations coming in one after the other as the party leaders now clearly switch sides after the big and massive poll defeat in West Bengal. In the latest, we are fetching for you at this time that Sushmita Dev, TMC MP from Rajya Sabha, has now resigned. This comes after Sukhendu Shekhar Roy's resignation as well from Rajya Sabha. So 2 of the Rajya Sabha MPs from TMC have so far resigned, taking the tally of Trinamool Congress in the upper house of the parliament to about 11 now. Now remember, there were massive allegations made by Sukhendu Shekhar Roy that there was corruption, there was no internal democracy within the party, and massive corruption in fact plagued the entire tenure of Mamata Banerjee is what Sukhendu Shekhar Roy had alleged. And on similar lines, now another Rajya Sabha resignation has come in from Trinamool Congress. This time it is Sushmita Dev who is now resigned, in fact. Now we are given to understand that she is all likely to now meet central leaders after this resignation as well. So our sources are telling us that there could be some meetings in the pipeline as well for Sushmita Dev with central leaders. But at this point, this is the latest. We are fetching a back-to-back jolts for Trinamool Congress as now leaders continue to leave and switch from Mamta's camp. All right, now joining us on the broadcast is in fact Priyanka Tibrewal, a BJP West Bengal leader. Thank you, Priyanka, for joining us on the broadcast. I want to ask you, we have seen a back-to-back resignations coming in from TMC MPs, and right after Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, now Sushmita Dev has also resigned from Rajya Sabha. How do you look at this?
See, all this was so very evident because we all knew that like a pack of cards, they are all going to fall apart once this government is out of power, and that is exactly what is happening. So now we can also understand this, that these people who were, a few days back, who were saying that there's nobody as honest as Mamata Banerjee and as the party which is working for the people. Now suddenly, if they have all realized that this party wasn't working, then what were they doing there in the party? So that's a big question.
So are there any reports? Can you confirm it for us if these leaders who have resigned, as far as Sushmita Dev is concerned, is she in contact with BJP leaders? Are we looking at any action on that front?
Well, I have no idea on that, and I believe that if they have resigned, then the election should be considered fresh. Why should they get a chance?
All right. And also, how do you look at Mamata Banerjee's, she's moving to High Court. She's struggling to maintain her existential, at this point of relevance in Indian politics. She's completely lost the grip over TMC. And we look at Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee also trying to reinforce their role in Indie bloc now.
See, as far as I know, and looking at the precedents, which has already been said by the Supreme Court, I do not find any reason to believe that Mamata Banerjee will get any kind of, lifeline, because Supreme Court has already, said in one of the judgments recently regarding the majority and regarding the forming of the party of LOPs and all that. So I don't think that there she would get any kind of relief.
All right. And also, do you think that there are more resignations in the pipeline? Because we did see that it started with Sukhendu Shekhar Roy and now Sushmita Dev. Do you think more resignations could also come in as more and more leaders now try to leave a TMC camp?
I believe that there would be more resignations coming up. But looking at this, one more thing which is very clear on the ground, that the BJP Karyakartas have, shed their blood to come to this position. They have given their life. So if opportunities and chances are given back to the Rajya Sabha MPs or to other MPs, first preference should be given to the BJP old Karyakartas who have worked religiously for the party.
All right. And there are also reports claiming that Sushmita could also meet in BJP leaders. There's a meeting in the pipeline there. Do you have any details? If you could confirm it for us, is there anything happening?
I have no briefing or idea on that. But like when I said, that this is nothing but, they are also kind of opportunist. When the party was in power, they were there, hale and hearty. And now today, when they don't find power, they are in search of power.
All right. So what do you think essentially is triggering all of these resignations? It is the fear that their own actions, what they have been doing so far during a TMC tenure, will come to bite them now? Or is it the fear that TMC does not maintain any relevance at this point, given the kind of conditions Mamata Banerjee has been, struggling to hold the party together?
Well, relevance is, of course, a factor. But just apart from relevance, it is more the, outrage of the people, which is visible on the streets. Now, these people are also scared of the Ande ka Fanda which is going on.
Right. Also, and if you could talk about the, Abhishek Banerjee's role, because we have seen much outrage is against Bhaipo, the kind of action he has been taking. Even after defeat, there were reports claiming that Mamata Banerjee wanted all the leaders to give Abhishek Banerjee a standing ovation and to continue treating his role as central to the party.
See, Mamata Banerjee, it is not that I am saying this, but many in her party had always, tried to tell her, but she would never listen, that it is Abhishek Banerjee for whom there will be a downfall of TMC. That has exactly happened, but Mamata Banerjee did not want to see this because she was wearing a blindfold in her eyes and she behaved like Dhritarashtra. And so this Duryodhan, has once again made the Kauravas lose the battle.
All right, given the kind of conditions that are now developing within Trinamool Congress, you have MPs, you have MLAs all switching sides now, leaving the Mamta camp. What do you think is the future of Trinamool Congress at this point?
So Trinamool now stands nowhere. And I don't think that there is any future for those who are trying to be good Trinamool. They are also the ones who have, number of illegal properties and a number of corruption which is lined up, which they have done in the past.
All right. Thank you, Priyanka Tibrewal, for joining us on Republic TV and sharing your inputs on these developments coming to light on what's brewing inside the Trinamool Congress as a back-to-back resignations now come in. And now here's Republic's Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami's stunning expose of a highly secret state-sponsored humanitarian disaster in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir has caused significant shockwaves throughout the subcontinent. Now, in this intense report of our Editor-in-Chief, it presents unquestionable first-hand video evidence of a vicious, well-planned military action that was directly under the direction of Pakistan's Army Chief General Asim Munir. Take a look at this report.
Today, we should make it clear that all of us here in India stand with the brave people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir who have decided to come together and fight the brutal force, the killing and the butchery unleashed on them by the Pakistan army. Ladies and gentlemen, what the Pakistan army, what Mullah Munir's army is doing is terrible. It has, over the last 24 to 48 hours, killed at least 100 people and injured about 500. I wish to share some horrific pictures of what the Pakistani army is doing on the brave people of Pakistan, occupied Kashmir, who want to come back to Bharat. Visual number one, a man being shot down repeatedly by Pakistani rangers. Just look at him there, ladies and gentlemen, this is happening. A man in the traditional attire of people in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is being shot at through a volley of shots being fired on him by Pakistani rangers. Then he gets hit and he falls down. He tries to get up but is shot at again, forcing him to stay down. These are real visuals of the last 24 hours. There is a massacre in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Visual 2, Pakistani army officials shooting, firing AK-47s directly and randomly at a crowd of unarmed civilians. They are not firing the AK-47s in the air. There are no warning shots which are delivered. They are directly attacking the people and killing unarmed protesters. These visuals coming here on Republic, ladies and gentlemen, are telling you only maybe 1% of the situation on the ground, which is very bad. Then you see another visual, ladies and gentlemen, visual number 3, of a man being attacked by 4 to 5 Pakistani rangers. He is someone seeking independence from Pakistan, and one ranger punches the man in the face despite being hit. This brave man continues to stand back against the rangers one after the other and tries to run past a group of Pakistani rangers. This kind of brutalization is common. People in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir must know that the day is not far. The Pakistani army has already lost control. And they're only doing this. They're only doing this because they know they are losing. In this case, the man says, shoot me, he says. Listen to the audio. This is what is happening in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Visual 4, a series of continuous shots are heard in the background, indicating that the Pakistani rangers are non-stop shooting at unarmed people. We are seeing smoke on the streets of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. We hear the people whistling, undeterred civilians of...
Here's a big Republic scoop. In fact, Republic has now accessed Sushmita Dev's resignation as she has now quit from her post in Rajya Sabha. Getting you all the details of that exact letter. The resignation letter put out by Sushmita Dev was now resigned from TMC as a Rajya Sabha MP. We'll get you the visual of the letter that Republic has accessed. It's an exclusive Republic. In fact, we're also getting you images of the meeting that Sushmita Dev held with Hemanta Biswa's Assam Chief Minister. We're getting you more details of inside meeting, what exactly happened inside this meeting between Sushmita Dev, who was a TMC MP from Rajya Sabha has now resigned, meeting Assam Chief Minister Hemant Biswa. In fact, my colleague Shivam also joins in more details on this. Shivam, take us through the inside details we have now fetched about this meeting that took place between Sushmita Dev and Hemant Biswa, and also the resignation letter that Republic has now accessed.
Yeah, clearly we have accessed the letter, and I would also like to show the letter to our viewers. But let me first read the letter and then I'll go to the letter. Now, this is Sushmita Dev, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, All India Trinamool Congress, that's the TMC, and she has resigned, and now this becomes official. And she writes to Shri C.P. Radhakrishnan, Honorable Chairman, Rajya Sabha, Parliament House, and then she says, Respected Sir, I do hereby resign from the membership of Rajya Sabha, which may please be accepted with immediate effect. I convey my sincere gratitude to Your Excellency, Honorable Deputy Chairman, and all functionaries of the Rajya Sabha Secretariat, extending all help and cooperation during my tenure as a member of the Rajya Sabha. I'll ask the cameraman to zoom in to the letter to show. Now, this is exactly the letter that we are talking about. This is the letter. This is the resignation letter of Sushmita Dev. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen. First exclusive on your screen on Republic, ladies and gentlemen. This is the resignation letter of Sushmita Dev. One resignation after the other, a big jolt for the TMC, and one setback after the other for the Trinamool Congress as we speak right now. Exclusive first on Republic, ladies and gentlemen. This is another setback. And also we showed the visuals of Sushmita meeting Hemant Biswa Sarma. Those were the visuals also. Now clearly this means the complete end of Mamata Banerjee, the control of Mamata Banerjee over Trinamool Congress. That's what we are getting here right now. Now these visuals explain that the TMC members, they're moving out, and they're moving out of the Trinamool Congress. They want to come to NDA, and it clearly establishes the fact that they have understood the tides of change, that there will be there's no more future in the Trinamool Congress for anybody. And because it was clearly highlighted by Shukendu Shekhar Rai of the corruption and the mismanagement and the anarchical rule, this was said by him only, and he had represented what has happened in West Bengal for 15 years.
Right, of course, Shivam. So we are looking at a major switch now coming in as Sushmita Dev. It all seems likely is now shift to, in fact, BJP. My colleague Aniruddha also joined with more details on this. Aniruddha, what are we fetching about this inside meeting that took place of Sushmita Dev with Assam's Chief Minister Hemant Biswa right after she resigned?
Yes, though not much has been revealed about her move to resign from the Trinamool and step down even as a Rajya Sabha MP. The meeting with Assam Chief Minister Dr. Hemanta Biswa Sarma has been very significant because, Sushmita Dev had been very close with Hemanta Biswa Sarma on a personal note, and if we go by the developments, then earlier also on several accounts, like while taking some crucial decisions, Sushmita Dev have reportedly consulted with Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma earlier also. And this comes as a significant development, not only in terms of the politics in West Bengal, but also since Sushmita Dev belongs from Barak Valley in Assam, and her family has got a strong lineage or background big in Barak Valley. So yes, definitely this move will also have at least some impact in the politics of both West Bengal as well as Assam.
Right. Of course, Aniruddha, we are looking at TMC essentially splintering, shattering down, and more and more resignations now come in. The latest one has come in from Rajya Sabha MP Sushmita Dev, who's resigned from her post and in fact held a meeting with Assam's Chief Minister Hemant Biswa and is now all likely to make the switch towards BJP. In fact, Aniruddha, any word that is coming from Assam government on this, from Chief Minister's office, any details on this meeting that we're fetching so far?
See, this is not an official meeting that took place, and it was completely at a personal level. This is what we are being told. And Sushmita Dev and Hemanta Biswa Sarma, both of them have met in New Delhi, The Chief Minister was there in Delhi since last evening, and the meeting took place at his Delhi residence. And it is being told that there was nothing official, and it was a call on a very personal level.
All right. Thanks, Aniruddha, for joining us and giving us all the details they're fetching at the moment of this big and crucial meeting that took place between TMC MP who's now resigned from Rajya Sabha, Sushmita Dev, and Assam's Chief Minister Hemant Biswa. Now, a meeting held completely at a personal level right after she resigned, indicating that the switch is now going to come towards a BJP. Now, viewers, this is in a back-to-back resignations that we're looking at for TMC as it completely breaks down now with Mamata Banerjee losing the grip over the party. Second TMC resignation to come in from Rajya Sabha in just about a week. Earlier, it was Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, a close aide of Mamata Banerjee, who's been the chief whip. He resigned earlier from the upper house, followed up by Sushmita Dev's resignation today. So back-to-back resignations coming in for TMC as earlier. Over 60 MLAs had switched sides, and now we are also looking at this mutiny, this revolt within Trinamool now reaching parliament doors as Rajya Sabha MPs also now abandon the party. First, Sukhendu Shekhar Roy, and now Sushmita Dev also resigning. Republic getting you all the exclusive details of what is brewing inside Trinamool Congress. Breaking it first with the visuals, in fact, showing you how there was a meeting that took place between Assam's Chief Minister and Sushmita Dev right after she resigned. Now, we understand that she will be submitting her resignation in person, in fact, and this visual, in fact, showing you what exactly the story is right now. All right, viewers, we're getting some breaking news update about Bengal's new cabinet. And now the portfolio allocation list is what Republic has now accessed, showing you which minister will be getting which ministry. In fact, we understand Tapas Ray is now all set to get industry ministry, while Sapan Das Gupta could become the finance minister. You also have Jagannath Chatterjee, who could take the portfolio of higher education and technical polytechnic, while Deepak Burman could take the portfolio of school and education. Shankar Ghosh could take in tourism and parliamentary affairs, while Manoj Rao could become the forest minister. So, in fact, Republic has accessed exclusively for our viewers the cabinet portfolio list of the newly inducted ministers in Sovendu's cabinet. Repeating it for our viewers, what exactly the list and a breakdown now looks like. Tapas Ray could become the industry minister. Swapan Das Gupta could take finance ministry, and Manoj Rao could become forest minister. Shankar Ghosh, in fact, could take tourism and parliamentary affairs ministry, while Deepak Burman could become education minister, and Jagannath Chatterjee could take higher education and technical polytechnic. So this has now been confirmed to Republic by our sources on what the newly inducted ministers and their portfolio distribution could look like. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thanks so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, war again flares up in West Asia as US now launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopters shot down by Iranian strikes. All the updates lined up. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है?
स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag? in her hand or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG a media trial? When the
Thank you for joining us on Republic TV, ladies and gentlemen. When the TCS grooming gang story broke out, and when the first details emerged of a grooming gang within one of India's largest companies and its campus in Nasik, many political parties went on record to make it a communal issue, to try and say that a few educated Muslims were being targeted. They tried to claim that Muslims being targeted becomes the headline, and they ran a campaign over it. And they tried to hire a few PR firms to push that campaign. But ladies and gentlemen, today we have accessed the entire 3,000-page chart sheet. Now, the news has been coming out in bits and pieces, but today for the first time, we've accessed a 3,000-page chart sheet that goes into full details of what really happened on the TCS campus. It's for the first time that we are getting into so much detail. Now, this chart sheet has confessions, has details of who met whom, where, who converted whom, and the sexual assault that also took place with TCS employees. Now, these are explosive details that are coming out for the first time. Here are the headlines on the live report. Republic accesses the entire 3,000-page truth about the TCS grooming gang. We expose the grooming gangs for the first time. Details of what happened on the TCS campus detailed out in 3,000 pages. The role of Nida Khan, who the AIMIM and Asaduddin Owaisi claimed were educated Muslims being targeted. Her role fully exposed. She has confessed to the conversion racket at TCS. And that defense has fallen completely flat, along with Owaisi and his party leaders, including Imtiaz Jalil. Every claim that they made has fallen apart after the charge sheet. Dramatic developments in the national capital. Trinamool Congress leaders, the faces of the Trinamool Congress, have dumped Mamata Banerjee. Sushmita Dev, TMC MP, has quit the party, likely to join the BJP. Ladies and gentlemen, the TCS grooming gang story. For the first time, we have accessed the 3,000-page chart sheet, and this chart sheet goes into great details. We've put a report together to detail out what the report, or rather the chart sheet, says about what happened on the TCS campus. Here's the story. The truth about Nida Khan and the grooming gangs that operated in Nasik.
For weeks, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi called it a media trial. He claimed educated Muslims were being targeted and he questioned the arrest of TCS conversion case accused Nida Khan.
कोई वर्डिक्ट नहीं दे सकते कोई भी। हम इस बात का खंडन करते कि बाज लोग जो है इसको ट्रायल बाय मीडिया कर रहे हैं और अगर मीडिया जज ज्यूरी का काम करेगा तो बहुत खतरनाक बात ये है। तो हमको पूरा यकीन है कि अदालत इंसाफ करेगा इंशाअल्लाह और ये इस बच्ची को बेकसूर करार देगा।
Charge sheet now reveals the AIMIM's role even further. When Nida Khan was on the run for weeks, she was not hiding alone. It was AIMIM corporator Mateen Patel who provided shelter to Nida Khan, helping her evade arrest. The charge sheet states Nida was eventually traced to a house in Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar where she was staying with the members of her family. In fact, when questioned about Nida Khan's whereabouts, Mateen Patel also made reference to former AIMIM MP Imtiaz Jaleel.
ये बच्ची के ऊपर ये सब है क्या? इसके ऊपर सिर्फ एक कलम जो है वो ये लगी हुई है हर्टिंग रिलीजियस सेंटिमेंट्स। तो ये हम इसकी भी तायीद नहीं कर रहे, हम इसका भी सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं कि अगर हर्टिंग रिलीजियस सेंटिमेंट्स अगर हुआ है। लेकिन दुर्भाग्यवश अब ये हो गया है कि कोई आरोप लगता है किसी के ऊपर और हमारे देश का मीडिया है तो दिल्ली से आ जाता है, बंबई से आ जाता है और सिर्फ यही उम्मीद करता है कि अब आरोप हो लग गया है तो चलो फांसी पे लटका दो।
Even after her arrest, AIMIM leader claimed she was a victim of media trial and insisted that the case was being politically driven.
This is the pure example of whether a person is educated or not. If you are radicalized, if you are brainwashed, this is what happens. And Nashik TCS case is the classic example of corporate jihad, because AIMIM supported saying that educated Muslims don't really do jihad. But now in the charge sheet it is specifically mentioned by, rather it is confessed by the accused during the interrogation or the investigation.
But now the charge sheet filed by Special Investigation Team tells a different story. A story not of media trials but of statements, digital evidence and admissions recorded during the investigation. Republic has now accessed the charge sheet. The charge sheet that directly contradicts the defense put forward by AIMIM leaders. On page 411, Nida Khan is stated to have admitted that she took the Hindu victims to different places and asked her to offer namaz. On page 416, the charge sheet records Nida Khan's admission that her residence in Nasik. She taught the victim how to offer namaz, how to wear a burqa and how to use a hijab. Danish Sheikh, Tausif Atar and Nida Khan together told her that her Hindu name would not be accepted and that her new name would be Hania. They even discussed changing documents to reflect the new identity. Investigators also found the Hindu victim's contact is saved in Nida Khan's phone as Hania TCS. The most explosive revelation comes from the statements of co-accused Tausif Atar, who according to the charge sheet admitted that he, along with Nida Khan, identified soft targets inside the TCS campus and met regularly to execute their conversion plan. Investigators say these meetings were held inside the TCS cafeteria itself.
Nida Khan took the victim to various places and she forced her to wear burqa and niqab and as well as hijab. Also, not only this, they made derogatory statements against Hindu religion and Hindu deities, which was not acceptable to the victims.
The charge sheet has now brought on record the details that AIMIM once dismissed as media trial.
Okay, I'm going across to my colleagues. First up, who are joining us on the broadcast, Revati accessed the full charge sheet, the 3,000-page charge sheet, and Meenakshi has also been working on that story. I'm going across to them, and Charu Pragya and Syed Abbas are joining us live on the story. First up, Revati, what is interesting is the detailed role of Nida Khan in the grooming gang, right? For the first time, whatever the AIMIM, all the drama that they tried to sort of play over the last few weeks and months has fallen flat. Educated Muslim claim that they were being targeted, but that too, completely shattered in this charge sheet.
Right, Niranjan, as you rightly mentioned, that they were literally saving Nida Khan, but now in the charge sheet it is pretty much evident. Rather, we have those evidences which clearly state that Nida Khan, Tausif Attar, Danish Sheikh and others were into the conversion racket at Nashik TCS. The most shocking revelation is made in a charge sheet which says that all the three accused, Nida Khan, Danish Sheikh and Tausif Attar, were soft targeting the female employees of Nashik TCS, and they were trying to convert them, and they would frequently meet to execute this plan. Not only this, but also Danish Sheikh would frequently take one of the victims to a resort named Anand Resort in Nashik, and there he raped her there. And when she gave consent to establish physical relation, there he said that he would marry her. But in 2026, according to the charge sheet, mind you, I am making all the statements according to the charge sheet. In 2026, the victim came to know that he is married and he has two children. When the victim approached him and said that, "Are you married? Why didn't you tell me this first?" He replied that, "I was never interested in marrying you." But then he would constantly establish physical relations with her, and also during all these time he forced her to recite kalma and offer namaz. And also he said that before Bakri Eid 2025, 5 to 6 days prior to Bakri Eid, he said that you are ready for kalma, you have to recite kalma. And once she recited kalma, her Hindu name was changed to Hania. And then they didn't stop here. These grooming gang, these people went to a person named Kamil Sheikh, and there these guys said that we have already converted her to Islam, and now we want to make documents which would reflect her new name, which is Hania.
1 minute. I want to go across to stay with me. I have Waris Pathan on the phone line. Waris Pathan, can you hear me? Waris is a AIMIM leader. Can you hear me, Waris?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Waris, this is a 3,000-page charge sheet, and the charge sheet names Danish Sheikh, Nida Khan. Now, your party defended Nida Khan. You said educated Muslims were being targeted. This charge sheet says Danish Sheikh took the victim to Khandoba hilltop in Nasik, where he sexually assaulted her when the victim refused to marry. All three, Nida Khan, would often run down Hinduism. They would attack Hinduism, saying that they would tell the victim that Shivling is actually the ling, the private part of Shiva. Lord Krishna is a womanizer. Such pathetic things they would tell the victim. Now, I want to get your party's first response to this. Waris.
Yes, investigating agencies, the police have done the investigation. They have recorded the accused and they have now filed the charge sheet. Now the matter is sub judice. It is for the court to decide what will happen the next, and all the legal procedures will have to be taken by the accused persons. So why should we come to conclusion and judgments? Let the matter be decided by the honorable court. You, me, everybody should have faith in the courts. The matter is sub judice. I mean, this is a 3,500-page charge sheet. See, truly speaking, I haven't read the charge sheet as yet. Being a lawyer, I will go to the charge sheet, come to the conclusion, whatever
see, then I can make a statement about that. But now the matter is sub judice. See, whatever will happen, the courts will decide. Whether they are guilty, they are not guilty, everything will come before when the honorable courts read the evidence and court will come to a conclusion. But just now with the media trial cannot take place.
No,
in the
media
country.
trial,
So
no. How, after charge sheet, how is it media trial, Varis? After the charge sheet, how is it media trial?
The charge sheet is filed. Let them take their legal recourse. They have got all the recourse available to them. The accused can file the bail applications now. It is for the court to decide on their bail, whether bail should be granted, whether bail should be denied. Everything is now up to the court. If the court is satisfied that there is no evidence is made out to keep them behind bars, the court will release them on bail. If the court feels that no, they are to be released on bail, they will not abscond, they will not tamper with the evidence, the investigation is concluded, court might grant them bail. So why to hush up and why to be in a hurry? Let the court decide the matter.
But your party also was in a hurry, no, Varis, for backing Nida Khan, saying that she was being targeted.
See, that is why I said, wait for the court judgment. Don't be a judge, Niranjan. Let the court decide. We and you, I and you are not judges. We can just give our point. Let the court decide. The matter is sub judice. You cannot go into the merits of the case.
But do you back what apparently Nida Khan is reportedly confessed here in the charge sheet, saying that she used to take this girl to the house?
What has she confessed?
And let me read it out. She said, yes, you're right. I did take her to different places and asked her to offer namaz. Let me also tell you what she has said. She said that during the investigation at her house in Riza Green Villas in Nasik, in the hall of the same house, she taught the victim how to offer namaz, how to wear a burqa, how to use hijab. And then she also said your Hindu name will not be accepted in Islam. So you will have to change your name.
Nasik, why are you connecting us? That is not Aurangabad or Shambhaji Nagar, as you said.
No, Nida Khan worked at TCS Nasik, no worries.
See, if Nida Khan has tried to convert forcefully somebody, tried to use force, coercion, threats or whatever, the courts are there. That is what I am saying. You must not jump to conclusions, Niranjan. Let us wait for the court's verdict. It is a sub judice matter. See, you commenting on the merits of the case on the phone, it does not look good. Let the court decide the matter. That is what I am saying. No? If whatever is there, if she is guilty, do whatever the court will punish her. If she is innocent, the court will give her a verdict that she is innocent. She will be let her up. But just blaming somebody does not take anywhere.
Okay. Fine, I'll leave it at that, but I just get a sense that AIMIM also now suddenly going soft a little bit on Nida, pulling back a little bit, Varis, but I'll leave it at that. Let's see where the story goes. Charu Pragya of the BJP, Syed Abbas joining us. Charu Pragya, very explosive details. These are details coming out for the first time. You go through the detailed version. Now, there are many parts that we still haven't put out. There are 3,000 pages, and we still have to go through the whole thing, but from what we've gone through, this completely demolishes the claim. This is far more serious than we initially thought. Charu Pragya.
Niranjan, let me first thank you and Republic for holding on to this story and making sure that things are not left halfway. Thank you for still reporting and still talking about it, because what we saw in Nasik was not one stray incident or one FIR. It turned out to be a pattern. It was an organized racket. 9+ FIRs have been filed of very serious charges, not just of sexual exploitation, stalking, coercion, etc., but also of forceful conversion. And these kind of rackets need to be looked into, because one, Nida Khan is obviously not operating alone, as is now obvious from what is being written in the charge sheet. I have not had the chance to go through it in totality, but I'll tell you a few things that stand out. Today, Varis wants to say the matter is sub judice and I don't want to comment on it. But what was the first stand of his political party? AIIM's first stand was to support the accused instead of standing with the victims of this racket. That is a major problem. The second thing which stands out in absolute clarity is that AIMIM says that if you're an educated Muslim, you are incapable of any wrong. Now, what kind of a narrative are you trying to float? What are you trying to tell the citizens of this country? What was the education of an Osama bin Laden, for example? The people who crashed the planes on 26/11 were engineers. People behind the Delhi blast recently, just last year, were doctors. And Niranjan, let's not think that coming from a particular company which is high ranking in our country or being well educated gives you a free pass at criminal activities. That is not the case. That's not going to happen. Also, anybody who now calls love jihad to be a myth, a figment of imagination, needs to do a rethink, because these kind of rackets exist in reality. It's not something out of a storybook or out of a movie. This is reality, the unfortunate, sad reality. Imagine for how long the lives of these women, and not just women in TCS, also men, have been impacted by these racketeers, and for their job security, they've gone along with it till they got to a point where the police took cognizance. This is one particular case where I also want to thank Maharashtra Police, Nasik Police, and the people who spent so long trying to unearth details of this particular case.
Okay, quick word from Syed Abbas. Syed Abbas was one of those people who came and defended Nida Khan and said that educated Muslims were being targeted. Shame on all those people now, because Imtiaz Jalil is not answering the phone. All these leaders of the AIMIM have suddenly gone soft. We just had them on the show, Syed Abbas.
Yeah.
Firstly, Niranjan Sahab, I have never defended anybody like Nida Khan over the last couple of months, I'd say. On all the national television front, my stand was that lakum deenukum waliya deen, which means in Islam, in its Quran says, Hamara deen hamare saath, aapka deen aapke saath. Any form of forceful conversion is haram, it is forbidden and null and void. So therefore, also as a matter of fact, if we bring in an Islamic perspective, this would be absolutely wrong. Something like this is not allowed in Islam. Let us understand that there are 20 crore Indian Muslims today here in our beautiful sovereign nation of India. Who is getting into all this? And all this corporate jihad or thoop jihad, land jihad, love jihad that my friends of the BJP speak is absolutely shameful. Are 20 crore Indian Muslims involving in something like this? बताइए चारू प्रज्ञा जी, क्या हमारे पास खाने के लिए खाना नहीं है, पीने के लिए पानी नहीं है, सब काम दाम सब छोड़ के, एजुकेशन सब छोड़ के क्या सभी लोग इसके लिए पड़े हैं? Always remember, ना हिंदू बुरा है, ना मुसलमान बुरा है, जो करता बुराई वो इंसान बुरा है. Okay.
Charu, now we are hearing, and I'll end with that. There is also news, and I'll get that part later out. Hearing that the AIMIM played a very active role in defending, or not just defending her, but they hid her. And the role of a former MP is now emerging in this. Now, do you think the AIMIM leaders should also be investigated for what has happened here?
Is that for me?
Yeah, Charu, you.
Yeah. See, I think anybody who's shielding a criminal of this magnitude needs to be investigated, most definitely. And I keep saying this, Syed, I'm not generalizing anything, but I am absolutely against the fact that some accused needs to be shielded only because they come from one particular religion. Please do not resort to that. And that is horrible, because I said this in the beginning. AIMIM's first instinct was to stand with the accused without even bothering to find out the details of the allegations or the number of FIRs that were found. And that, I think, is as criminal as the activities of Nida Khan, and she has not been operating alone. One person cannot be running a racket of this magnitude. Everybody who's associated with it needs to be investigated. And if these people associated with it happen to be a part of any political party, and I'm saying any political party, they need to be taken to task. This is India. It's secular India, and secular India also stands for the fact that forceful conversions are absolutely criminal. And please do not generalize any of my statements. Another thing I want to say here is that, companies also need to keep a better eye on the kind of people they are employing or the way their HR departments are working and functioning. And it is a complete collapse of the posh system. TCS also needs to be investigated sufficiently to make sure more people don't go through this entire horrendous kind of an episode. These should not be repeated in any other part of the country.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Charu and Syed Abbas. And
I just need to make a...
I'll have to take a break. I'll have to take a break. I'm taking a break and coming back. Stay with us. Meenakshi also stay with us. We'll take a break and come back with the details. Story broken by Republic. A 3,000-page chart sheet that goes into great detail for the first time, detailing out the role of people like Nida Khan who were defended by the AIMIM. Stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this.
Republic accesses the 3,000-page charge sheet in the TCS grooming gang case, which exposes the full account of the forced conversion. And key accused Nida Khan's role now fully exposed. Charge sheet says she pressured victims into changing names and performing namaz. And Mamata continues to suffer setbacks in the parliament as Rajya Sabha MP Sushmita Dev resigns as MP and then goes on to meet Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. And the biggest news from the war today, Iran refutes Trump's claim that Apache chopper pilots were rescued, says no one got out of the chopper alive. The Middle East returns to being an active war zone, sirens sounding Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan after Iran strikes US bases. Iran responds to US attacks, downs US MQ-9 drone in Bushehr and strikes F-35 hangars at US base in Jordan. very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and let's begin this bulletin with a very big breaking news development. And this is another setback for the Trinamool Congress that we are talking about. One jolt, one setback after the other for the Trinamool Congress party. And this means that Mamata Banerjee is completely losing control over the party, over her party, that is the Trinamool Congress. And not just in the State Assembly, but also when it comes to the Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha, and she's losing control over her party leaders. And one resignation after the other rocks the Trinamool Congress party. And this is the latest development which we are getting. Another setback for the TMC. Rajya Sabha MP Sushmita Dev resigns. Now, Trinamool Congress Rajya Sabha MP, now we have to say her former MP because she has already resigned. Sushmita Dev has resigned from her post, and she wrote a letter. She gave a resignation letter. We broke the details of the letter also. Simple resignation and a very quick resignation was done by her. And this is the TMC Rajya Sabha MP, ex-TMC Rajya Sabha MP who have resigned. This is Sushmita Dev. All right, let's go to Mayukh Ranjan Ghosh for all the latest details on what's exactly unfolding in the Trinamool Congress. And Mayukh, coming to you. This is one setback after the other for Mamata Banerjee, and all because of Abhishek Banerjee, because it all started as per the leaders even in the State Assembly, and now for the MPs also, they don't want to stay in the party which has Abhishek Banerjee. Is that the case? Over to you for more details.
Well, absolutely, and most importantly, right now, Mamata Banerjee is holding 10% of the entire stake of Trinamool Congress. It's a big breaking news that after the political party symbol, after the stake in the political party resources, now Mamata Banerjee may also lose the party funds of Trinamool Congress, because Mamata Banerjee cannot hold on to the funds or the symbol if she doesn't have the majority in the party itself. So it's an internal battle Mamata Banerjee is fighting after the 2026 assembly elections that she was defeated. Rightly told, what we are getting in Sushmita Dev, very eminent person from a very eminent political family in Silchar, Lower Assam, in Santosh Mohan Dev's daughter, Sushmita Dev, was nominated in Rajya Sabha from Bengal with a Trinamool Congress ticket. And Trinamool Congress tried to penetrate in the Lower Assam Bengali majority areas in Assam. But unfortunately today, what we are seeing, a picture of Sushmita Dev that is being circulated, and her entire social media presence, the DPs, and all have been changed. There is no sign of Trinamool Congress, and you can see the picture also where Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister of Assam, is sitting with Sushmita Dev. Clearly, big khela hobe, big time play has been played, and Mamata Banerjee is now losing another Rajya Sabha MP. That means that 3 Rajya Sabha by-polls are going to happen. One with Sushmita Dev. Secondly, Sukhendu Shekhar Rai has already vacated their position. Most importantly, whether Manika Goswami and Rajiv Kumar also vacates its position is a key thing, because the third name is Koel Malik. So Koel Malik, Sushmita Dev, and Sukhendu Shekhar Rai, all 3 resigning, all 3 sending their letters. So it's a big play that is big.
सो नेक्स्ट जो स्टेप्स होंगे मैं आप लोगों को जरूर बताऊंगी।
टीएमसी की तरफ से या ममता बनर्जी की तरफ से आपके पास कोई फोन आया हो या कॉल आया हो कि आपने क्यों रिजाइन दिया?
मैं एक सेकंड, मैं ममता दीदी के बारे में कुछ कमेंट नहीं करूंगी, और ये तय है। पर ये जरूर है, हाँ, मैंने तृणमूल कांग्रेस छोड़ा है, और देखिए मुझे मेरा जो फ्यूचर स्टेप होगा मैं विस्तारित रूप से आप लोगों के साथ प्रेस मीट करूंगी। See, what prompted me to take this decision, why I took this decision is a very long story, and in politics, I don't think everything needs to be revealed. But I feel that I don't want to be in a situation that I'm in 2 boats or anything like that. That's not the right way to do it, because the family background I have, the upbringing I have, I have never stayed in one party and served another party.
कल्याण सांसदों को थी पहले से, तो पहले पार्टी के अंदर लोग क्यों नहीं बताए कि अब नाराज हो रहे हैं, इस्तीफा दे रहे हैं, पहले क्यों नहीं बोला?
मुझे तो अजीब लगा कि कल्याण बैनर्जी जिनकी बात आप कर रहे हैं, मैं नहीं कर रही, उन्हें तो शुकेंदु जी की तारीफ की कि बड़ा अच्छा पदक्षेप लिया।
आपके मैम कई कॉलीग्स हैं तृणमूल कांग्रेस में, आप सीजन पॉलिटिशियन हैं मैम, क्या और भी लोग तृणमूल कांग्रेस में अभी हम देख रहे हैं कई रेजिग्नेशन हो रहे हैं, बड़ी लोकसभा राज्यसभा की बात की जाए, आने वाले और समय में हम देख सकते हैं मैम? और
सी आई एम नॉट प्रिवी टू दिस कि कौन क्या कर रहा है, मैं उस पर प्रिवी नहीं हूँ। और फ्रैंकली स्पीकिंग I am not directly involved in Bengal politics. I am from Assam.
Do you want to focus?
आज के दिन तो मैं मुक्त हूँ, इंडिपेंडेंट हूँ। I am a free woman and हेमंतदा के साथ मेरा बहुत पुराने दिन से हमने कांग्रेस में एक साल काम किया। So I gave a courtesy visit.
आप भाजपा में शामिल होंगी मतलब आने वाले समय में?
मेरे को 2-3 दिन फारिग रहने। Let me be on a few days sabbatical. That's all I.
Ma'am, you are going to submit your resignation to the Vice President.
It's already कल्याण बैनर्जी का
लगाओ भाई। Focus more on state politics, Assam politics.
See, I am a politician with an electoral background, although I've lost an election, no doubt about it. And I'm an organization person. But I don't know what exactly I will do. I also need some time to think. But I think that Assam is my state. But I am grateful that after all, when MLAs vote for you, is the people of Bengal who give me a chance to be a Rajya Sabha MP. I am grateful to the people of Bengal. But I'll need to do some thinking.
Ma'am, you have not mentioned any reason in your resignation.
No, I'm going to Assam to meet my mother.
Ma'am, Assam and Kalyan Banerjee has been stating that these MPs who won from the election of symbol of the Trinamool Congress, they should first join the Bharatiya Janata Party, fight the elections, and then they can be in the parliament.
Who said this?
The Kalyan Banerjee and Kirti Azad both.
Let them say. उनको भी तो कुछ बोलना है ना, बेचारे चुप कर रहे हैं.
Ma'am, but what has been the biggest reason, ma'am? What has been the biggest reason that you actually?
See, I am not going to. The reasons are my own. The decision is my own. I don't have anyone to blame. And I don't want to say anything.
All right, viewers, let's go into another big breaking news development, and this is the Cabinet passes a resolution applauding Prime Minister Narendra Modi for becoming the longest-serving elected Prime Minister for consecutive terms. And members of the Cabinet also gave a standing ovation to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is significant. This is very big, ladies and gentlemen. The Cabinet passes a resolution applauding Prime Minister Narendra Modi for becoming the longest-serving Prime Minister, and PM Modi becomes the longest-serving Prime Minister for consecutive terms. And a standing ovation was received by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. All right, our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor is on the phone line. Abhishek, it's quite significant, very important, and this means that PM Modi becomes the longest-serving Prime Minister for consecutive terms. If you can put this into perspectives and explain to our viewers, Abhishek.
Yes, consecutive elected terms, Shivam, and the fact that even Pandit Jawaharlal, even now for that matter, both Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and his daughter Indira Gandhi remain prime ministers with longer tenure than Prime Minister Modi. But the catch is that in terms of the longest tenure as elected Prime Minister and a consecutive tenure at that, Prime Minister beats Nehru today. And Nehru, though overall was Prime Minister for 6130 days, but today with 4399 days, Prime Minister Modi beats Nehru for that. He had crossed Indira Gandhi benchmark about 8 months back. And I think it's not an apple-to-apple comparison, because Nehru getting elected in 1952 was with no contest whatsoever in the Congress, because in 1947, when he became Prime Minister, he was effectively selected by Mahatma Gandhi, father of the nation, again much against the wishes of the Congress party itself. with 12 of the 15 Congress committees or state committees at that time having elected Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel and not Nehru as their leader, which means ideally Sardar Patel should have taken over. But that's a very, long historical debate connected with our freedom struggle. In the present, I think what is important is Narendra Modi has been at the helm as Prime Minister in his ongoing third term, but beats Nehru's record at a time when his rise was contested. It's not like it was served on a platter to him. Leadership was not served on a platter to him, unlike in the case of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, and rising much against the tide and much against the headwinds, both within the BJP, then sustaining himself as Chief Minister, bettering his own record, becoming Prime Minister, keep coming back to power in 2019 and 2024 as a coalition NDA. I think Prime Minister's electoral achievement, political achievement, is a piece with itself. And then, of course, the governance record about which the BJP has been talking on the 12th anniversary. Remember, yesterday was the 12th anniversary of the BJP third government under Prime Minister Modi. I think in that sense, the standing ovation that Prime Minister has got in this cabinet meeting was obviously a formal acknowledgement of the kind of leadership he provided to both the BJP and the NDA.
Definitely. Thanks a lot, Abhishek, for all the latest details. He becomes the longest serving consecutive Prime Minister.
Decision. I have taken decisions from my own. के बारे में मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँ। I don't know, brother.
टीएमसी से इस्तीफा देने के बाद, राज्यसभा से इस्तीफा देने के बाद सुष्मिता ने अखबार से बात करती हुई, सुष्मिता जी, क्या इस्तीफे की वजह आपकी रही?
ये मेरे व्यक्तिगत कारण है। It is my personal decision. It is my personal decision to decide what kind of politics I want to do and how I want to do. That's it. It has nothing to do with anybody.
लेकिन सुष्मिता जी, कांग्रेस पर मुझे याद है जब कांग्रेस पार्टी आपने को लेकर के कोई सवाल नहीं खड़े किए, कोई नाराजगी नहीं बताई, कोई ऐसा रीजन नहीं बताया कि कांग्रेस पार्टी क्यों छोड़ रही है। वही लाइन ऑफ एक्शन अभी टीएमसी में भी आप दे रही हैं। लीडरशिप के खिलाफ कोई बात नहीं करी। क्या वापसी का रास्ता आप रहने देना चाहती है?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि ये मेरे संस्कार हैं। ये मेरे संस्कार है कि जिसके साथ आप रहे हैं, मैं उनके खिलाफ कुछ नहीं बोल सकती। मेरे ग्रीवियंसेस हो सकते हैं, और मैं पब्लिकली क्यों बोलूं? ग्रीवियंसेस किसी व्यक्ति से नहीं है। ग्रीवियंसेस मेरा करियर जैसे चल रहा था उससे हो सकता है, पर मैं
All right, so this was the first reaction by Sushmita Dev, and she said, it's my personal decision, and what kind of politics I want to do, I can do. And she's not aware, she said, I'm not privy to the information of more ministers quitting TMC. But it's time for a short break. Coming up next, war again in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopter shot down. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, more details on that.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it?
All right, viewers, this is the video of the meeting. These are the visuals of the meeting that's happening. And now PM Modi received a standing ovation, ladies and gentlemen, on your screens, as you can see. And this is the cabinet passing the resolution applauding Prime Minister Narendra Modi for becoming the longest-serving Prime Minister consecutively elected. Now, that's a big achievement, and this is the Modi era, 12 years and counting, and Cabinet lauds Prime Minister Narendra Modi's milestone, and PM Modi becomes the longest-serving consecutively elected Prime Minister for consecutive terms. Now, Cabinet gives PM Modi a standing ovation for this achievement and for the spectacular performance of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the NDA under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And this, ladies and gentlemen, means 4,399 days continuously being the Prime Minister of India, the longest-serving Prime Minister of the nation. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen, this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and this is the cabinet of Prime Minister Narendra Modi applauding Prime Minister Narendra Modi for becoming the longest-serving consecutively elected Prime Minister, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is cabinet giving PM a standing ovation and applauding Prime Minister for being selected, for becoming the Prime Minister time and again, consecutively. All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we have a lot more lined up coming up after the break. Back-to-back setbacks for the TMC as Sushmita Dev resigns from her post as Rajya Sabha MP. We'll get you all the latest details of this and a lot more after the break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from, the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape. And people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio and I had told him, Jayant, I think you should be ashamed of what you've done. Because for all the good you will do in your political career, this moment will be the black spot on your career. And therefore, my point is to those who call themselves right-wingers. You cannot be right-wingers, say you're fighting for the right and be supporting lynchers and rapists at the same time. You cannot have this attitude that if you are pro-Hindu, then if someone who is a Hindu or from a Hindu organization commits the most ghastly crime, you will say it's all right because he claims membership of a Hindu organization. Why doesn't the Hindu Yuva Vahini sack and throw out Sushil Prajapati. Why can't they take a stand on issues such as this? Food for thought. Food for thought, ladies and gentlemen, not just for the people who are doing this, but for all of us. In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when...
All right, it's time to slip into a short commercial break again, and coming up next, the Cabinet passes a resolution applauding Prime Minister Narendra Modi for becoming the longest-serving Prime Minister. PM Modi becomes the longest-serving Prime Minister for consecutive terms. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, Who will?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. A very, very good afternoon. Now, Mamata Banerjee is having a very, very hard time keeping her flock together because there are more resignations coming in from the TMC. We'll get to all those updates, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Republic accesses the 3,000-page charge sheet in the TCS grooming gang case, which exposes the full account of the forced conversion. Key accused Neera Khan's role now fully exposed. Charge sheet says she pressured victims into changing names and performing namaz. Mamata continues to suffer setback after setback in the parliament as Rajya Sabha MP Sushmita Dev resigns as MP and then goes on to meet the Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma. The biggest news from the war today, Iran refutes Trump's claims that Apache chopper pilots rescued, says no one got out of the chopper alive. The Middle East returns to being an active war zone, sirens sounding Bahrain and Kuwait and Jordan after Iran strikes US bases. Iran responds to US attacks, downs US MQ-9 drone in Bushehr and strikes F-35 hangars at US base in Jordan. Getting your big breaking news coming in right now on Republic TV. Cabinet has passed a resolution applauding Prime Minister Modi for becoming the longest serving elected Prime Minister for consecutive terms. Members of the Cabinet also gave a standing ovation to Prime Minister Modi, viewers. So back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV, viewers. All those are pictures, Union Cabinet passing a resolution there, and this resolution is lauding Prime Minister Modi for becoming the longest-serving elected Prime Minister. He has completed 4,399 days in the office, and the members of the Cabinet also gave a standing ovation to the Prime Minister. Getting you these updates coming in on Republic TV, viewers. Let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. Cabinet has passed a resolution applauding Prime Minister Modi becoming the longest-serving Prime Minister. And okay, let's move ahead to the next set of breaking news coming in. We have some big breaking coming in from Bengal now. This is regarding Suvendu's cabinet portfolios for the ministers. I repeat, let's talk a little bit about what is happening when we talk about the cabinet portfolios in West Bengal. Who is getting what portfolio in West Bengal? Now, this is source-based information coming in. Let's see what the portfolios are looking like, viewers. We have information on portfolios for 6 ministers. According to sources, Tapas Ray will be Industry Minister, Swapan Dasgupta will be Finance Minister, Jagannath Chatterjee will be Higher Education and Technical Polytechnic. Deepak Burman to be named School Education Minister. A Tourism and Parliamentary Affairs profile will go to Shankar Ghosh, and Manoj Oraon will be named the Forest Minister. So on your screen, viewers, we have put out what we have come to know. All right, getting you some more breaking news coming in. Let's move ahead to these pictures which are coming in.
लोकतंत्र में अब भी कोई ना कोई प्रकार की लोकतांत्रिक शुचिता बाकी हो। कोर्ट का रास्ता खुला हुआ है क्या? हमारे तरफ से हमारे सीनियर लॉयर्स ने अपना सवाल रखा है और हम अपनी लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। मैम इलेक्शन कमीशन से इधर बैठिए, जल्दी बैठिए। नहीं प्लीज ओके अरे निकलने तो भाई निकलने तो दो मुझे। अरे मेरे को निकलने तो दो भाई, निकलने तो दो। अरे निकलने तो दो भाई। निकलने क्या तो आप ऐसे नहीं घूमना चाहिए ना।
All right, we'll go to Sarthak now. Sarthak, we know that the Election Commission was meeting the Congress delegation to address the concerns over the rejection of party candidate Meenakshi Natarajan's nomination papers for Rajya Sabha. What has happened after that? Take our viewers through what has happened. Yes, go ahead.
Well, Shivangi, absolutely. There are 3 Rajya Sabha seats that are up for election on June 18, and Meenakshi Natarajan was one of the candidates whose candidature was cancelled by the Election Commission after an affidavit was filed, and there were some discrepancies and some alleged omission and incorrect disclosure in her affidavit that was filed by her. And this has been alleged by the Congress leaders that this is a targeted practice by the BJP to cancel her candidature just so that their route becomes easier, their chances of winning the election becomes easier. There were 10 on 9th June, which was yesterday. A letter was also issued by 10 members of All India Congress Committee to the Election Commission. Where they said that a delegation will be present tomorrow for a meeting at the Election Commission of India office here in New Delhi. The leaders included K.C. Venugopal, Jairam Ramesh, Randeep Singh Surjewala, Bhupesh Baghel, Sachin Pilot, there was Deepa Dasmunsi, there was Vivek Tanka, Meenakshi Natarajan herself, Mohammad Ali Khan and Omar Huda. The talk at the Election Commission of India, they were here for at least an hour or a little more than that, and they had a detailed discussion regarding the same, and after which they have given a statement to the media where they have stated that they are expecting, they are having hopes on the Election Commission that they would be taking the right decision against such a call that has been made by the Election Commission by cancelling her candidature, Meenakshi Natarajan's candidature. They might revoke that, or they might take some other decisions regarding the same, and if that doesn't happen, they may also take a legal route. They may file a case in the court against such a decision. So all in all, these 10 Congress leaders have alleged that this is a targeted practice by the BJP to cancel her candidature just so that their chances of winning the election on June 18 becomes easier for the 3 Rajya Sabha seats in the Madhya Pradesh Assembly.
All right, so we see that the Congress is saying the BJP is trying to derail the Congress campaign through administrative and procedural maneuvers. But the BJP, on the other hand, Sarthak, if you could also tell us what the BJP is saying. They say they have raised an objection regarding Natarajan's nomination form, alleging that she had concealed information about a case pending in a Telangana court. All right, viewers, getting some more breaking news coming in right now. We have to move ahead because we're getting all these breaking updates coming in. These are pictures coming in of Sushmita Dev. Now, in a major jolt to the TMC, prominent leader and Rajya Sabha member of Parliament, Sushmita Dev has resigned from a parliamentary seat and all party positions. So we're trying to get a reaction. Yes. Okay, we'll get that reaction in a short while from now, but these are pictures coming in, and just after she has quit the the party and the RS seat. We saw that she met with Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma. So those are the pictures that we are getting for you, where Sushmita Dev met Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma in New Delhi. There are speculations that she may join the BJP at a later stage. So a lot of buzz and speculation. But one thing is for sure, it's a big setback for Mamata Banerjee.
In politics, I don't think everything needs to be revealed. But I feel that I don't want to be in a situation that I'm in two boats or anything like that. That's not the right way to do it, because the family background I have, the upbringing I have never stayed in one party and served another party.
कल्याण ने कहा सांसदों को थी पहले से, तो पहले पार्टी के अंदर लोग क्यों नहीं बताए कि अब नाराज हो रहे हैं, इस्तीफा दे रहे हैं, पहले क्यों नहीं बोला?
मुझे तो अजीब लगा कि कल्याण बैनर्जी जिनकी बात आप कर रहे हैं, मैं नहीं कर रही, उन्हें तो शुकेंदु जी की तारीफ की कि बड़ा अच्छा पदक्षेप लिया,
तृणमूल कांग्रेस में आप सीजन पॉलिटिशियन हैं मैम, क्या और भी लोग तृणमूल कांग्रेस में अभी हम देख रहे हैं कई रेजिग्नेशन हो रहे हैं, बड़ी लोकसभा राज्यसभा की बात की जाए, आने वाले और समय में हम देख सकते हैं मैम? और
सी आई एम नॉट प्रिवी टू दिस कि कौन क्या कर रहा है, मैं उस पर प्रिवी नहीं हूँ, और फ्रैंकली स्पीकिंग I am not directly involved in Bengal politics. I am from Assam.
Do you want to focus?
आज के दिन तो मैं मुक्त हूँ, इंडिपेंडेंट हूँ. I am a free woman and हेमंतदा के साथ मेरा बहुत पुराने दिन से हमने कांग्रेस में 1 साल काम किया. So I gave a courtesy visit.
आप भाजपा में शामिल होंगी?
All right, then we also have a reaction coming in from Sukanto Majumdar, who is the Union Minister. They're from the BJP, and he has spoken about what exactly is happening within the TMC, that so many top leaders are quitting. Let's go ahead and play it out.
देखिए, बहुत सारे उनके जो एमपीज हैं, वो लोकसभा हो या राज्यसभा वाले हो, ममता बनर्जी और उनकी पार्टी से खपा है. क्यों खपा है मालूम नहीं, वो तो वो ही बता पाएंगे. अब वो रिजाइन करेंगे, क्या करेंगे, उनकी बात है. वो तो अप टू दैट एमपी, वो एमपी क्या करेगी वो तो हम नहीं बोल सकते ना. देखिए, ऐसे तृणमूल कांग्रेस नामक जो पार्टी है वो आने वाले समय में साइन बोर्ड तक रह जाएगी. उसके बाहर तृणमूल कांग्रेस नाम की कोई पार्टी नहीं रहेगी, ऐसा मुझे लगता है. हम इलेक्शन से पहले भी यही बोलते थे. जब 2024 में हमारी संख्या थोड़ी सी घट गई, उसके बाद भी हमने वही बोला कि तृणमूल जिस दिन हारेगा, पार्टी नहीं रहेगी.
All right, viewers, so we were getting that reaction coming in from Sukanto Majumdar, but we were also trying to get a reaction coming in from Sushmita Dev, but she's not really revealing why she has quit. She did say, I quit. It's her choice that she quit. That's something she has said, but not really talking about what is happening within the TMC. So when she was asked, and we tried to show you that statement a short while back, Sushmita Dev said that what prompted me to take a decision is a very long story, and she also has mentioned she wants to do politics her own way. So this is what we see right now on Republic TV. But it's very important to note that Sushmita is the second MP of the TMC to quit this week after Sukhendu Shekhar Ray, who had also resigned from the party as well as a Rajya Sabha. This is the unprecedented rebellion that we're seeing within the TMC, where already many MLAs have broken ranks with the leadership and backed Ritubrato Banerjee for the post of LOP. So we are seeing a lot of updates coming in, and Mamata Banerjee really struggling there to keep her flock together. And these pictures are coming in of Sushmita Dev after meeting Himanta Biswa Sarma. She was asked about the meeting, and she said that I took advice from Himanta Biswa Sarma. And she said, I'm a free woman. I have known Himanta Da for a long time. I paid a courtesy visit to him. So this is what she said after meeting Himanta Biswa Sarma. A lot of speculation really doing the rounds that maybe she could be joining the BJP. That is a buzz, a speculation, but it looks very likely after that meeting that we are seeing. So we will keep getting our viewers all those updates coming in on Republic TV. And big updates coming in here on Republic, where it's a major jolt to the TMC, where prominent leader has now resigned from her parliamentary seat and all party positions. Her departure is a very big blow to Mamata Banerjee, coming less than 24 hours after veteran leader Sukhendu Shekhar Ray quit the party and resigned his upper house seat. And the exit of former All India Mahila Congress chief, who crossed over from the Congress to the TMC with much fanfare in 2021, we're talking about Sushmita Dev, shows the growing challenges the ruling West Bengal faces in maintaining its national footprint. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other updates coming in. Congress leaders at Election Commission of India to meet the Chief Election Commissioner, Ganesh Kumar. So that has also happened a short while back. And this is coming in the backdrop of a lot of objections which were raised by the Congress. We'll tell you a little bit more about it. This meeting has already happened a short while back, and we see that the meeting between officials of the Election Commission of India and the Congress leaders just has happened. In a letter addressed to the Congress President, Election Commission said that the Commission has decided to give an appointment to the delegation of Indian National Congress for an interaction at 12 noon. And while accepting the Congress's request for the meeting, we understand that this meeting has happened. Now, the meeting has happened because the Congress is making a couple of allegations. Kamal Nath specifically alleging BJP leaders intentionally challenged Natarajan's nomination before creating a commotion within the assembly premises.
Miss Natarajan only received a notice to come to the court and tell the court why cognizance should not be taken. That means the notice she received was before any cognizance was taken. Number 3, any kindergarten and first year law student knows that without cognizance, no criminal case exists in the eyes of law. There is no criminal case merely if I allege something against somebody else without a cognizance taken. Number 4 is more absurd. You have rejected Ms. Natarajan's nomination on the non-existence of even cognizance, which means there is no criminal case which she could have disclosed. But you have done it at the first stage, whereas the section which I have just read to you, 33A, says that after cognizance, if it is taken, then there will be investigation. After investigation, there will be charge sheet. That is not enough. The section says after charge sheet, the judge must frame charges. Had the judge reached the stage of framing charges, she would be obliged to disclose. It is a bizarre thing that the judge, that the RO has rejected it, saying that there is cognizance. The word used is Sangyan in the RO's order. Sangyan means cognizance. There is no cognizance taken. Ultimately, also we pointed out to the Election Commission that they are having a huge reservoir of power under Article 324. It's a constitutional power. It is uncircumscribed power. It is inherent power. It is power to do justice and power to right wrongs. If a RO improperly throws out a nomination paper on the ground that the color of his hair is black or that he is resident of some other state, nobody has to wait to go to court. Nobody has to file election petition and waste 3, 4, 5, 6 years. The main body which has 324 is sitting here, and that reservoir of powers to do corrective justice must be exercised by them immediately. That is what we have asked. This has been done by them in a Haryana precedent where the RO was wrongly rejecting 2 nominations. This has been done earlier by them in a Gujarat precedent. We have given all those notes and papers to them. We hope and trust that the EC will realize that this creates a very bad, distorted, non-level playing field. A non-level playing field strikes at the heart of democracy. A violation of that strikes further at the heart of the basic structure of the Constitution. and they should, therefore we have requested them for an immediate decision. We have come on the day of withdrawal. There is sufficient time. This is a completely egregious, blatant, patently unlawful, without law order. And it should be set aside immediately is our request.
Okay, Sarthak, take our views to what's happening. Congress is saying that the BJP is trying to derail the campaign, and the BJP has raised objections regarding Natarajan's nomination form. Yes, go ahead, Sarthak.
Well, absolutely, Shivangi. This is the main accusation that has been made by these Congress leaders, where they're saying BJP is targeting specifically this the nomination of Meenakshi Natarajan, just so that their chances of winning the 3 seats become easier on June 18. That's the major allegation that has been made by them. There were 10 Congress leaders. They had even written a letter to the Election Commission that they will be presenting as a delegation at the Election Commission today. The meeting took place at around 12 in the afternoon, where talks happened with the Chief Election Commissioner here in New Delhi. The discussion happened for over an hour. They were having a detailed discussion about the cancellation of the candidature of Meenakshi Natarajan, where they're saying there is some form of technical ground that is being pointed out by BJP, which is something very surprising, because if there is a technical ground, then that has to be addressed. For now, they have said that they are hoping that the Election Commission will take any decision. If not, they might go to courts and take a legal route. Back to you.
Oh, thank you, Sarthak, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you for more. Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. War again in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopter was shot down. Stay tuned. We'll get you the latest coming in. We are live and breaking.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025, when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink, and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him, as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him, we will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive and the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then, this is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen,
coming up, viewers, on the other side, war again in West Asia. US launches attacks on Iran after Apache helicopter shot down. Stay tuned. We'll get you the latest.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo moto So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was IRGC a media trial? When the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Boda murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sandesh Khali case where Mamata Banerjee stood there and the media made a hue and cry about Sandesh Khali, the mass gang rape of Hindu women before the politicians stepped in. If it was not for a media trial, there would be no expose of Sandesh Khali. And you know what? Thank God for the media trial and the media debate and the media investigation that forced the judge to resign in the cash burning scam, where in the house of a judge in the heart of Lutyens, cash was burning. It made people uncomfortable, the judiciary uncomfortable. Thank God for that media trial. And thank God for the media trial in Aravali, which forced the Supreme Court to retrace the steps of an order which, if implemented, would have been disastrous for society and ecology. Thank God for that media trial. And I say thank God for the ongoing media trial in the Tushar Sharma case. And I'm ready to challenge anyone who says that media trial is bad. I say when media trial happens for the right reasons, without any malice and only good intent, it's the best thing that can happen in the persistent and constant and unstoppable fight for the truth. I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly, because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape, and hence we will celebrate him, we will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive, and the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then, this is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from the BJP, and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape, and people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do no wrong. That was another shameful moment for the right wing. And ladies and gentlemen, Jayant Sinha, remember, son of Yashwant Sinha, stood there, ladies and gentlemen, and garlanded people accused of lynching. And he had come to my studio and I had told him, Jayant, I think you should be ashamed of what you've done. Because for all the good you will do in your political career, this moment will be the black spot on your career. And therefore, my point is to those who call themselves right-wingers. You cannot be right-wingers, say you're fighting for the right, and be supporting lynchers and rapists at the same time. You cannot have this attitude that if you are pro-Hindu, then if someone who is a Hindu or from a Hindu organization commits the most ghastly crime, you will say it's all right because he claims membership of a Hindu organization. Why doesn't the Hindu Yuva Vahini sack and throw out Sushil Prajapati? Why can't they take a stand on issues such as this? Food for thought. Food for thought, ladies and gentlemen, not just for the people who are doing this, but for all of us. In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence. What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, what happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG a media trial? When the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Boda murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sandesh Khali case where Mamata Banerjee stood there and the media made a hue and cry about Sandesh Khali, the mass gang rape of Hindu women, before the politicians stepped in. If it was not for a media trial, there would be no expose of Sandesh Khali. And you know what? Thank God for the media trial and the media debate and the media investigation that forced the judge to resign in the cash burning scam, where in the house of a judge in the heart of Lutyens, cash was burning. It made people uncomfortable, the judiciary uncomfortable. Thank God for that media trial. And thank God for the media trial in Aravali, which forced the Supreme Court to retrace the steps of an order which, if implemented, would have been disastrous for society and ecology. Thank God for that media trial. And I say thank God for the ongoing media trial in the Twisha Sharma case. And I'm ready to challenge anyone who says that media trial is bad. I say when media trial happens for the right reasons, without any malice and only good intent, it's the best thing that can happen in the persistent and constant and unstoppable fight for the truth. I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
हनी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance.
Some breaking news coming in. Viewers, Cabinet has passed the resolution upholding Prime Minister Modi for becoming the longest serving Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi becomes the longest serving Prime Minister for consecutive terms. Cabinet gives the Prime Minister Modi a standing ovation for the achievement. Listen in to Cabinet Minister Ashwini Vaishnav on this development.
आज 10 जून 2026 का दिन भारतीय लोकतंत्र की यात्रा में एक ऐतिहासिक और प्रेरणादायी पड़ाव के रूप में अंकित हुआ है। आज श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी निर्वाचित प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में सर्वाधिक अवधि तक निरंतर देश की सेवा करने वाले प्रधानमंत्री बन गए हैं। उन्होंने निर्वाचित पीएम के तौर पर 4,399 डेज की निरंतर सेवा का कीर्तिमान स्थापित किया है, जो स्वतंत्र भारत के इतिहास में पहली बार हुआ है। इससे पूर्व श्री जवाहरलाल जी नेहरू ने 1952 से लेकर 1964 तक निरंतर 4,398 दिन तक इस पद को सुशोभित किया था। मुख्य बात यह है, यह अवसर भारत की लोकतांत्रिक चेतना, जन विश्वास और जन भागीदारी की शक्ति का प्रतीक है।
After Meenakshi Natarajan's nomination rejected for Rajya Sabha, BJP now says, why didn't the Congress have a backup plan? So big updates coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. Viewers, a lot of to and fro and allegations coming in on this case. And as the Congress is saying that the BJP leaders intentionally challenged Natarajan's nomination and created a commotion. At the same time, BJP raising objections regarding Natarajan's nomination form, alleging that she had concealed information about a case pending in a Telangana court. So BJP has hit back on this issue. A short while back, the Congress team met the Election Commission over rejection of Meenakshi Natarajan's Rajya Sabha papers.
यह स्वयं तेलंगाना की एक महिला कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता के द्वारा तेलंगाना के कांग्रेस नेता के विरुद्ध उनके शोषण और उनके साथ अनुचित व्यवहार करने का प्रकरण था, जिसमें उन्होंने प्रभारी के रूप में कांग्रेस की प्रत्याशी महोदया का नाम भी लिया था। तो ये दर्शाता है कि इस कांग्रेस की मोहब्बत की दुकान में उनके अपने कार्यकर्ताओं या अपनी कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए किस प्रकार के अरमान हैं। मैं कांग्रेस से पूछना चाहता हूं कि महिला सम्मान की इतनी बड़ी बात करने वाले लोग जब ये कह रहे हैं कि इस प्रकरण को संज्ञान में नहीं लिया जाना चाहिए, तो क्या वो मानते हैं कि उनकी महिला कार्यकर्ताओं के सम्मान का कोई स्थान नहीं है? इसलिए उन्हें लगता है कि यह प्रकरण संज्ञान में लाने योग्य नहीं है, परंतु वैधानिक दृष्टि से हर प्रत्याशी को अपने विरुद्ध चल रहे किसी भी प्रकरण की जानकारी देनी होती है।
Taking a short break, viewers, do not go anywhere. Mamata continues to suffer setbacks in the parliament as Rajya Sabha MP Sushmita Dev resigns and then goes on to meet Assam CM Himanta Biswa Sarma. Stay tuned.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and in a big jolt to Trinamool Congress. Now, after Sukhendu Roy, Sushmita Dev has also resigned from Rajya Sabha, taking the TMC tally to about 11 now. Getting you all the updates on that. But first up, a quick check at the top headlines. Republic accesses the 3,000-page charge sheet in TCS grooming gang case, which exposes the full account of forced conversion. Key accused Nana Khan's role now fully exposed. Charge sheet says she pressured victims into changing names and performing namaz. Mamata Banerjee continues to suffer setbacks in Parliament as Rajya Sabha MP Sushmita Dev now resigns and goes to meet Assam CM. The biggest news from the war today: Iran refutes Trump's claim that Apache chopper pilots were rescued, says no one got out of chopper alive. The Middle East returns to being an active war zone, sirens sounding across Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan after Iran strikes US assets. Iran responds to US attacks, downs a US MQ-9 drone in Bushehr, strikes F-35 hangars at a US base in Jordan. Hello viewers, our top focus: waters are brewing inside Trinamool Congress now in a back-to-back setbacks for Mamata Banerjee. We are now looking at another resignation coming in. Rajya Sabha MP now Sushmita Dev has resigned from her post, and this comes following her meeting with Assam's Chief Minister. In fact, Hemant Biswa Sharma then also issued a statement saying her decision was based on the kind of politics that she wants to be part of. In fact, now Sushmita Dev spoke exclusively to the public on her resignation from TMC Rajya Sabha MP. Take a listen.
देखिए, मैं क्यों छोड़ के जा रही हूँ। मैंने सुबह आज ऑल इंडिया तृणमूल कांग्रेस के प्राइमरी मेंबरशिप से इस्तीफा दिया, और जिस आसन में जो आसन मुझे दिया गया था राज्यसभा में, वो तृणमूल कांग्रेस ने दिया था। तो पार्टी छोड़ा तो वो आसन भी छोड़ना चाहिए, वो मैंने छोड़ा। उसके बाद कोई छुपाने वाली बात नहीं है। मैं दिन में ही गई, डॉक्टर हेमंत बिश्व शर्मा जो आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, मैं उनसे मिली, क्योंकि मेरी राजनीति आसाम में है। मैं बंगाल के लोगों के प्रति आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ, क्योंकि तृणमूल ने जो मुझे राज्यसभा की सीट दी, वो तो इनडायरेक्टली लोगों के माध्यम से है। तो आई थैंक द पीपल ऑफ बंगाल। पर मुझे आसाम में राजनीति करना है, मुझे इलेक्टोरल पॉलिटिक्स में मेरा इंटरेस्ट ज़्यादा है। तो मैं आसाम के मुख्यमंत्री से गाइडेंस लेने गई थी कि क्या करना चाहिए, कैसा करना चाहिए, और वहाँ पर क्या बातचीत हुई, शायद वो टीवी पर बोलना ठीक नहीं रहेगा।
आपकी जो भी बातचीत रही हो, लेकिन क्योंकि वो बीजेपी के मुख्यमंत्री हैं, तो ऐसे में ये मान लिया जाए कि आप बीजेपी जा रहे हैं।
देखिए, डॉक्टर हेमंत बिश्व शर्मा के साथ मैं काम इसलिए करना चाहती हूँ क्योंकि मैंने अपनी आंखों से देखा है कि 10 साल में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आसाम में किस तरह का काम किया है। मैंने उससे पहले 30 साल भी देखा है, मैं राजनीति में थी। तो कोई एक साधारण व्यक्ति अगर आसाम में जाके तुलना करेगा, आप देख सकते हैं कि क्या परिवर्तन आया है।
बिल्कुल परिवर्तन की बात आप कर रहे हैं, लेकिन मैम एक सवाल ये भी हो जाता है कि कांग्रेस में आप थे तो आपको टीएमसी में जाना ठीक लगा। जाहिर सी बात है, जब आपको लगेगा कि अनुकूल हैं परिस्थितियां, तो आप कोई भी नेता जाता है। फिर आप टीएमसी के बाद अब आप अगला कदम आप ले रहे हैं, तो क्या वजह है कि टीएमसी में वो आप नहीं कर पा रहे थे और टीएमसी वो मौका आपको नहीं मिला? क्या वजह है कि अब आपको आगे दूसरी पार्टी आप तलाश रही हैं?
देखिए, मैंने आपसे शुरू में कहा, मेरे व्यक्तिगत और राजनीतिक कारण हैं, और जो आप शायद नहीं पूछ पा रहे, मैं ही बोल देती हूँ। आप अपॉर्चुनिज्म की बात कर रहे हैं। सो पॉलिटिक्स में अपॉर्चुनिज्म बोल के कुछ नहीं होता, ठीक है। मैं किस तरह की राजनीति करूँगी, कौन सा आदर्श मान के चलूंगी और किस तरह से जनता की सेवा करूंगी, वो मेरा व्यक्तिगत निर्णय है। मुझे किसी से सर्टिफिकेट नहीं चाहिए, सीधी सी बात है।
लेकिन एक लिस्ट की बात की गई कि लोकसभा के तमाम सांसद हैं टीएमसी के, वो अलग गुट बना रहे हैं, तो क्या आपको उसी के इतर उसी में शामिल करके देखा जाए कि?
देखिए, मैंने कोई लिस्ट नहीं देखा, मैंने कोई लिस्ट नहीं देखा, और मैं फिर से कह रही हूँ, मेरी राजनीति आसाम में है, और जो परिस्थिति है, मुझे लगा कि यही सटीक निर्णय है।
एक आखिरी सवाल मैं सुन रहा था आपको, आपने कहा कि मैं ममता बनर्जी पर कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगी। जाहिर सी बात है, एक बड़ी नेता हैं, आपके मन में उनको लेकर सेवा भाव सम्मान जो भी रहा होगा। क्या कारण है कि अभिषेक बनर्जी और बाकी तमाम नेताओं को लेकर तमाम जो लोग टीएमसी छोड़ रहे हैं मुखर होकर बोल रहे हैं कि अभिषेक बनर्जी बाकी लोगों ने टीएमसी को बर्बाद कर दिया?
देखिए, मैं एक चीज़ बोलती हूँ कि लोकतंत्र में सबसे बड़ा जो निर्णय होता है किसी भी राजनीतिवीर के जीवन में, वो मैंडेट होता है कि वोट में क्या हुआ। ठीक है, तो बंगाल का मैंडेट तो आ गया है ना। सो मुझे लगता है ममता बनर्जी के बारे में मैं 10 बातें बोलूं, अभिषेक, दैट इज नॉट द पॉइंट। जनता ने बोल दिया वेस्ट बंगाल में क्या होना है, आसाम में जनता ने बोल दिया है क्या होना है, तो जनता तो जनार्दन है ना।
तो आप बीजेपी जाएंगे?
देखिए, मैं हेमंत बिश्व शर्मा से एज अ गाइड मिली हूँ, और मैं किसी पार्टी में जाऊंगी नहीं जाऊंगी वो तो पार्टी का निर्णय है ना, मैं कैसे निर्णय ले लूं।
All right, that was Sushmita Dev clearly spelling it out that her future lies with BJP and electoral politics on the ground. And now we are shifting focus in a big exclusive for Republic. Now, for weeks, AIMIM leaders claimed that TCS accused Nida Khan was the victim of a media trial and alleged that educated Muslims were being unfairly targeted. But Republic has now accessed a 3,000-page charge sheet filed in the case. The SIT charge sheet now reveals the details of Nida's role in the TCS conversion racket, how she groomed Hindu victims and trained them to adopt Islamic practices, including how to wear burqa, how to perform namaz. She taught all of these to Hindu victims. The charge sheet also raises fresh questions about how she remained absconding for weeks and who helped her evade arrest. The investigation, in fact, now puts the spotlight not just on Nida Khan's role, but also on the political backing and the shelter she allegedly received while she was on the run. Now, in fact, we have accessed the whole charge sheet and we're getting you a page by page development as to what she has confessed during investigation. And she clearly says that she helped the victims train as to how to perform namaz, and the victim also admits how there was sexual assault at the hands of these accused inside the TCS premises. Now, this is another big confession made by Nida Khan, where she accepts that she did take several victims to her house and asked them to offer namaz. So she has been coercing these victims to perform namaz and to also wear burqa and hijab. She also confessed during investigation that how she had taken all these victims to her house in Riza Green Villas in Nasik. This is where she used to live, and she took all the TCS Hindu victims to her house, where she taught them how to wear a burqa, how to wear a hijab, and how to perform namaz. So essentially forcing them to adopt Islamic practices. All right, in fact, we're also getting some political reactions. Sanjay Nirupam has specifically spoken on these big allegations coming to light in these TCS charge sheet. Take a listen.
See, as a matter of fact, what I understand that media has not yet started the trial. Media is not at all reporting properly the whole case. There are 9 FIRs. 8 people have been arrested and 5 charge sheets have been submitted in the parliament, in the court. And after going through all these charge sheets, one can understand that it is not an isolated case. These 3 main accused, Danish Sheikh, Tausif Attar and Nida Khan, they are not just alone. There is a huge conspiracy behind them. Somebody outside India is handling them. There is a huge international conspiracy of this forced conversion going on. And
do you have any evidence on it?
There are a lot of evidences, but one paper I can quote here. This is a rejection of bail application by the additional session judge, special judge KG Joshi Sahab. And this order was passed on 2nd May 2026. In this order, by the court is actually in the response to the bail application moved by Nida Khan. And while delivering this order, the Honorable Judge has quoted the state prosecutor's submission. And in that submission, the state prosecutor has said, he further submitted that accused number 1, Danish Sheikh, and accused number 2, Tausif, are involved in the planning to send the victim to Malaysia for a job. The victim, the girl, the Hindu girl. The consignment was intended to be sent to a person named Imran. Imran is a very dangerous name, it is coming up. Since all 3 accused acted in conspiracy in the commission of the said offense, the investigative agency needs to interrogate the applicant accused to gather information regarding the person named Imran, who is based in Malaysia. All these victims were asked to see or watch the videos of Zakir Naik, a very infamous Maulvi of Islamic group, and he was based in Mumbai earlier. And in the name of preaching, he was basically spreading hatred against Hindu religion. He was forced to flee from India, and he is based in Malaysia right now. So his video, and a guy called Imran who is based in Malaysia, and it is being revealed in the court matter on 2nd May 2026, and we are in the month of June, and still the SIT is not confirming that there is an international link. When I spoke to SIT chief, he told me, yes, we are getting some information, some clue, but at this point of time, I cannot confirm that there is a huge international conspiracy. My feeling is, my finding and my gut feeling is, yes, there is a huge international conspiracy behind the whole thing, and it is not just TCS Nasik. There are many more corporate sector offices. There are many more BPOs. There are many more IT company offices where Danish Sheikh, person like Danish Sheikh, Tausif and Nida Khan are operating at the behest of some international group.
All right, viewers, now my colleagues Meenakshi and Revati joining me with more details on this. Revati, coming to you first. Now, we have been saying this from day one. It is a classic case of corporate jihad, and there were forces at play for forced conversion, with links now being also traced to Malaysia. So in this entire 3,000-page charge sheet, what are the big takeaways?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, but before moving forward, I would like to mention that charge sheet is the authentic document which Republic has only access, and the details are shocking, as the details tell the truth which Republic from day one has been telling. So the number one truth or number one confession made by one of the accused, Tausif Attar, during the investigation or interrogation of the matter, said that yes, we did soft target female employees, and it was our responsibility to convert them. This is the statement, very statement mentioned in the charge sheet. The second most important thing is that the Imran Khan angle which is emerging. So according
All right, here's a big political question twist coming to light. In fact, Sonia Gandhi, it seems, has now asked Mamta Banerjee to join Congress. It seems like there's an offer placed before Mamta Banerjee, who's struggling to have a grip on Trinamool Congress, to now join Congress. Now, we understand two offers have been made. First, to Mamta Banerjee as a position of National Vice President, while Rahul Gandhi has also offered the position of National General Secretary to Abhishek Banerjee. Now, remember, both the leaders are in the capital city. They have been holding meetings with the Congress leadership, and in a big Republic exclusive, we are now understanding that sources are telling us that there's an offer placed before both the leaders by the Congress to join the party. Now, in this, Mamta Banerjee, it seems, has been offered the position of National Vice President, while Abhishek Banerjee has been offered the position of National General Secretary. So we understand that our sources are telling us at this moment that political equations are changing rapidly as both Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee are in the capital city. They have been holding hectic parleys with the Congress leadership, and our sources telling us that there is an offer for them now to join Congress party. All right. In fact, my colleague Aishwarya also joins with more details on this. Aishwarya, it's a big development that's coming to light. Sources say that now offer has been placed before Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee to join Congress.
Well, absolutely. Our sources are confirming to us that that a clear offer has been made to none other but the TMC chief and former West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee by Sonia Gandhi to join the Congress party. It is no more an option with TMC and Congress party understanding that, and Sonia Gandhi offering the position of the national vice president to Mamata Banerjee, keeping in mind that till 98 Mamata Banerjee was part of the Congress, but will she accept this? And there also been an offer to Abhishek Banerjee as the National General Secretary of the AICC. So this is something which TMC has to consider. They have to see that even today we are seeing that how Member of Parliament today, Sushmita Dev, has resigned. So TMC in itself is disintegrating. And keeping that in mind, this offer coming from Sonia Gandhi directly to Mamata Banerjee, that whether she will become the national vice president of the Congress or not, that is something we have to wait and watch for, because that decision still rests with Mamata Banerjee. Our sources telling that there has been no confirmation by Mamata Banerjee or either Abhishek Banerjee whether they will join Congress or not, but a clear offer has been made, I repeat, to Mamata Banerjee by Sonia Gandhi to join the Congress as the National Vice President, according to our sources, and to Abhishek Banerjee as the National General Secretary of the Indian National Congress. Both of these offers have been made clearly to both these leaders in person by Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. Whether Mamata and Abhishek Banerjee accept this, it is up to them. But a clear offer has been made, according to our sources, to both Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee to join in as the National Vice President and the National General Secretary of the Congress party respectively. And the final decision on this rests. All of this is happening because TMC in itself is disintegrating. We've seen how 20 Member of Parliament from Lok Sabha coming to Delhi, having a meeting with Bhupendra Yadav and saying that we are going to make another party and join NDA. Yes, back to you.
Right, Aishwarya. So we have seen that Mamata has clearly lost the grip on Trinamool Congress, and now this offer being placed before her by the Congress party. So if she does accept it, it will be a return to the old party. But I want to ask you, she says that she's going to take some time to think about it, which means there is some scope for her to accept this offer.
Obviously not actually going to be easy at all, because she left Congress party, though 98 prior to Sonia Gandhi, but the tussle or the tiff between Mamata Banerjee and the erstwhile leadership of the Congress party has been Sonia Gandhi. We have seen earlier as well that there is an ego tussle between Mamata Banerjee, Abhishek Banerjee, and then Sonia Gandhi, and also Abhishek Banerjee, and then that clout which Mamata Banerjee has. Once you've had your own party, it is very difficult to be number two, and she will just be a national vice president. And technically speaking, there is no power which rests with the national vice president of any national party, and Abhishek Banerjee will just be one of the 20 general secretaries which the Congress party has. Rahul Gandhi will not trust Abhishek Banerjee to a point that he trusts K.C. Venugopal or Surjewala for. So every power or the final power of even being a member of parliament will rest with Sonia and Rahul Gandhi and not with Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee. So that's a call which has to be taken. But an offer has been made, according to our sources, very, very clearly to Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee as the National Vice President and the General Secretary.
All right, so whether or not she accepts the offer, that of course we will see. But the fact that an offer has been made by the Congress for a position of National Vice President to Mamata Banerjee, who's been the Chief Minister of West Bengal, who's held her own party as the chief, also talks about the downfall that she's now witnessing and the struggle for political relevance, how it's increasing on her part.
Well, the party is disintegrating. Let there be no second thought about it. TMC is literally evaporating by every passing minute. Yes, initially we saw 20 Lok Sabha Member of Parliament. Then we saw Member of Parliament from Rajya Sabha. Initially we saw more than 50 MLAs. And now the Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament are also resigning one by one, which is a clear indication that no one wants to stand by Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee. Though every leader who has left TMC is saying that they have no problem with Mamata, but every problem with Abhishek Banerjee. But the offer has been made to both Mamata and Abhishek Banerjee to join Congress. Whether that happens or not, we have to wait and watch for. But our source is confirming that an offer has been made by the Congress party to Mamata Banerjee to join as the National Vice President and to Abhishek Banerjee to join as the National General Secretary of the Indian National Congress.
Right, of course, Aishwarya, and we have seen over the past 2 days, both Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee, they have been staying in the capital city, and a series of meetings have taken place with the Congress leadership. Do we have any details about the kind of discussions that have been going on in these meetings?
Well, first and foremost, TMC, or rather for that matter, Mamata Banerjee is overwhelmed by the loss she has just faced in Bengal, and after that, the continuous disintegration, the continuous evaporation of the MLAs, of the MPs, Lok Sabha and now Rajya Sabha. So she has not got time, and hence we are being told that she has sought time from the Congress party. She has not said a clear no, and that in itself is very, very important and significant, that she has not said a clear no to the Congress to join in as the National Vice President.
Right, of course, Aishwarya, that there has been not a clear no from her side also shows that she is struggling here to have a grip on the party. The TMC is completely shattered, and she is trying to have some relevance in Indian politics as well at the moment. Now, the big question is whether or not she will accept the offer. We'll have to see on that. But as far as TMC is concerned, you track all the political developments. Where do you see the future of Trinamool Congress at the moment?
To politically understand where is TMC. Majority of the MLAs are not with Mamata Banerjee. Majority of the Lok Sabha member of Parliament are not with her. And going by the sense of it, it also very clearly states that even now the Rajya Sabha members are not with her. So the real TMC stands without Mamata Banerjee. We have our guest joining in. Yes, we have, I beg your pardon, we have a guest joining in. Yes, we have the BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala joining in. Shehzad, information coming in that Congress has offered the National Vice President position to Mamata Banerjee and the National General Secretary to Abhishek Banerjee. Shehzad, your first reaction to it?
ये तो होना ही था, Aishwarya. This is nothing surprising because see, in Putra Mo, in Bhatija Mo, due to Parivarvad, the party has split away from Mamata and Abhishek Banerjee, and therefore, out of desperation, frustration, karma has a full cycle. The same Mamata who left Congress, today Congress has offered her a deal that she cannot refuse. Yesterday and today when the meetings took place...
Why do you say so that she cannot refuse? Why do you say so, Shehzad? That she cannot refuse? She can.
No, she cannot.
After running your own party for more than 20 years, it's very difficult to be just a National Vice President.
No, I'll tell you why she can't refuse. Because almost 70 MLAs out of 80 and almost 21, 22 MPs out of 28 no longer want to be with this knuckly TMC. Now, the only way she can retain the TMC in the spirit she can do is by merging it with the Congress. And therefore, you must have seen, Aishwarya, yesterday onwards, you have seen the statements of Udit Raj and Adhir Ranjan. They have said, Mamata Banerjee ko jhukna padega Sonia ji ke samne. Sonia ji ke samne jhukna padega, jhuk ke rehna padega. So this kind of tone was coming from the Congress. Congress has totally humiliated Mamata Banerjee. They have totally humiliated Abhishek Banerjee. When the statements of Mamata came for Rahul that he is doing TRP for BJP, now they have taken the badla with interest. So I think this is a humiliating offer. They are humiliating Mamata Banerjee. They are humiliating. But then Mamata Banerjee has so much love for Bhatija. So because of that, she has to suffer this humiliation. I feel very sorry the way this thing has gone. But the karma has come a full cycle. जो तोड़ के गए थे वो वापस लौट के जा रहे. Anyway, they were competing for 1 M vote bank. 1 M vote bank they were competing for.
No, but she's still not taken the final call over it. She has sought time. She said that I need time. That is what our sources are telling us. And there is also an add-on position of the National General Secretary, Shehzad, for none other but Bhaipo, according to our sources. Within the Congress.
This new Congress will be full of the beta, beti, bhatija, Bhanja, all these people, all the Parivarvadis, they will get the top post. So Rahul Gandhi will be the judge, and then Abhishek Banerjee will be General Secretary. All Bhatija, all Parivarvadis will get the post.
Absolutely, Shehzad. Thank you so much for joining in. We have with us senior BJP leader, Ms. Priyanka Tibrewal. Priyanka, we are getting this information according to our sources. The Congress has offered the position of the National Vice President to none other but Mamata Banerjee and the position of the National General Secretary to Abhishek Banerjee. Priyanka Tibrewal, your first reaction to it?
Well, congratulations to Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee. At least somebody is ready to accept them.
because the entire Trinamool, which they said that once belonged to Mamata Banerjee, I use the word belong because they always said that there is only one post in Trinamool, rest is a lamp post. So this one post, nobody at the end, after the loss which they had witnessed in the elections, wanted to keep Mamata Banerjee in Trinamool. So they threw out Mamata and Abhishek from Trinamool. So if somebody is ready to accept Mamata Banerjee, that is the Congress. So and then what conclusion can you draw from this for Congress? That those who are
but will this
known
disintegration
for their
stop?
Corruption.
But Priyanka ji,
Sorry?
will this disintegration of the TMC stop if Mamata Banerjee decides to join in the Congress as the National Vice President?
TMC is already disintegrated. What is left now more for it to disintegrate further? They have already parted ways from Mamata Banerjee.
Yes, they have.
Now Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee, if they are welcomed by Congress, then you can also understand that this Congress is now ready to take Mamata and Abhishek, who are having charges of corruption, for which an entire party has parted ways from them.
No, but do you think that this Congress will gain anything by getting Abhishek Banerjee or Mamata Banerjee in the Congress party?
See, as it is, Congress is nowhere in West Bengal.
Yes.
And now if Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee join Congress, I don't know how it will impact the rest of the state.
Sir.
Because Mamata and Abhishek, they were a regional party. They have no national importance at all.
No, but they have hit out at each other. Rahul Gandhi called Mamata Banerjee as Team B of BJP, that there is no cases against her only because she is acting or helping the BJP. We saw Mamata Banerjee rebuking the Congress party, refusing to meet Sonia Gandhi several times in Delhi, and now an offer being made, according to our sources, as the National Vice President and the National General Secretary, respectively, for both of them.
Just imagine what kind of opportunists they are. And forget opportunism, but even, they just think about themselves. They were calling in themselves the India Alliance, but when the alliance had to be together, they did not come and stand with Mamata Banerjee. That time they stood separately. They called them names. And today they are saying we are together. But it doesn't make any difference for BJP because whether Sonia Gandhi hugs Mamata Banerjee or Mamata Banerjee hugs Sonia Gandhi, they are all in the same loop. All are known for their corruption.
Right. Thank you so much. So that was Priyanka Tibrewal. We have senior leader joining in, Shantanu Sen. Shantanu, this is breaking news. Congress offering the position of National Vice President to none other but Mamata Banerjee. Will she accept? Should she accept?
See, whether she will accept or not, that is absolutely her prerogative. But it is a hard reality that Trinamool Congress is an offshoot of Congress. We all were in Congress before TMC took birth.
Right.
TMC came into power with the help of Congress in 2011. But unfortunately, thereafter, Madam Mamata Banerjee has cornered Congress like anything. Congress must not forget that the Bharat Joro Yatra of Rahul Gandhi was not allowed in Malda district in our state of West Bengal. Rather, his vehicle was vandalized and he was physically tortured as well. Congress must not forget how Trinamool Congress tried to help in several bills by the process of walkout.
But Shantanu, you've been a member of parliament. You know the working of Mamata Banerjee. You exactly know how Bhaipo works, Abhishek Banerjee works. Can they settle in just as a National General Secretary or a National Vice President? Technically speaking, there is no power, either with the National Vice President or with just a General Secretary.
See, Trinamool Congress has gone up to such a level that Mamata Banerjee needs to have a high quality binocular to find out who will be remaining with her till end. The way the political leaders and the party portfolio holders are leaving Mamata Banerjee every now and then. So Trinamool Congress in true sense is going to be an extinct. Now Mamata Banerjee might be trying to catch hold the hand of Congress, but Congress must not forget how they have been betrayed and how they have been treated in the past by this Trinamool Congress.
No, but that's right, Shantanu. But it's a contrarian view. What does Congress have? Congress has no leadership in West Bengal. Congress has no leader even which they can push. So if they are getting Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee, and if they accept as the National Vice President and General Secretary with any other fancy technical add-ons to it, so it's a gain as far as the cadre is concerned for the Congress party.
Absolutely, from the Congress point of view, whatever you are telling is absolutely true. But at the same time, Congress leaders must keep it at the back of their mind that the trustworthiness of Trinamool Congress and its party supremo are highly questioned because of their past record. Keeping this...
No, but that goes on largely for every political party and every political leader. But this in itself is very breaking. A kind of breaking news, not only regionally, but nationally. That Congress is offering those leaders who were once, Shantanu, part of their own cadre, left, made their own party and made their own party big. Mamata Banerjee was huge in West Bengal at one point of time. But what has happened in Putra Moh or in Abhishek Banerjee's Moh is something which is very clear. That TMC is disintegrating. Today there are not even a dozen MPs with her. And that's the only reason she is being forced or arm twisted to join the Congress. Another way.
Absolutely. In last 5 years, Congress was big zero in West Bengal Legislative Assembly. Now they have just opened their book by winning 1 or 2 seats. So whosoever will be joining Congress, it will be an added advantage for Congress. That's go beyond doubt. But imagine Trinamool Congress who ruled West Bengal with thumping majority for last 15 years. Now for their existence, they are surrendering themselves to Congress party. Nothing can be more unfortunate than for a tall leader like Mamata Banerjee for a regional political party like Trinamool Congress. That's what I mean.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So thank you so much, Shantanu Sen, for speaking to us. So that is a very, very peculiar situation developing in West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee being offered as the position of the National Vice President and Abhishek Banerjee being offered the position of the National General Secretary. We have with us our Surya anchors as well. So it's becoming a very, very big question, that is the Congress party ready to accept Mamata, and can Mamata just settle in as the National Vice President? Once again, technically speaking, a National Vice President does not hold any executive powers, and similar thing goes for the National General Secretary. There are at least half a dozen General Secretaries in the Indian National Congress, but only 1 or 2 get those key portfolios or those key positions or those key work which need to be done. And then the final shots are being taken by none other but Sonia and Rahul Gandhi. So will Abhishek Banerjee be a second fiddle to Rahul Gandhi? Will Mamata Banerjee be a second fiddle to Sonia Gandhi? If they accept this position, then yes, they will be. And in the present situation, that might be the only way that Mamata Banerjee can think that she will be able to protect Abhishek Banerjee, because of the kind of political patronage she needs. She feels that the only undoing of what all has been done in the last 12-13 years by Bhaipo can be protected if she gets some political patronage. And if sources are to be believed, the feeling is that the only patronage she can get under the Congress party is something which can prevent the wrath of the BJP coming on to the TMC. TMC is already on the verge of complete decimation, complete disintegration. And we are seeing that even today, 2 members of Rajya Sabha of TMC have resigned, and categorically they have said that we will not say anything against Mamata Banerjee, but every problem in the TMC arises from Abhishek Banerjee and ends with Abhishek Banerjee.
Right, Abhishek,
back to you in the studio.
So would you describe this entire move by Mamata Banerjee as her seeking political refuge in Congress because she's afraid that, action could be taken against herself and Bhaipo for the kind of, tenure they've had over the last 1 decade, the kind of corruption they've indulged in for the last 1 decade? Do you think it is a time to escape that?
Well, that's right. But then technically speaking, that also does not prevent from any action by any agencies if you are in one party or X party or Y party. That might be a mental thought process of theirs. But at the end of the day, if if Mamata Banerjee accepts the position of the National Vice President of the Congress Party, it means that not only the TMC, it is not only about the MLAs, the MPs, the complete cadre of the TMC has shifted away. Every leader, every grassroots leader who had once supported Mamata Banerjee has left her today because of Abhishek Banerjee, and this is something which Mamata Banerjee is not ready to accept, and thus till now there has been not a clear rebuke or a clear rebuke to this offer. If there is no offer, Mamata Banerjee should come out and say, no, there is no offer.
Right.
She should say that, no, I will not accept. No, there is no offer. But there is pin drop silence. Why? Because she is keeping her options open.
Right. Aishwarya, also one question, who really benefits if she does go ahead and accepts this offer? Because we have seen both the Congress and Trinamool Congress, they've not had a very good electoral record so far. So who do you think is likely to benefit if she goes ahead with this offer?
Congress. Well, Congress party, there is no Congress presence in West Bengal for the last 10 years. There is no Congress leadership in the state of West Bengal for the last 15 years. Congress has not seen a chief minister after 1971. So there is no leadership as far as Congress is concerned in the state of West Bengal. And hence, they will get Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee. Irrespective of whatever is happening with them today, they will still be a power to reckon with for the BJP. If BJP looks at any opposition party in Bengal, it will be Mamata Banerjee. And if Mamata Banerjee combines with the cadre of Congress, that might be the thought that if we get the cadre of Congress face of Mamata Banerjee, we still might be able to give some opposition come 2029 general elections. Because Mamata Banerjee has understood that every leader she had literally picked up, single-handedly picked up, has left her today high and dry. They have either left TMC, they have either joined NDA, they are either sitting with Himanta Biswa Sarma, they are either sitting with Bhupendra Yadav, but they are not picking Mamata Banerjee or Abhishek Banerjee's call. So what she thinks that she has to rebuild the party. To rebuild the party, she needs some support, she needs some patronage, she needs some help. So for that, she might be looking for that Congress cover. But how much of that cover, how much of that support will come, that is also a big question. Until now, there is no acceptance. There is no clear acceptance from Mamata Banerjee or Abhishek Banerjee that either they are joining Congress or they are not joining. There is also no denial till now.
Right, of course. So we have seen that the offer has now been made by the Congress to both Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee. They've been offered National Vice President and National General Secretary post within the Congress fold. The big question is whether or not these leaders will now accept Congress's offer. In fact, we're getting you visuals also of their meetings which have been held in the capital city. Mamata meeting Sonia Gandhi, and you also have Abhishek Banerjee meeting Rahul Gandhi. Now, the offer has been made by the Congress, and this is Republic's exclusive scoop. Only the answer now yet to come, in fact, from Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee on this. In fact, my colleague Aishwarya Kapoor continues to stay with me on this. Aishwarya, now coming to you, I want to ask you, if she goes ahead with this offer, is there a possibility of Mamata Banerjee emerging as a center of power within Congress? Because we have seen, how Congress also functions.
No, Congress functions around the Gandhis. Congress had functioned around the Gandhis. Congress will function around the Gandhis. And this is absolutely known fact to Mamata Banerjee to a point that when she left the Congress party in 1998, the biggest reason was Sonia Gandhi. Though it was prior to Sharad Pawar, P.A. Sangma and Tariq Anwar. But still it was said that the real reason for Mamata Banerjee to leave Congress was the spat that she had, was that ego tussle which she had with Sonia Gandhi. So the fact remains that she understands that if she joins Congress, she will always be a second fiddle. She will always be at the beck and call of the Gandhis. Abhishek Banerjee will always have to stand up when Rahul Gandhi enters the room. Abhishek Banerjee will not be able to take any decisions, even as far as Bengal is concerned, until and unless an approval comes from the High Command. And the High Command always remains the Gandhis. They were the Gandhis. They will be the Gandhis as far as the Congress party is concerned.
Right.
But at the present situation, when you have every MLA, every grassroots leader, every MP, Lok Sabha, Raj Sabha leaving, jumping off the ship, they understand that the present situation is very, very difficult, and hence I repeat, they need some support, some patronage, some cover, and for that they might be looking for what they are right now. Back to you.
All right, Aishwarya, another question to you, because you cover politics so extensively. See, losses and win, they are part of electoral politics, and most political parties survive that. But if you look at TMC, it has completely shattered after the massive poll defeat. What do you think is the reason behind that? Is it the reason that there was only one glue that was binding the party together, which was the power aspirations? What is it
well,
that
rather
the party
than one
has...
glue, the point remains that it was Abhishek Banerjee. Bhaipo was the reason. And you would see every leader, every grassroots leader, every MLA, every MP, even Sushmita Dev, who has just resigned from TMC today as a member of Parliament of Lok Sabha. She said that I might not utter a word against Mamta Banerjee, but the reason, yes. And we have our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami.
I just wanted to say one thing, that this is obviously, Aishwarya, what choice does Mamta Banerjee have? This is the only choice that she has. I mean, if she were not to merge with the Congress party today, then going forward, what happens to her? The Congress party has realized that she's in a moment of weakness. And therefore, they are taking advantage of Mamta Banerjee's inability to negotiate. They are saying basically to Mamta Banerjee that if you want our political cover in Delhi, then merge with us. So I think it's an extremely opportunistic move of the Congress party, instead of actually coming forward and helping Mamta Banerjee for the sake of it. They have made it conditional. So in a way, the headline is that the Congress party offers conditional support to Mamta Banerjee, provided she joins hands with both the India and joins the Congress party. Thank you very much.
Right, Arnab. So as Arnab just made it very clear that it's a conditional support. Though it could have been a different scenario, but at this present point of time when Mamta Banerjee has nowhere to go, she has people jumping off the ship left, right and center, the fact remains, yeah. Yes, we have Adhiranjan Chaudhary's reaction coming in.
मैडम सोनिया गांधी से मुलाकात करने गई। मैडम सोनिया गांधी एक उस कद की एक महिला है, क्षमाशील, दयाशील, सहनशील, सहानुभूतिशील। तो उनसे गला मिलने गए, गला मिले, इसमें हर्जा क्या है? अरे जिस परिवार राजीव गांधी के हत्यारों को पति अपना क्षमा दिखाए, जिस परिवार के प्रियंका गांधी खुद राजीव गांधी के हत्यारे नलिनी के साथ मुलाकात करने गए, उस परिवार क्षमाशील होते हैं, दयाशील होते हैं।
Viewers, that's the big story of the hour, that Congress has now offered conditional support to Mamta Banerjee, taking advantage of the weakness that Mamta Banerjee is right now suffering from. They've offered two positions, both to Mamta Banerjee and to Abhishek Banerjee, of National General Vice President and National General Secretary. So these are the two positions offered by Congress to Mamta Banerjee, and the question remains, will she join Congress or not, as the offer now comes her way from the grand old party. With that, slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up on the other side, giving you all the details of the big offer made by Congress to Mamta Banerjee.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से, MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes,